Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults, and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode. Hi.
Great. Hey. Hello. Happy Wednesday.
Happy Wednesday. Hump day. What a fitting day to talk about some pornographic cinema. This is our
is it inaugural if it's episode 0?
Right. Yeah, that's what I was sort of struggling to discern whether or not that's the thing to call it. And I think the answer is it's sort of a test flight. What are they? There's like a word for like a test flight or like a test boat sailing.
Maiden,
prenatal voyage. We're gonna talk about the 1977 film Yumeno Kyuusaku's Girl Hell, released August 20th, 1977, directed by Masaru Konuma. It was produced by Nikatsu, the studio behind the legendary Roman porno series of sex films, of which this is one of them. This is, and then I guess I'll just read the here's the synopsis according to the movie database. In a religious school for girls, the pure love between two students is torn apart by social and moral corruption. I'd say that's accurate.
That's a pretty dense and efficient summary.
Yeah.
Actually, I was looking at it just now to say, like, between two students, do they specify they're girls? It's a girls' school.
Right. Yeah, there you
go.
go.
What a beautifully crafted sentence.
Yeah. Social and moral corruption, you know? It sort of subtly implies that there's not a sort of socially corrupt element to two women in love. Gotta appreciate that.
It's woke.
This film is woke. So this film is sort of an interesting case where it is based on a short story included in an anthology titled Girl Hell at Shoujo Jigoku, written by, no surprises, Yumeno Kyuusaku, who was it's a pen name for a particular Showa-era detective writer.
He died in 1936, I think. So
I guess he maybe wasn't Showa era.
Well, Wikipedia says it was Showa era.
Yeah, I saw that as well. So I don't know what's good there.
Yeah, he died in 1936. I think this film then is supposed to be set roughly in 1936, even though it's a bit
I guess I didn't really
anachronistic.
Think about that. I guess there was no technology that would really interesting. Yeah. I just sort of assumed that it was contemporary. Maybe that's why the school uniforms aren't as perverse.
Right. Longer skirts.
It's
the classic navy blue
uniform. Yeah, exactly. They've all got like
they got non-form
non-form-fitting bloomers. Yeah, exactly. Unfortunately, I can't really give any sort of synopsis on the third story in question, which is titled Kase no Onna, Martian Woman, because it starts with a sort of major inciting element that kicks off the second half of this film. So everything that takes place prior is original. I mean, it seems to be a pretty freewheeling adaptation not necessarily concerned with representing its source material completely accurately. I guess right off the bat, what did you think of this film? Why don't we do that?
Yeah, well, let me describe the poster a little bit.
That's good. Yeah. Let's do that.
So it's got a very striking. It's a fantastic poster.
It is, yeah.
So you can see this one on Letterboxd if you look it up.
Yeah, it might not be the only poster, but it's the one that's on there. So
yeah, so it's got almost these like paper.
I gotta say it out loud really quickly. Something that I need to add to the disclaimer is don't fucking ask us where to watch these films. I'm not gonna help you.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, continue.
So the poster, it's I think it's paper cutouts here. Something like that. It's got this very graphic, not photorealistic, like swoosh of flame across the entire poster that's with blue, orange, yellow, purple elements. And then it's in the sort of like lower left corner, a photograph of the two lead actresses. They're from the, sort of chest up, sort of embracing each other like in the flames, and it's washed out, and it like creates this very stark contrast to the very colorful.
Yeah, there's almost like kind of like
graphic.
A Xeroxed effect to that.
Yeah, it looks like a DIY show poster or something.
Yeah, no,
but like a really cool one that you would definitely go to see.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. The kind of show poster that's like, there's no way that the show is gonna live up to that poster, but I gotta see it anyway.
Right.
I would say though that this film exceeds that of its poster. I wanted to say some kind of visual. Or speak to some kind of visual so that people would like go in expecting that, because it's an extremely visual film. This movie has a lot of images, I would say. Yes, it does.
And yet it's pretty lucid and coherent. Like the plot can be a little bit convoluted in its details, but overall the story itself is pretty, even with the surreal elements, pretty straightforward and like comprehensible.
Yeah, I think there's an interesting thing about this film's structure where there is a sort of like complicated nature to all of the interplay between these characters and who's, functionally double crossing who. But at its like the element that also kind of contributes to that is that the sort of primary like confusing factor is what is real in what you're seeing, which of the images that you're seeing are real, which are
sort of
surreally like surrealist depictions of
metaphorical images.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Thank you. It really works that with a film like that is so visually driven, it looks fucking amazing. The colors are so like lurid. Every shot is like at least a little bit interesting. Like I don't think there's like a single like completely flat shot that doesn't have something sort of like valuable in the frame. And we learned after watching that the cinematographer of this film, as with kind of a lot of like a surprising handful of people involved in this film in the cast and crew, the cinematographer Yonezo Maeda worked on a shit ton of Juzo Itami's films.
Nice.
Yeah.
The director of Tampopo,
yes,
among
and
others.
Supermarket Woman, which he did the cinematography for, which I'll be honest, I don't necessarily, like, I'm not an expert on what roles befall what title in film production, especially with the scale being so different between this film and something like Supermarket Woman. But the use of color is very, like, it makes sense. I see the link there. They're both very, very colorful, very saturated films.
Yeah, like the main colors of this film, I would say, are like this very intense green.
Yeah, almost like a neon.
Yeah,
like Lily Choo Choo green.
Yeah, exactly. Digicam green.
Yeah, Digicam green. Yeah.
And like a sort of a violet color, like a like a lavender violet. Maybe violets. I should study
ultraviolet.
I should study my purples more. Maybe it's like lilac. I don't know which one of those.
Well, I guess are you thinking about like the more like kind of like dusk dawn kind of colors?
Yeah,
like when they're on the boat.
Yeah, her dress, the water.
Yeah, yes,
this,
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Very blue purple.
Definitely.
And then like that sort of like piss yellow, the like concerning yellow.
Yes, yeah. We see it through those stained glass church windows at a bunch of different points, and it is
some of the costumes and the medicine that the mother drinks.
Right. Yes. Yeah. So to expound a little bit upon the TMDb synopsis before we just jump into talking about the film in a broader, spoilerful context. This film follows Aiko Tonomiya and Utai Amakawa, also known as Mars-san, who are two girls who go to a pretty prestigious girls' Christian school.
For young ladies who are destined for like upper middle class marriage.
Yeah,
basically.
Exactly. As we learn, a lot of these women are sort of married off by the faculty by the time they graduate. So the two protagonists, Aiko is a classic sort of upper crust lady.
No Joe-sama.
Yeah, exactly. She's kind of got it all. She's a lovely piano player, got a high-powered husband and a sickly mother.
High-powered father.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Freudian slip.
Yeah, what can I say? I kind of get those two things confused. And then we've got Utai Amakawa, like I said. She has painted on freckles, her sort of primary character details, her cute little freckles.
Pigtails.
And pigtails, yeah. Which both sort of signify a degree of sort of simple innocence, shall we say, that kind of defines her character. So she is teased and disliked by her classmates who sort of imply that she's really only at this prestigious school because she is good at sports, which they see as undeserving of being in this establishment. And
she's a space cadet weirdo.
Exactly, which is where the name Mars,
she's a Martian.
Like she's a Martian. So the two of them have a very deep connection that we see from the start of the film, and you can kind of tell that Aiko, in her sort of good-natured, strong sense of justice, sees this girl who is being picked on and has sort of gravitated to her to kind of foster and nurture her. The film doesn't necessarily explicitly say that, but it's easy to read between the lines and see that was sort of the impetus of their relationship. And of course, their relationship is much more than platonic, shall we say. And
you describe their relationship as S-class.
Okay, so class S is something that I need to do more research on functionally. It is something that I alluded to once in one of my stupid YouTube videos that I did not explain in full enough clarity to not have people get mad at me, and I don't want to make that mistake twice. But functionally, with media like this, a lot of the time, the presence of a sort of romance or pseudo-romance between two schoolgirls is framed as a kind of like a practice run for real romance, basically, or something that kind of is born of the
like the insular environment.
Yeah, the lack of boys their age. But as we come to find, their bond is truly deeper than that, and we learn that because their bond is tested, and the purity
their bond and of their sort of respective natures is compromised, shall we say. And I guess we'll get into it proper now.
Yeah, so if you want to watch the film without any more either spoilers or framing from us,
right?
If you want to watch it on its own merit, go check it out and then come back to this episode, I guess.
Yeah. Don't fucking ask us where to find it, man. I'm not your mom.
I needed Hazel to send it to me so I could watch it. I couldn't find it on my own. I don't blame you.
So we are now officially in the lawless zone. What the fuck is up with that goddamn balloon, Zoe?
The film opens with a series of scenes of the two girls basically frolicking in a rowboat and in a grassy field, and they have this larger than normal white balloon, like non-helium, and they're kind of like popping it up in the air and they're like caressing it and stuff, and so clearly it symbolizes the relationship between the two of them.
Course.
This sort of like sapphic energy. And then it's also an intermediary between the two of them because they're not touching each other yet.
Yes, right. There's a scene slightly later on after that, the frolicking that goes on where they're functionally like they're both making out with the balloon.
Right, yeah. It's a very reoccurring motif in the movie. So.
Definitely. It's a reoccurring motif that they kind of almost sort of remix within the context of what's going on around it.
I think it's worth noting here, I alluded to Freud earlier when I called you out for a Freudian slip, which I think was appropriate for this film.
Right.
The author, apparently, Yumeno Kyuusaku himself, was into Freudian analysis. According to Wikipedia. Okay. I'm not going to pretend like I did any deep research for this episode.
Sort of a knock against him in my book, but...
But he was also a Zen Buddhist priest.
Okay.
So this... the story deals with a religion.
Right, that is true.
So I think that's worth noting right now because those are themes that we should talk about more.
Yeah, I guess I didn't catch if the short story also dealt with that topic or not, but I imagine that the person adapting the script probably was aware of that subtext and probably incorporated into the way that they decided to adapt that short story, if nothing else.
Yeah, I bet it's that way in the short story. Pink films are just obsessed with Christianity, which is interesting. But then, of course, there's a lot of Buddhism as well.
Well, I think it makes sense too because, like, and I feel like this is something that I kind of see people miss with Pink films is that, like, a lot of the time, the erotic content and the sort of the eroticism. The kinds of eroticism kind of come first, and the subject matter is sort of begotten from that, and the themes as well.
They start with images and scenarios.
Yeah, exactly. So with religion, I think it kind of makes sense that there's that kind of. Religion is kinky as shit.
Yeah, totally. I mean, it's all about controlling your behavior,
right? Yeah,
making things sacred and thus other things inherently profane.
Yeah,
it's about
violating
control.
Those sacred conventions. Yeah,
I mean, also just cultural dominance,
right?
And colonialism,
totally.
Right? Like,
yeah,
I don't make any claims to say that I understand at all the dynamic between like perception of Christianity in Japan and whatever, because there were Christians in Japan while the country was closed, like from way far in the past, and Christians were persecuted by Buddhists and like stuff. So it wasn't a straightforward case of like the country being forced open by the Dutch, and then Christianity was like oppressively perpetrated on the Japanese or something. It's like way more complicated than that.
And to my understanding, the presence of Christianity in Japan definitely did also shift after the occupation began after World War II. But this film supposedly, apparently, I mean, it makes sense now that you say it, would take place well before that. So but yeah, this takes place at a Christian girls' school.
Victorian. It's in a Victorian house. Yeah. Like a giant Victorian house with some other like outbuildings and stuff.
I don't know that I've seen certainly not any other pink films, but not a lot of Japanese films in general that have a school setting that looks quite like that.
I gotta say it now, I guess. I was watching this and I was just like, this looks like an Obayashi directed a pink film.
Yes, yeah, exactly. It's like evil Obayashi.
Yeah.
Right down to the fact that there's a fuzzy black cat instead of the famous fuzzy white cat.
Right.
From House.
Right.
Also from 1977.
There we go.
Who's to say?
Maybe they were hanging out.
Maybe they were hanging out. Yeah, who knows? Yeah, Obayashi was like, "Hey, I know this guy, Juzo Itami. You should hang out with him." And the rest is history. So yeah, the sort of social order within the school is what you would expect. Everybody's mean to the girl who sticks out. And that also extends to the faculty. The teacher, Torako, I think is her name, in an early scene, punishes Utae for eating in class. Or not even eating in class, eating in a classroom at a non-specified time, secretly.
She's in like the changing room or something.
Right, yes, yeah. And so she's forced to...
sit in the middle of the classroom with the bun in her mouth without eating it.
Yeah. The horribly, like that level of like senseless cruelty, like, it's like a non-standard form of humiliation is almost sort of like more sort of like more potent and sort of perverse, than something that's more conventional. You know, it's not like I'm gonna slap your knuckles with a ruler.
Yeah. That'll end up coming up in tons of these
totally
films.
Certainly, yeah.
We'll explore that more.
Yeah, definitely. This of course all sort of culminates in a sequence in which the principal in the heavy rain offers to walk Utae home and eventually forces himself upon her, and as we learn, impregnates her, which is that happens shortly after that the teacher we mentioned earlier, Torako, pops the girls' balloon. That's sort of the
inciting incident thematically, if you will.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah.
So shortly after that, Utae's innocence is completely sort of or it is beginning to crumble, and so too is the purity of their relationship.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting though, because again, you'd expect in a conventional, like if the convention for this format, that would end just kind of in nihilistic destruction.
Right.
But that their bond persists throughout the film and ends in a much different place.
Yeah, I was really surprised by that for sure. Sorry, you were going to say more about that?
I was just going to go further into the plot and say Utae is pregnant.
Right.
She goes to the principal about it, but before she does that, she's told by the female teacher about him and that he molests a lot of his students, that he's done it to people's parents as well, and that her friend Aiko is actually his daughter.
Yeah.
She's
so when you say parents as well, that is previous generations of students.
Right.
He's been at the school long enough that he molested Aiko's mother,
right.
And then arranged a marriage with a businessman who she's under the impression is her biological father, until she learns through this that she's an illegitimate child.
Right. And it's worth noting also the principal is also a priest.
Yes.
I don't know exactly how that works, but he's in the church a lot, and they say he's a priest. And I do think that pink films that are interested in all the other aspects of religion that we talked about are also pretty interested in the hypocrisy of like framing an institution as like paternalistic, and then the sort of like exploitation that can be perpetrated on people if they buy into that.
And also, you know, to look at it from a slightly more jaded, slightly more shrewd aspect, if you got a character you can call father...
Yeah.
I'm sort of leaning toward the camera knowingly.
Right.
Although I don't think that word necessarily comes up at any point throughout this particular film. It's more something in School of the Holy Beast and its ilk.
Right.
Which I initially thought that there would be more parallels between this film and that than there were. Refreshingly, I would say. This film really does go in a lot of directions that I was not anticipating in the slightest.
Yeah, it's interesting. Something like School of the Holy Beast is much kinkier than this,
right.
Ultimately.
Yeah.
Like, this story really is interested in the images it's showing you.
Yeah.
That aren't the sexual images.
Although there is a degree to which I think the film's kind of erotic bend is pretty interesting, where you observed that there were a lot of extremely tight shots of mouths, nipples,
just flesh,
hands, flesh.
Yeah, it's really interested in
extreme
elements.
close-ups. Yeah, and it does kind of provide a tactile element.
Yeah, it's all about like beads of water and sweat.
Yes,
like goose flesh.
Right.
Letting you hone in on what that sensation would feel like,
right.
If someone poured brandy onto your bare chest.
Yeah, I think that is the first sexual image in the film, period.
Yeah.
Which is wild. That is a scene in which the man that we come to find out is not Aiko's father, has a lady of the night over.
A geisha, a courtesan,
and is
he brings her to his house and is like, "Don't worry, my wife's sick upstairs and my daughter's playing the piano. It is all good."
And they both can hear,
and
they both know what's going on, which leads to a sort of mild confrontation between Aiko's sick mother and not father, which just sort of ends in an assault scene. Whoops. There was that interesting moment as well with her mother where there's that like neti pot full of yellow liquid that is her medicine.
Yeah.
I was really sort of stricken by that.
Yeah, we gotta explain this to the audience because that was also notable to me. Okay, so you know what a neti pot is, presumably. And you know this sort of like classic neti pot that's shaped like a teapot.
Yeah.
Like a glass teapot that you presumably like tilt your head to the side and you pour the saline solution that's in it into one nostril and then it comes out the other.
I've heard it's really easy to die doing that. Or like to contract some sort of like biotic,
like brain parasite or
something.
Yeah. That's why you boil the water that you put in it.
No, well, yes.
And clean the neti pot.
I've heard that it's more of a matter of technique.
No, I think that's incorrect.
I believe you. I think
it's more just boil the freaking water.
Yeah, of course. I want to... I'm more than willing to defer to you on this. This is something I read years ago.
Yeah. So that's the only application that I ever thought of when I see those like neti pot teapots.
Right.
But in this, it's also... It just has the mother's medicine in it, and she says it's time for your medicine, and she kind of
it's glass.
Yeah, she tilts the spout of that like little teapot into her mouth, and she drinks her medicine out of it. And I was like, that's what that's for.
In this particular application, anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Which, and then, you know, we cut from her pouring that yellow liquid into her mother's mouth to the principal priest praying at the altar with that super bright yellow light shining through it. And there's a lot of moments throughout the film where it transitions from scene to scene really creatively like that. There are a few moments where the film will like zoom really drastically in on like that white balloon in particular, and so all you're seeing is sort of just like this like gradient of like gray and kind of like cream color, and then it just like snaps to something else. The film's sense of motion is really striking, which I think sort of helps to set you up for how surreal it gets as it goes.
Which is that's in more Obayashi vibes to me.
Yeah,
100%.
Totally.
So one of my favorite moments of that is after Aiko has sort of learned about what's happening and she realizes that what's the other girl? Utai has been assaulted. She confronts the principal and then reveals that she already knows that he's her father.
Right.
But she goes in like, yeah, do it to me. Like, come on. And he's like, no. And she basically becomes this like avenging angel. Like suddenly there's this light like pouring in around her, and he's running away from her, and she is gliding behind him.
Yeah, that was
in
crazy.
This very tight shot, like on a track.
It's like a bust shot, but the camera is sort of like almost as though it's like attached to her. She's moving, the camera's moving in complete parody.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing any footsteps, and then it's cutting to him, and it's like a handheld shot, and he's like clamoring.
Yeah, I think it's so effective, and it's not subtle at all.
Totally.
Like, I haven't seen that used that way in anything that I can recall immediately.
Right.
And yeah, it just turns her into this like, avenging angel is the only phrase that was really in my head while I was watching that.
Right. And then that is like where the scene cuts, right? Like
I think it ends with him crumpled at the altar and her standing over him like, I guess you can't do it to your own daughter.
Yes,
like,
right.
Regardless of how terrible you are, even you can't do it to your own daughter.
Yeah, which is great.
Yeah.
This is one of those kind of like a classic kind of pink film expressions that you don't really get to see in like non-sexploitation films, where it's like it's such a like potent like fuck yeah moment, but if you remove it from the context of the kind of film you're watching, it's like horrifying and like kind of stupid,
right? But again, it reveals his own hypocrisy in his degeneracy.
Exactly.
Right. Like you're this like, oh, it turns out you're this godless creep, but like even you can't go that far, so I guess you do adhere to some rules.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, totally. And then oh gosh.
So from there, Utai goes to the principal and says that she wants to keep his baby, and this is one of the scenes where it doesn't really tell you why she goes to him. At first we thought that she had conferred with her friend and they were like formulating some kind of plan, because
we had just seen Aiko
and her in a rowboat together, after finding this out. And but it also doesn't indicate that Utai is like, oh, I suddenly feel the strings of like motherhood or the compulsion to motherhood or anything. So I think it's up to the viewer to decide like why she does this. But she goes to him, says, I'm going to have your baby. And he's like, all right, well, let's get it checked out one more time. But he takes her to this woman who like lives in the mountains.
They cut through this
the
graveyard.
Gynecologist in the mountains.
They cut through this graveyard that overlooks the water. There's this like vagrant woman, like kind of like shambolically shambling about
as the sun like cuts through the image.
And, cuts through her, cuts through the tombstones, which all have crosses on them, of course. Really beautiful shot.
This is why sometimes adaptations are good, where there's like visual images and things that wouldn't have been conceived in just an original film, you know?
Right, yeah. I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Anyway, they go to this woman, and it turns out that they're not just there for a gynecology exam. She is going to give her an abortion, and as soon as she realizes this, you know, she runs out like speculum still in, like, and she's fast, right? So she can run through the graveyard.
So obviously they're not allowed to show her vagina.
Right.
But like there's a really close-up shot. Yeah. And like either they removed the bill of the speculum, or they actually inserted that into that poor actress.
Unsimulated speculum. It wouldn't be the first time
in a film
that something unsimulated.
That something unsimulated happens in a film where it very easily could have been simulated. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think the actress ran out of that building and into the graveyard with a real speculum inside of her real vagina, but
anyway, she escapes and finds Aiko, and then they end up inducing an abortion themselves.
Yeah. I don't know that we could necessarily say they. Like, she runs out of there, runs to, or maybe not, like, in that same night, but she recounts this to Aiko, and Aiko...
No, it's the same night. She runs in.
It is, okay, yes, it is, yeah.
Looking for comfort from Aiko.
Yeah. And then instead of comfort, Aiko kind of throws her to the ground and starts stomping on her uterus until...
yeah. You're filling in the details that I was leaving out.
Yeah, well, I mean, come on, listen, this is...
It's important.
Because what was sort of strange about the scene to us, and also sort of interesting about it, is that after that, she Utai stands up and then starts by this point, quick aside, we've learned that the principal not only is having sexual relations with his students, he's also embezzled money, has made like shady deals to erect certain buildings at the school. Some of that embezzled money went toward purchasing pianos, presumably also Aiko's, as well as this bust that he had made of himself, which is in his office. The window sort of casts this very harsh shadow of it onto his wall. But anyway, the piano that presumably Aiko got... or maybe even it was sort of like a wedding gift or something between her mother and this man who is presumed to be her father. Who knows? They don't specify, but the piano in her house is most certainly implied to be part of that, like a result of that embezzlement.
Yeah. So her entire life is built upon this.
Exactly.
Quote-unquote scandal.
Yeah, so after Aiko steps on her over and over again, Utai stands up and begins ramming herself against the edge of the piano until she miscarries, which you can tell because the sort of bright red 70s movie blood begins to seep down her thigh.
Yeah. It's a really brutal scene, and what Aiko is saying is, if you have a child, it's going to be my biological sibling.
Yeah.
And so I took from that she was distressed about their how it would compromise their relationship.
Right.
And I felt like Utai was just acting out of this like animal anguish almost.
Totally. Yeah, that was also sort of what I got out of it as well. Because she is so ill-equipped for everything that she's being put through. And I think that is, whether or not deliberately, where a lot of her paradoxical action comes from, it certainly helps to explain and contextualize that. So there's this really amazing, really like sad shot where we cut from the blood running down her thigh to Utai's face, and any like fleeting amount of innocence in her face is gone. She's got this just like smoldering, hateful gaze on her face. And that's sort of the second inciting incident. That then... I think I'm forgetting some details and where we go next.
I think it kind of leads into the graduation ceremony.
Right.
And they're supposedly graduating. The principal spouts off some, hypocritical speech about how much he cares about them.
And like, while he's saying this, they're cutting to the rest of the class. All of them look disgusted.
Right.
And again, I don't know if that's just sort of them trying to be demure, or if they are, if they all know that it's hypocrisy firsthand.
Yeah, that's how I took it to be. And like,
yeah, likewise.
As kind of an aside, I think one of the things that we're sort of trying to speak to in our disclaimer / introduction to the podcast itself is that there's a lot of rape and non-consent in pink movies, in Japanese cinema in general.
In cinema in general.
In stories in general.
In life.
And yeah, each world is its own world. And so there's different logic that operates on that, especially in movies that are made to exploit sex and thus kind of reflect like cultural preference and cultural like routine in regards to that sexuality. And so, for example, there are a lot of pink films in which sort of rape just kind of happens out of nowhere. People move on. Maybe it was traumatic. Maybe it wasn't traumatic. People handle non-consent in their relationships far differently than we would today, or even people would have in real relationships most of the time. In this film, though, rape is wrong.
Right.
And it clearly leaves its mark that carries through the rest of the film on each character.
Right, definitely. And, like, of course, that does not mean that the depiction of rape in the film is not supposed to be sort of, like...
titillating.
Sure. or otherwise sort of... lurid is not the right word. Sort of a part of the exploitation. But there is a kind of push and pull there between the presence of that stuff and how it, like you said, how it carries through the film.
Especially in contrast to the central women's relationship, right?
Definitely.
Which doesn't exist in most Pink films.
Right, yeah.
That their sapphic relationship.
Right. Yeah, we gotta keep a running tally on how many Pink films pass the Bechdel test.
Right. Yeah, good point.
So after that graduation...
This is where the plot starts to get more and more convoluted, to a degree. I don't think we're going to try and run through each scene consecutively or anything. Essentially, there's a confrontation between Aiko's mother, father, and the principal that goes poorly and kind of later is alluded to leads to her mother committing suicide. There is... the incident or the scene in which Utai sets a school building on fire.
So I believe that even before that, it becomes increasingly clear to the faculty. So much earlier in the film, after Utai is raped by the principal, the teacher, Torako or whatever it is basically like, you've got to stay the fuck away from him. He's scary and cruel. But obviously she's still working within this school system and still benefiting from it, and not reporting him or doing anything.
Maybe subject to her own blackmail.
Right, exactly. Because she's the one that catches him raping her initially, which is what allows Utai to escape.
Right.
So anyway, it is becoming increasingly clear within the kind of... the hive mind, the nucleus of this school, that the principal's days are numbered. We're getting sort of to the end of the rope for him. His alibis are crashing down around him. Everyone is suspicious of him. And so, like, everyone is kind of going into this panic mode. And while this is happening... Utai sets the
etiquette
room on fire, which I believe is the room where she
maybe the one where she was punished for eating in class,
or was that the English class? Because there's that scene really early on where she has to recite the
Robert Browning
poem. Yeah. God's in his heaven, everything's all right.
Right. Everything's right in the world.
Whatever. She sets this building on fire, and then, like you said, like anything, like, I don't think that there's a concrete series of events to derive from the rest of this film.
So there's a charcoal crisped body found in the building.
Amazing prop, by the way.
Yeah, totally. It looks charcoaly. It looks, you can hear the styrofoam sound,
right, yeah.
The charcoal squeaking.
Yeah.
So the body's found and they, sort of identify
They actually set that building on fire, by the way.
Nice.
Like, well, I mean...
It looked real.
It looked real, anyway. Like, it's not some sort of cheap composite effect. Like,
right.
Even if it was a miniature or something, like that's just to illustrate that this film's production quality is pretty top notch.
Right. And as an aside, this is an Ikatsu production.
Yes, it is.
It's a quote unquote Roman porno, which was a series of films that were higher budgeted than the average Pink film.
Right. Because they were lucrative. And so Nikatsu basically, I mean, my understanding is that they saw that it was in their best interest to give these directors free reign with the limitations of certain quotas for sex and violence.
Right. Which reminds me a lot of the Val Lewton productions from RKO
in
the 1930s in the United States. And he created a lot of like really idiosyncratic horror films and innovated a lot because they would just give him the title and the budget and he could do whatever he wanted. So
right, exactly.
That's cool.
Yeah. I think that tends to be, I mean, this is why we're doing this show, right? That the creative restraints amounting to the kinds of art that can't be made almost without those restraints, paradoxically, is something that really, really appeals to me, that I'm really, really drawn to. And I think that is at the heart of what makes these films special to me.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
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 Where were we?
Well, we were talking about the I made an aside about the building burning.
Right, and how high the budget of this production was.
Yeah.
Right. Roman porno. Yeah. According to Wikipedia, the word Roman is derived from the
romantic.
French. Well, it's derived from the French word for novel.
Oh, what?
Yeah, which maybe it has the same root as romantic.
Huh. Interesting.
But this genre, I mean, it makes sense. There's a lot of literary influence and adaptation that goes into these films, including this one.
Yeah.
And then also these films deal a lot more with sort of like melodrama,
right?
Interpersonal melodrama and stuff, rather than like the like Eroguro stuff,
right?
Or, like torture, action, thriller,
right?
That kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear you say that, because I sort of assumed that romantic was not like derived from the concept of romance, but was like romantic in the way, say, like the romantic era.
Right.
So that's interesting. I can't believe that I got that wrong. I gotta fucking, we've been sort of book clubbing Behind the Pink Curtain, which is a book by Jasper Pierce Sharp.
We'll put it in the notes.
Yeah, it'll be somewhere. Which I had the privilege of buying before the price of it fucking skyrocketed out of nowhere. I don't know if it's just like in the time since I've been into these films, the interest in them has kind of skyrocketed. I'm not really sure. I think I bought that book for maybe like $40, which felt like a lot of money at the time, but it was the cheapest I could find it. I think a lot of the other listings were like $80. I've seen it, the last time I looked at prices, I was seeing between $300 and $800.
I have not been reading, or I did not buy myself a copy.
No. Yeah, it's sort of a joint custody situation here. I will say to anybody listening, I believe there's a scan of the complete text on the Internet Archive. And I don't know, maybe your local library has it, or a PDF of it, or something. I don't know.
It's a very good book.
It's very good. Yeah, very, very dense. The kind of work that can really only come from a culmination of like 30 some odd years of exposure to not only an artistic body of work, but also like access to the people, places, context for a movement, an artistic movement.
And it'll teach you a lot about just sex on film in general.
Yeah,
like in a world sense.
I keep thinking about the X-ray, the sexy X-ray photography.
Yeah. Do you remember enough to say anything about that?
Damn it! It was fuck. I think that it was a British thing predominantly.
Right.
But basically, when the X-ray was kind of coming into prominence, as like a medical tool or whatever, there were some guy who I think was working on them had his wife took some photos of his wife's hands under the X-ray, and you could sort of see all the way through them, and you could see like the bone, and I think maybe she had like a wedding ring on that you could see. And for some reason that became like kind of like a titillating
the idea that you could see through a person,
a woman in particular.
Yeah, right.
And so I think like they were
like erotic items.
Yeah, I don't know if they were the originals or copies, if they were put in magazines or books, or if they were sold as postcards
or commissioned.
I looked into it, and I don't think it's brought up in the book itself, but as I was reading it, my first thought was, that woman's hands must have been covered in lesions. And lo and behold, like the woman in particular, her hands looked like that of a leper's. It's horrifying.
That woman.
The radiation exposure that she was undergoing to get those sexy hand photos out into the world.
My God.
So yeah, amazing book. I am excited to return to it. And bolster my knowledge about the genre, the medium, whatever you want to call it, as we do this podcast together.
Yeah, where were we? We were describing. We're getting into the fallout of this film, basically.
Yeah.
So the charred corpse is discovered in the burned out etiquette room. A funeral happens. All the faculty start to realize basically like our secrets are going to come to light.
So a funeral happens after, because initially they say it's unidentifiable, so charged it's unidentifiable, and then the principal gets a letter from Utai that's basically like, dude, I'm charged to a fucking crisp right now. That must have been like really like hot. It must have been really hot for me to be in those flames. Those flames must have been really hot, and now I'm dead. Now I'm a crispy corpse. So they hold a funeral for her.
What is this bit? I can't remember what she actually says.
No, she says. I'm paraphrasing. It's not a bit. She says something like her way of saying that yes, I died in this fire was like these flames are burning me. Yada yada yada.
Okay. Cool. I didn't remember that.
What there is a bit of is brain charcoal that Aiko removes from this
open casket.
Can we say open casket funerals generally are only performed when the corpse
face is intact.
Intact.
That's true.
And not like a horrifying like Pompeii level like mummy. So yeah, she steals quotes some. Okay,
this is the narrative starts to break down here. I thought this was going to follow a conventional formula. I saw that corpse and I said it's unidentifiable. It's not actually going to be her corpse.
Right.
Utai and Aiko are formulating a plan,
a very elaborate revenge plan, and the film is going to keep showing us these things that we are not sure if they're true or not, and then at the end of the film it's going to become very clear which of these things were part of their plan and which were reality. But then the film kind of
it kind of shakes the rug that you're standing on back and forth, if you will, so that you're just kept a little bit off kilter the whole time.
And I would go so far as to say that I do not suspect that there is a concrete series of events from this point forward, but functionally we see the principal's secretary, and who's another slimeball, and the teacher Toriko. They're being tormented by
a ghostly
presence that
is Utai.
That in a lot of regards seems plausibly kind of premeditated by these girls, dead or alive, and it winds up killing the secretary because he is driving and he sees her face. He drives off the road and crashes. Real car crash.
Right. Another very Obayashi. This whole sequence is so Obayashi again.
It's sort of
the uncanny ghost hauntings.
It's uncanny, but also with this kind of playfulness to it. Like the sort of vengeful spirit has like a sense of like morose humor about the avenging it's doing.
Yeah, Torako's torture comes in the form of her cat.
Her fuzzy cat gets beheaded and betailed.
Right, and she pulls its paw out, and
it's its tail, which is like
dismembered. Oh, really?
Yeah.
And then its head is placed on her jacket, as if its head is peeking out of her jacket. For example.
Yeah. And then she, in response to that, she hangs herself. the principal comes and sees that and flees the scene once and for all. Throughout all of this, we're kind of getting these glimpses of like we see Aiko coming down the stairs during some of these sequences. You know, we see these flashes of things that imply premeditation occurred. So we mentioned the charcoal.
Oh, right, which so she takes the charcoal out of the casket.
Right.
The principal comes to her house to speak to her mother and not father. She serves them a beverage, apparently a charcoal beverage that is popular these days, and so she, theoretically, she mixes Utai's brain charcoal into
right, because we find out,
like,
we see her take this charcoal, we see her grind it up, and then after, she's like, yeah, that was a part of Utai's brain.
Right.
But then shortly after that scene, we see a
sequence.
Is it a
flashback? Is it
real? Of a like a Buddhist monk,
snake oil
salesman who is selling charcoal that he's claiming was remains of
an Egyptian mummy.
Of an Egyptian mummy. Yeah. So are we supposed to derive from that the
charcoal is something that she purchased from him,
or an idea that she got from seeing that? We're not sure. Did it even happen at all? But
and then that immediately segues into one of my favorite shots, which is the principal. He's like shaken up, and maybe he's feeling weird because he just ate brain charcoal, and he's like stumbling up a hill along the tracks of a trolley, and then the trolley or the train comes over the crest of the hill, and it again has kind of the violet color to its lights, but Aiko's in it.
It's
totally nude. Oh, it's Utai.
Yeah, it's Utai.
Utai is standing in it completely nude.
She's standing straight, like arms at her sides, like expressionless.
I think she has a hand on the lever,
maybe she does,
or whatever, the brakes or something. But yeah, you see it from the front. You see her through the front window of the train, and it comes right at him, and he like runs away. But it's a great shot.
And then it cuts back, and she's gone.
Yeah.
So at the same time all of this torment is happening, Aiko has crafted some sort of bizarre plan to cuckold her not father,
right,
by sort of like pretending like she's coming on to him and then fleeing upstairs,
or like provoking him into going after her,
right? Yeah, and then appearing, like locking the door to her bedroom, and then fucking the Buddhist charcoal seller, who apparently like she just like had him post up there, like another degree element to which it's impossible to discern the sense of internal logic there,
right? He leaves. The father comes in, and she's basically, look at me. I've been contaminated. I've got the blood of my mother. I've got the blood of a priest. I've got the blood of a
Buddhist monk. This baby is going to be evil. Yeah. Whatever baby this is, this baby is going to be evil. It's got too much dirty blood in it. Right. Lol.
That's the scandal of this family.
Yeah.
I am the scandal of this family. Yeah. And then her not dad is just like, I can't deal with this shit. He leaves, and we never see him again.
Yeah. And then there's this incredible... The final sequence of this film is fucking crazy.
Yeah, so you find yourself in this, like, completely undeveloped landscape.
It's like a tokusatsu quarry.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, it's got, like, boulders... There's some trees and stuff, but it also kind of evokes a Martian landscape, I think is what they're going for. It's sort of, like alien space. Lots of smoke or like plumes of steam or whatever. Yeah. And the principal like shambles into it, and he's going out of his mind.
Yeah.
And then the two girls appear in like white cloaks. White paper.
Oh wait, so somewhere in all of this, the two of them do have. Fuck, we almost forgot one of the best scenes.
Oh.
Following the graduation ceremony, there's I can't remember where in the fucking film it is, but there's a sequence where Aiko and Utai are dressed up as man and wife.
Oh, right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're doing like a little photo shoot together.
This is just before she burns the school building.
Is it, or is it something that we flash back to?
Well, it comes in the film before the school building burns.
Yeah. This is their sort of final moment together before tragedy occurs once and for all, where the two of them are laughing and...
Well, they're posing as if for, like, a Victorian family photo or something like that. It's the two of them, and Aiko's dressed in, like, a woman's gown, and Utai is dressed in a man's suit. They're posing for this photo, and the photographer takes it, and then suddenly they're, like, playing in the room together, and they're laughing in this, like, really heightened way, and they're chasing each other around, and the mustache ends up on Aiko's face.
Right, like they like kiss, and the mustache transfers from one to the other. Like,
and then
it's very sweet, but also again very heightened and almost like hysterical in this way.
Right. And then they fall onto the couch and start sobbing. Yeah. In again this extremely hysterical, heightened way.
This sort of kind of mutual.
It's like almost a pantomime of those feelings.
Right. Yeah. And it sort of carries this sort of like all of their sort of grief for each other in this very horrible situation kind of comes out all at once. Mm-hmm. But anyway, in addition to that, the two of them do have a sex scene together. I can't remember where in all of this it takes place.
I think it's at the end.
No, not at the... No, it's before the Mars sequence, for sure.
Yeah, maybe just before that.
Yeah.
The two of them flash from location to location where we've seen them. They're on the rowboat, they're in the green field, they're out at the school building, which kind of...
Yes, right, yeah. Their sex scene transcends location. Who knows if it's a montage or if it's more literal or figurative.
Yeah, they're like reclaiming these environments together is kind of how I felt about it.
Definitely. Yeah. In this sort of hyper like not earthly location, in the Sentai Quarry, the two girls appear in white gowns, and the principal's freaking the fuck out,
and they basically tell him, they're standing together and they're like, I set that fire in the school building, but that wasn't my corpse. That was the corpse of a vagrant woman.
The one that we see at the graveyard.
Which was what I thought was going to be the plot initially.
Right.
So that kind of then surprised me, because I was like, oh, that didn't play out like I thought it would.
But then it kind of does. But does it really?
It makes sense that the author of the short story this is based off of was like a police detective. That's a very sort of police detective, Sherlock Holmes.
Definitely.
The corpse, twist.
Yeah, and that also makes sense too in relation to another detail that we didn't mention. Not that we need to go over every single beat, but there's that great moment where the principal is fucking a geisha. Right. And Utai or Aiko, I can't remember which, slips in and takes his bowler hat that he's wearing throughout the whole film.
Right.
And also one of the geisha's hairpins.
Right.
And she skewers the hat with the hairpin and puts it on top of the cross on the church. And so that is what gets everybody talking, because that happens at the same time as the burning of the building. So the police and the community are starting to wonder if there's a correlation there.
He's been engaging in indecent behavior.
Yeah, exactly. So that is where his sort of house of cards begins to crumble.
Right.
Anyway, they've got these gowns. And then... in
the quarry. And so they explain this to him, and they tell him, like, basically, we're all Alice in Wonderland. We're all mad here.
Yeah.
Everybody's crazy here. And then they self-immolate. They set themselves on fire.
Yeah.
And that... we described the poster at the beginning of the movie. That's derived from this scene.
Right.
They burn up together. Their paper gowns kind of burn off of them, and then the two of them are just engulfed in this sort of nether space that's just flames. And it's really beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
And then they transcend and
the balloon
into the white balloon, which floats off into the sky.
Yeah, and they specifically say we're not going to kill you. We hope you have a very long and happy life. And so he's like completely raving mad while this balloon is flying up into the air. He's like, it's almost hard to tell whether or not he's like shrieking in horror or sort of like in hysterical glee.
Yeah, like capering.
Yeah. And so the balloon kind of like bounces around him, it dances around him a little bit, and then it floats up into the sky. And
I think the voiceover, they're like, goodbye world.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
And the camera tracks. I want to know how that played out. So like the movement of the balloon almost seems choreographed. Like it seems like it hangs in the ground just the right amount of time. It kind of gets close to the principal, and then it goes all the way up into the air. The camera does it zoom in on it until it's just sort of like again like that kind of just like a blur of
fills the screen.
Yeah, and then credits. The end. Boom.
Beautiful. It's much longer than a traditional pink film. It's an hour and 30 minutes. But it's pretty tight.
Well, at a certain point, I sort of identified like this is longer than I'm used to these movies being, and I'm thrilled about that.
Yeah.
Getting to spend that extra, generally pink films tend to be about 70 minutes.
Right.
Sometimes significantly shorter, sometimes a bit longer. I was thrilled that this is one of the ones that got to be longer because I was just so like enthralled by its pace, its tone, the subject matter, the way it was all playing out. I'm not going to sit here and say that I've seen a ton of these films, but even amidst the maybe a couple dozen I've seen, it felt very fresh. It felt very distinct and kind of against type in a way that I was really kind of smitten by.
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking as we were sitting here, like, most of these episodes are not going to be maybe even this long, but just like us sitting here and recounting so much of the plot or what happens in any of these movies, but because it's so chock full.
Yeah. And because each element within the plot
is directly interesting.
and directly correlates to several others. Yeah. Like we sort of, this was a process of us sort of re-untangling the very active plot for ourselves as much as for the audience.
Right.
So I don't know. Do you have any particular final thoughts? Like what
again, it evoked Obayashi. Like, I can't sit here and pretend that I've seen like a huge scope of Japanese cinema or anything, but it evoked Obayashi so strongly to me. And I think that's special and interesting in a film that's all about sexual exploitation of women.
Totally.
Like capturing sort of like childlike like glee and malignance and everything in it. It is refreshing to watch a more like literary one of these films that is already gifted with some plot and stuff to build off of. And
it's funny that you say that because there was a brief second where we were considering our test flight episode being Lady Chatterley's Lover in Tokyo.
Right.
Another very literary film, if you will.
Which I'm going to hazard a guess we'll watch and will be extremely boring.
Yes.
Will not have very much to do with the source material.
We'll wind up probably talking more about the source material.
It's also funny because I'll give credit to this Letterboxd reviewer, Dakota Newt, who posts a lot of pink films, but according to them, this was on a double bill with Lady Chatterley's Lover in Tokyo. So.
Holy shit, yeah, oh my god, we should have done a double feature. Shit.
Yeah.
That's extremely funny.
Yeah. Yeah, so, I mean, overall, I think it was honestly something that I'm going to walk away and I'm going to be like, I'm such a sort of like plot, character analysis, thematic analysis, story, whatever, driven person and viewer. But this movie to me was so visual, like it's kind of refreshing to walk away and be like, I don't know that there's like a lot to psychoanalyze, even though it's such a Freudian movie, but I'm going to think a lot about the images.
Yeah.
And so the one that we didn't describe at all that like comes to mind that I think will remain in my mind for a long time. After Utai is assaulted, she runs out of the building and ends up walking along the shoreline, as you commented, like classic post-sexual assault walking along the beach shot. But it's nighttime, and she eventually just like strips off her yukata or whatever she's wearing, and just kind of like rolls around in the surf for a extended period of time. And again, similar to the scene where they're doing that Victorian like man and wife photo shoot together, like it's so good at just capturing this like spectrum, like transition of emotion. Like she's anguished, and she's and then the sand on her skin and the water on her skin, like, yeah, as an actress, it must have been really, really cold and uncomfortable. But as the viewer, it's just very tactile.
Yeah, she's sort of like scooping up the like soaked sand and kind of like smearing
like
it on her chest.
Washing herself with it, or trying to cover up, you know, the other sensations with that sensation. Right. Like almost sandpapering herself with it. And then by the end of the scene, she's like rolling in the surf and she's laughing again, kind of hysterically, but also it's kind of like, I guess in a lot of cases, in a lot of scenarios, there's not much we can do but laugh about it, even if it's a sad, devastated laugh.
Right. Which I suppose is also sort of core to this broadcast.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. And it's funny that you say that, because I am a lot more image-driven and am a lot more fixated on the kind of technical details of a film and the construction of it from a technical standpoint. And I kind of came away from it thinking, like, I feel like I'm going to be thinking about the images, definitely, but also just, like, the interplay between all of its characters and the kind of the ways in which those familiar archetypes are twisted in very small ways that feel distinctive to me. So
you have an example?
We talked about it at a couple different points, but there's that scene early on where the two students are making fun of her for being a space cadet. They never really factor back into the plot at all. Like, one of them is watching the two of them having a sort of intimate moment with each other, but like those students are not like really an element of the plot past the first like 5 minutes or whatever, because the scope shifts so suddenly from these sort of petty squabbles between girls of the same age to these girls being cast world against this adult world that is entirely out to get them. But also, like, I find myself thinking a lot about that female teacher or faculty member or whatever she is. Because again, like, you see her say, like, you have to stay away from him, and I imagine you probably thought this too, you know, the next sentence surely is going to be, like, you tempted him, sort of scolding her or shaming her for catching his affection, but she is complacent in something that she knows is utterly morally reprehensible, and you're not really given that much of a peek into why, beyond like this is the mess that she's found herself in and she's got no choice but to sleep in it now. And I think that I don't know, I just find that really kind of interesting and compelling.
Yeah, I can't remember if we said this on air or not, but you were saying earlier, I guess, so I think about the ways that Pink Films are so engaged with an individual within the system, kind of, right? Like even when, like, the priest, he represents both the institution of the church and the institution of the school, and sort of just like a patriarchal force or whatever, and like that's so often the case in these films. And basically you were saying that this depicts a society in which everybody is complacent because they are all economically intertwined, and sort of rely, everything is built upon each other.
Right.
In order to keep cycling through.
In ways that the plot never even fully gets to. Like, again, that shot of all the girls looking really disgusted, if that combined with what we know about the amount of molestation and impregnation the priest has gone through, who's even to say how much deeper and how much wider that web spreads than we even get in the slice of the story that we get.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Lots to chew on. This wound up being I think a really good kind of inaugural test flight kind of an episode, because they're I guess just alone based on the fact that I think we've both seen pink films that are completely uncomment worthy.
Right.
And this is one that was more than just like, oh, there were a couple standout moments. There is a lot there. A lot of stuff going on there.
I guess another closing thought.
Yes.
To continue to chew on is just sort of the significance of the girls' relationship, right, in this world, and also just like in this film, the depiction of a lesbian relationship that actually results or like ends as a relationship, right? Like, there's so many pink films where they put a gay scene in. Or there's a gay character in it. And then there are, I'm sure, I haven't seen that many, but I'm sure there are like lesbian pink films, presumably, out there. But I think it's rare that the entire structure is geared towards like allowing them to have this relationship. And I can't help but wonder how like viewers who are like, I'm gonna roll into the sleazy cinema today to see the double billing of Later Chatterley's lover and whatever this girl hell is would walk away being like, oh, I guess girls' relationships can be legitimate, or like.
Right. Yeah. I think it is also interesting to consider that too, with how fraught and volatile their relationship gets toward the middle of the film. Mm-hmm. There's this sort of like creeping toward the precipice of patriarchy, sort of dismantling and destroying meaningful relationships between women as kind of like a true and meaningful, but ultimately kind of rote thematic conclusion, and then it wraps back around, and the bond between the two of them is completely indestructible.
And I think the implication when at the end she's like, yeah, that body in the building, like the burned body, wasn't mine, even though that you can't really like logically decide what happened or how that played out, or okay, they're really here or whatever. The implication is that she didn't kill herself. And so the two of them are together, and they just choose not to graduate and go into the world and like marry husbands and everything.
Yeah.
They choose to take that path together.
Right.
Definitely. So there's a lover's suicide there at the end.
Yeah. That is true. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. I guess something that I meant to say at the start of the discussion is that I think part of what made this so surprising to me is because when I see girl hell in a pink film, I think about Girl Hell 1999, a film that I have not seen that is maybe one of the most infamous Japanese films, period, let alone films that you could call a pink film or otherwise like a Japanese splatter cinema.
Yeah, I'll watch it, but that one legitimately looks miserable.
Yeah, I've seen a lot, but that's one where I'm like, I don't really feel compelled to put myself through that. I think the top review on Letterboxd is literally just like, not gonna lie, I gotta kill myself after this one, chief. Yeah, so going into this, I kind of had a degree of preparation to sort of watch something very kind of nihilistic and brutal and kind of destructive. And I got something very different from that. And I really liked what it was. Yeah. So I'm glad I watched it.
Yeah. The movie is hellish for these girls.
Totally.
But ultimately they create girl hell together. And they take certain people to girl hell.
Yeah. While watching, I was sort of thinking all right, this is now she's in girl hell. Okay, now she's in girl hell.
Right.
But no. The girl hell is the hell of the girl's own making. And that's the episode.
Cut.
Thanks for listening. 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 Thanks for listening.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
So today we are discussing a big one, sort of a titan within the pink film space. This is, I think, one of both of our first pink films. Although there's probably dispute about whether or not this one can even be considered a pink film. This is, of course, Violated Angels from 1967, directed by Koji Wakamatsu, written by Wakamatsu, Masao Adachi, his buddy, Juro Kara, who starred in the film, and Osamu Yamashita. The film was released on March 3rd of 1967. The TMDb description reads, based on the factual case of a young man who broke into a nurse's home in Chicago, mutilating and killing several of the inmates. Wakamatsu's film is a precise, sad delineation of a particular aspect of masculine sexual consciousness. So this is, of course, referring to the Richard Speck mass murder in which the man of the same name killed 8 nurses in a boarding house in Chicago over the night from July 13th to 14th of 1966. It is reported that this film was shot within a week of the event being made public, and furthermore was shot within 3 days. So it was produced within a very, very tight window in reaction to this very sudden, shocking tragedy that occurred overseas. And of course, we're not really probably ever going to know for sure if it was filmed in such tight relation to the initial murders. But given the fact that writer Masao Adachi recently got a lot of buzz for directing a film about the Shinzo Abe murderer very swiftly after that happened, after he got blasted by the doohickey, I think that that's kind of a reasonable thing to assume. This is not something I could find corroborated, but I remembered reading that the film was, or maybe just sort of a trend within Wakamatsu's films, because of course this was produced by his, and I think Masao Adachi also may have co-run it, but regardless, this is produced by Wakamatsu Production, and I believe part of their methodology sort of borrows from the Roger Corman, William Castle kind of approach, where a film would be shot, and then if they had any remaining time, they'd cobble something together, just start shooting new footage and build a film out of it so that they could get more bang for their buck. I won't say that it was necessarily as shrewd here as in Corman's approach, but I believe that I've heard that this film was shot with a little bit of extra time and cash and time with some actors, actresses from some other shoot. So that is kind of the context and framework through which we will be viewing this film in our discussion.
Yeah, so Koji Wakamatsu's he was, I think it was from you specifically, but he was one of the first Pink film directors I heard about, and I think he's one of the most discussed and considered the most important. He worked for Nikatsu.
Initially, yeah.
And then split off.
After working for the Yakuza?
Right. Yeah, well, the Yakuza apparently were entwined with a lot of film production.
Yes, that is true.
At the time, and so he was
which is also true
out.
Of the mob, the mafia.
Yes.
And their production of hardcore films at around the same time.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, popular entertainment, access to,
yeah, and also and like a fundamental lack of scruples.
Right. Yeah, I saw an interview that was included on the disc of Go-Go Second Time Virgin, I think, in the extras that I rented from Scarecrow Video in Seattle.
Right, yeah, this is sort of a funny thing where I recommended Pink Films to you in some of our first conversations because you were asking if I had any other ideas for spotlights for Scarecrow.
Right.
I guess for context, you curate the anime spotlight at Scarecrow, and that was why you reached out to me to collaborate, and we have continued to collaborate, and so this sort of feels like a natural extension of that. But in that first interaction, I said I would love to do something about Pink Films, and you asked for a couple of recommendations. I had seen not too terribly many at that point, and they were mostly just like either downloaded from random like low quality archive.org rips or from YouTube, and you had at least the sort of foresight that I lacked to go straight to the source and grab the long out of print DVDs that line the shelves of Scarecrow's indispensable sexploitation room, which gave you a little bit more access to context than I even had at the time.
Yeah. Well, I guess, I don't know. Do you want to say anything about why you were drawn to Pink Films in the first place then? Especially if at the point that we talked, I was like, you must be an aficionado in this realm. I should try and catch and study up.
Yeah, it was something that I was in the process of getting into, but was at that point, like, I think my MO was kind of like, I want the excuse to get deeper into this stuff. And I think maybe by that point I actually had seen more than I'm remembering, because I was just like really tearing into Hisayasu Sato's stuff, which was on, I guess I almost don't think to link them together quite so directly because the grand majority of Pink Films are so radically different. But I think what drew me to them is that I got into them initially through Splatter Naked Blood, the Hisayasu Sato movie, because I was just on a fucking gore film tear at a particular time in my life, and I saw people murmuring about splatter in relation to stuff like the guinea pig films. And I loved the premise. I was really drawn to the idea of a splatter film that is largely made up of women sort of having agency over their own destruction, which, in the grand majority of pinky violence, as they say, and gore films in general, it's always a man enacting violence upon women with very little exception. So that was kind of my initial gateway. and that was a vector through which I could learn, like, oh, there's this entire, like, massive, but sort of insular movement in film that I was completely unaware of. So I think I was really just sort of drawn in by the rabbit hole that was in front of me. It was sort of like I stepped into I stepped over like a hole in the ground that was covered up with a little bit of rough, and then fell like 30 feet underneath, and immediately realized just how deep it was. But yeah, I think I am really drawn to things that are perverted. I'm really drawn to perverts, and I think like my sort of my aptitude for watching people have simulated sex quietly with my hands folded in my lap was something that I was sort of interested in testing out. And increasingly I found that it was something that did really appeal to me. Also, being familiar with like more European sexploitation films like Jess Franco and Jean Roland were pretty big kind of litmus tests, where it was like, if I'm drawn to these are probably going to continue to click with me, and they did. So I think that's kind of my experience.
Yeah. So it'd be fair to say that you got hooked into Pinku through Gore.
Yeah.
And I got hooked in through New Wave.
Right. Yes. Very true. Very true.
Wakamatsu's a perfect intersection for
Absolutely.
those. So.
Yeah. So you tell me about your sort of point of appeal, where the appeal lies for you.
I think the first film that I watched, and I can't remember, it's possible I'd seen, I'd seen Realm of the Senses, right?
Right, yeah.
And like maybe I've seen some other things that could be called pink films before then, but I can't really remember. I think the first one was Go-Go Second Time Virgin.
The first pink film that you watched, functionally knowing that it was a pink film, you're saying?
Yeah. Was Go-Go Second Time Virgin, and for me, I was immediately struck by all of the new wave elements that I was seeing in it. So, like, having a little bit more of a background in, like, new wave films like La Chinoisie or Daisies, from the same era, from the 60s, when these political young filmmakers, especially in Europe, who are, you know, living the historical playing out of like attempts at communism, social revolution, and literal revolution on the continent, were innovating low budget techniques and trying to incorporate political ideologies and philosophies into a visual language of film. So I was seeing things in this film like the use of black and white and color, and the use of editing and stuff like that, where I was like, oh, I recognize this. This is really interesting because it's being applied to an exploitation film. And then looking into it, I started to investigate the history and was like, oh, okay, Wakamatsu was a very outspoken communist, basically, and
sort of a radical leftist is sort of what everybody says of him directly.
That's a safe way to encapsulate his vibe.
And then but like the people around him that he worked very closely with, like Masao Adachi lived in Lebanon for years and years and years after I think being pretty directly involved with the Red Army.
The Japanese Red Army and the People's Liberation of Palestine.
The People's Front for the Liberation of Palestine?
Yeah.
PFLP.
Yes.
We recently watched at a theater here in town Adachi and Wakamatsu's documentary about the PLFP, and that
Red Army / PLFP,
Third World War,
yeah,
right?
Declaration of
Third World War, right?
So if that gives you any sense of the sort of the very outspoken, pro-revolutionary program that Wakamatsu's playing out here.
And so because we had both seen Violated Angels once before and now once after viewing that film, I feel like at least my interpretation of Violated Angels is informed by that documentary and the sort of ethos behind it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll get into it a lot more, but...
Yeah, because sort of, unless you think that this is sort of too early to get into it, the heart of that documentary is the notion that the film itself is a piece of propaganda, but it's also one that argues that the most effective propaganda is action itself, right? So there's this sort of idea that I think runs through a lot of his work, which is that if you anything that the media can't help but report on is sort of an effective form of propaganda of one form or another, which of course is a term that he's using neutrally. I think we think of propaganda as
something bad that controls your brain.
Yeah. But inherently that's not the case. So I think like when I watched the film the Violated Angels the first time, I was sort of viewing it as something that was entirely psychosexual, and every sort of nod toward the film's politics was very confusing to me, because a lot of English language critics and just fans of these films tend to view Violated Angels as through the vector of the fact that it is a Japanese film crew adapting an American mass murder. But now viewing it again, I was sort of way more honed into the way that the film is interfacing with the spectacle, and how that then intersects with media. So, very fresh take coming into it now.
Yeah, coming hot off the presses. We don't condone or say that any claims we make are going to be correct from a level of scholarship. I'm probably going to talk a lot about politics and Marxism and stuff, and a lot of what I have to say is going to be colloquial and thus probably incorrect. So take it with a grain of salt. But...
Yeah. If we wanted to like really make these episodes bulletproof, we wouldn't be making this podcast until we were in our 50s.
Right.
Just because of the sheer amount of context that is required to, I think, really say anything concrete about this movement of film that began and hit its peak, 30 years before either of us were born. And also, across the fucking Pacific Ocean. So extend us some grace and maybe don't take anything too much of a grain of salt here.
Yeah. Okay, so there's a lot more to say about like the techniques Wakamatsu uses and like his development as a filmmaker over time, but maybe we should just start talking about the movie itself.
I agree. I agree.
Neither of us remembered the opening of the film on second viewing.
Yeah, we both remembered it exclusively being the central location, which is the boarding house that the nurses in training are occupying.
But it's actually sandwiched between an opening that is a montage of still photography and an ending, which is a montage of still photography. And the opening is, I think, pictures of the main actress sort of out and about on the street. Is that correct? And then like nude photography of her and others, I think.
Well, it's primarily cutting between the male lead and him these pornographic images, and then eventually him in the same space as these images, sort of caressing and putting his face up to them.
Right, and I joke that's very Videodrome.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, that sequence ends right with him in a tatami room with his face just planted into a magazine with a naked woman's centerfold in it.
Yeah, and he's sort of like right up against the woman's foot.
Right.
There's a lot of flashes of feet and unshaven armpits throughout that right. sequence.
And then there's a shot of him at a beach, presumably at the ocean, and he has a revolver, which is notable in and of itself, and he fires the revolver like into the ocean, into the horizon.
What's really interesting about that is that obviously where he got a gun is never explained and is sort of baffling in and of itself.
Yeah, no character details are given at all, so we don't know who he is.
Yeah.
In the slightest. And yeah, you immediately pointed that out. Like, where did he get that gun?
Yeah, it's not exactly easy to get a hold of a firearm in Japan. But then in addition to that, Richard Speck killed his victims through strangulation and with a knife.
Right.
So there's no gun present at all.
Yeah, and so I think you mentioned this, and I think you're correct that that immediately makes it very notable and interesting. And if you want to make any kind of guess within the text of the movie, maybe this character is involved with a political group, right? With an ultra leftist group, maybe. But more likely it's symbolic and it's a politically charged object.
Yeah,
basically.
Definitely. So after he fires a couple shots into the ocean, we cut to two of the nurses in this boarding home having lesbian sex.
Hell yeah.
And we see the other nurses sort of voyeuristically peeking through this very large hole in one of the door or the walls.
And they're they're doing it again.
They're doing it again. But one of the women who's not interested, is it the woman that makes it to
our final girl?
Our final girl. Yeah, yes. It is. Wow.
Yeah, she's the one who doesn't run to go and look.
Yeah, and instead she peers out to
the outside of the building. She hears some noise out there, and she sees that the young man, the handsome young man, I think he's billed as. So I guess that's significant too. But she sees him in the bushes, and it looks like he's fallen. Like maybe he was also peeking in and he fell or something like that. But she goes and gets the others, and then they end up deciding to bring him into the boarding house.
Yeah.
And tell him to look through the hole at the women who are having sex.
Yeah, presumably they're just sort of planning to have some frivolous fun with him. And then he immediately shoots one of them to death. One of the two. It's one of the two women having sex.
Yeah. He gets, I don't know, he
gets frenzied by
yeah, exactly. And he slams open the door and then shoots one of them.
Yeah.
I think he tells him to stop doing that or something. So right there, immediately, if you want to just take a pretty simple reading of it, you're like, this guy cannot handle female sexual agency.
Yeah.
Go on. Do you have more thoughts about that?
I mean, I think that's kind of, it is very straightforward, that interpretation, because it's consistent with basically the entire rest of the text. Especially as we sort of come to find that the only female agency that he's comfortable with is a maternal kind. But that's one of the kind of ways of looking at the film that I personally am kind of the least interested in. But yeah, from here, and I don't think there's really any reason for us to go through it step by step, he systematically murders each girl one at a time, until there's only one left.
Although I think systematic's not exactly the right word.
Well, I mean like one at a time with a good amount of space between them. Thank you. Yeah, systematic is not quite accurate.
Because it's not like a mechanical cold
there's no premeditation whatsoever.
Right. It's there's an action and reaction between the women and him, and then he's going like moment to moment making these choices, but he ends up killing them one by one.
Yeah. And I think the location must be pretty remote because none of them make an escape to attempt after one of the first girls does. And he just sort of grabs her and keeps her from running away. And so the film is it plays out like a nightmare in a lot of ways. It is extremely slow moving and quiet. You're sort of seated with those characters, whether or not you think that the gaze of the film is putting you in the shoes of the killer or sort of among the women. You're stuck there watching what's in front of you. So I forgot where I was going with that.
Maybe we should run through the women really quickly.
Right. So
what makes each one distinct?
Yeah. So I wasn't sure if it necessarily made sense to for me to dive right into this point, but that was where I was going next. Something that struck me on this watch of the film is that each woman kind of tries a different method of persuading him not to kill all of them, or the one who's doing the persuading. And these methods, not in order, are...
in order.
Well, if you want to go through them in order, we can.
In order, the first woman tries to run away. She tries to scream for help and escape. The second woman tries to sort of seduce him or like offers her body. And then
and in both cases, those women are shot dead. I think every woman that is killed up until the kind of I think the most significant murder in the film, they are face down on their
bedding,
their white bedding,
kind of the arms splayed out.
Yeah, almost sort of like a snow angel or something.
Or like prostration.
Yeah, right. Yeah, and then their very dark blood kind of spills out from underneath their bodies, juxtaposed or in very stark visual contrast to the white bedding.
Right. And then the next woman who steps up is the oldest of them, as she points out, and
she's like the head nurse, I think is the implication. I think that's what she's named in the credits.
Right. And so up until now, she's been kind of like swept along with the rest of them, but she tries to offer herself. She tries to appeal to him emotionally, morally, intellectually, even say this isn't rational, like you want to go back to your life. These women, they're so young, they have so much to live for. I have a child. Who's going to support my child?
Her sort of appeals to different parts of him change as she's noticing that each previous one doesn't work.
Right.
So she mentions, I've got a child, you shouldn't kill these women, they're angels, they're nurses, they help people. And as that becomes pretty clearly not effective, she sort of pivots to, just take me, I'm the oldest, spare these other girls, please. And one thing that she says is, you surely, you're capable of doing this, but you must not like pain yourself. Think about how painful this would be for you to experience. You strike me as someone who is afraid to shave with a straight razor. And so out of this
and
comes...
also you haven't been having sex, that must be why, and it's okay, you should just go have sex instead of doing this.
So sort of in retaliation to that, perhaps he ties her to a chair. Very striking image. Her arms are tied to the feet of the chair, so she's sort of stuck hunched over
the back of it.
Over the back of it.
Yeah, she's sitting.
The chair's backwards.
Yeah, chair's backwards.
I didn't catch that.
Cool teacher style.
Yeah, cool teacher. So that shows some level of respect for her, at least, right. Sort of giving her a cool position to be subjugated in. And he's strung up one of the other nurses in this white gown that she
put on to demonstrate their
angelness, their pureness, their sort of
the nurse gown.
Yeah. So she's strung up in that gown. And he very slowly, in real time, with very, very few cuts.
Well, a lot of cuts, but very few cuts of the camera.
Yes, thank you. Very few camera cuts. Very slowly uses a straight razor, which either he had on hand or procured somewhere on the premises,
to cut the dress off of her in strips. And as he's going, you can tell he's not being careful to avoid her skin, so she starts to have like cuts and blood running down her, and she's very distressed and like wailing basically, he's reactive to the idea that they're angels.
Right.
He's like, I guess trying to show or see what's underneath. I don't know. There's something, very metaphorical going on with that.
I sort of interpreted it more as like a rejection of the notion that they're angels.
Yeah.
This gown is the only thing that represents that they're angels, and once it's removed, she's just a person, and her skin and her body mean nothing to me. So he slashes her back very... just over and over and over. And
a lot of this you don't actually watch. You're sitting with the other two women who are still alive in the other room, and you can only hear it. Very chilling.
Yeah. And then when we do see him doing this, the door is partially shut. And in fact, I think that might be because when he's having sex with the woman who has offered her body to him, he kind of pauses partway through and sees that all of the other women are staring at him, and he shuts the door partially. That might not be the same door even. But anyway, the sort of way that I took the slashing of her back is that it was almost sort of like... as a rejection of the notion that they're angels, is the back is where an angel's wings would be, and he kills her by draining her of her blood in the space where her wings would be. Mm-hmm. There's nothing there, not even underneath the skin.
Mm. Yeah, totally.
And so in the aftermath of that, we get our first color shot.
Right. So he brings the women in to see, like, look at this, look what I've done. And it shows us this very still image of the woman. She's been kind of like lashed to the pillar, basically, and her back covered in blood. And it's very red, it flashes to color, which is like shocking in and of itself because your eyes weren't expecting it, right?
Yeah, and so it's framed as though we are seeing it from the head nurse's eyes directly, because you get a reaction shot of her, shot in color, back to her, back to the shot in color, and then it's back to black and white. And so she flips and starts sort of clamoring back toward the only other woman who's still alive at that point, who up to this point has said nothing, barely moved, even when during the killing of the woman who's strung up to one of the pillars, the head nurse asks, like, hey, untie me, we might be able to get out of here. She does not move an inch. So she still does not move as the head nurse sort of like alternates between hiding behind this other girl and then positioning herself in front of her to try to block her. And again, the head nurse is sort of appeals to different aspects of his psyche are changing constantly. And eventually he just shoots her 3 times in a row.
Right.
In front of this other girl.
Right. And so that's it. Spoilers. The final girl lives at the end of the movie. But before we talk about that, I did have a thought about
Which is also true of the Speck murders. One woman, the 9th woman,
yes.
Survived by hiding under her bed.
Right. I was thinking about the color shot and what you were just describing as being through the nurse's eyes, and how the black and white gives you a sense of remove as well, right? Like it feels sort of removed in time, especially us watching it in 2024.
Right. And also this was 1967, and this was well after even low budget films could be shot in full color.
Right. And I mean, also given the photographic image montage we were given at the beginning, it's sort of like, you felt like you had some sort of remove from this. Well, here it is in color. Suddenly it is closer and like more vibrant to your senses. So it's like a new level of confrontation with the image.
Yeah, absolutely. So the final girl lives by saying a bunch of very Koji Wakamatsu dialogue to him.
She's spoken once before. At some point in the middle of the film, when he's having sex with the woman, and then he gets distressed because in his head he sees a bunch of flashes of these women like laughing at him.
Yeah, naked, basically. Laughing at him against a completely a black backdrop.
Right, and so then he stops because he's in distress, and he says, "Why are you watching me?" to them. And this woman says, "Why are you killing us?"
Right.
And so that they had that exchange before, and now they have a full conversation. But at that moment in the movie, when she says, "Why are you killing us?" I definitely had a flash of identification with the killer in that sort of the way that a lot of horror movies especially were trying to explore, especially in the 90s, the idea of the voyeurism of film viewing, and be like try to interrogate or confront the audience with, why would you want to see this? So that felt like one for one.
Yeah, definitely.
Very literal.
Because he does just say, "I don't know."
Right.
And multiple times when he's asked, he just says, "I don't know," or sort of evades responding.
Right. And you brought up funny games at that point.
Right. So this is something that I was going to say, is that I watched that film a week or two ago, so it's fresh in my mind. And obviously that is a film that very sanctimoniously sort of tisks the viewer for having interest in seeing frivolous violence in film. Right,
and sort of equates that with sadism in the viewer.
Right, exactly. And it's funny that you brought up Videodrome as well, because in a sense, like, the central conceit of Videodrome is a man's quest to thwart somebody who's trying to use a particularly functionally like snuff film to control the masses of people who would seek out snuff films.
Right.
So it's sort of like before Funny Games came out, it was sort of an anti-Funny Games.
Right.
I liked Funny Games. It's a film I keep thinking about. I think it's very well executed, even though I think that it's kind of morally odious. Like Haneke, functionally, his greatest mistake is making a film that's entertaining.
Right.
And compelling.
Right.
Rather than something that's truly repellent to somebody who's already interested in watching these kinds of films.
Yeah, flatly antagonizing the viewer well at the same time.
Right.
accidentally appealing to that viewer.
And I think that a lot of people drawn to those movies do have sort of a masochistic kind of impulse that draws them to those movies. At least that's kind of how I see it in myself up to a point.
And yeah, I guess that is kind of maybe the issue with that film, even though I also like it, is that it assumes that the audience is sadistic and not masochistic.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly, yeah. Maybe he was just sort of thinking mostly about male viewers.
Definitely.
You know? I think our identification with a character in a given film like that, and especially with Violated Angels, is always going to be with the women, at least at a baseline, until more information is given. So we kind of joked that this film sort of beats Funny Games at its own funny game, 20, 30 years before Funny Games. So
that's happening.
So
that's going on.
That's going on.
And then we reach the end of the film, the conclusion. So there's a lot of dialogue in this at the end. How much of that conversation do you remember? What do you remember about it?
Very, very little, because it's all kind of nonsense. When I say it's very Koji Wakamatsu dialogue, it's very purple prosy, but also kind of like nobody's saying anything coherent.
Right. So it's essentially like the man and the remaining woman, they're kind of close together, and it suddenly the tone becomes intimate and like caring almost, and he's sort of like, you're the one that I've been looking for, is kind of the vibe. He might even say that.
Right. And up to this point, the majority of the film is either shot in extreme close-up or like very wide masters. And I imagine the part of that is the leaning into and making the most out of the means with which the film was produced. But from this point on, we see the two of them and just like a perfectly composed mid-shot. It's the two of them through most of it. He's sort of laying on top of her, and we're seeing them sort of bust up sideways.
Right. And then every once in a while, so that composition, it's just the two of them all of a sudden, and that it becomes warm, right? Like the atmosphere between the two of them is actually warm. And so it's like comforting, and then every once in a while it will flash to the images of the other women that are dead in that room to remind you, and maybe unsettle you. But the conversation they have is a little bit like, she's sort of like, where are you from? And he's like, I'm from that way. And she's like, Tokyo. And he's like, further. And she's like, oh, you're from the ocean. And they sort of like talk about the ocean a bit. And she's like, do you know this song? I'm the ocean traveler.
All throughout the film, we're hearing, there's very little score. What score there is sort of an eerie, synthesized organ, transistor organ. But the majority of the soundscape is wind whipping from outside and the sound of the ocean. So we are sort of to assume through the majority of the film that he found this place immediately after he finished shooting into the ocean. But it's at this point we learn that we're hearing the ocean because he's hearing it, because that's
what's going on
in his head.
Essentially, he says, like, can't you hear the ocean waves? And she's like, no, I can't hear them.
Yeah.
And you realize they're very far from the ocean in the conversation. This is not something I tracked the first time.
I think I assumed that she was, that was also some, that her response was the metaphorical part.
Right. And she sings him this traditional lullaby.
Right.
Another part of their conversation that's worth noting is, she basically says that she's sort of like, why did you have to kill these women? Here's the blood that you spilled. And he's like, oh, I spilled this blood to decorate you. And she's like, you only needed to decorate me with your own blood.
Yeah, and she bites the tip of his thumb until it bleeds to sort of demonstrate that.
Yeah.
And I probably also just to sort of remind him of his humanity.
Right. Yeah, and so...
like, this is the point at which her character becomes sort of a vessel for the film to finish, more so than, like, a coherent character who's working within an emotional ideology.
Yeah, I mean, to me, they become pretty much pure allegory.
Exactly.
As soon as it's just the two of them.
Yeah, exactly.
And she sings him this lullaby, and so you get the maternal vibes coming in here. It transitions to the final shot, or one of the final shots, which is instead of the room as it had been laid out with like the futons and the women sort of like spread out across the set, they've all been brought into the room. There's a white sheet laid across the tatami floor. All 5 women that have been killed are sort of in a heads to the center, feet out, laid out in a circle around them with their blood.
Like a semicircle.
Yeah, with their very bright red blood, because the shot is in color, sprayed out as well. And then in the center of it, the last remaining woman is sitting. She's nude. The guy is nude, and he's got his head in her lap, and he's curled up fetal style. And, that kind of says it all, I guess.
Yeah.
It holds on this shot for quite a while, and then it blinks to the shot again, and she has left, and then it's just him in the center of the room, surrounded by these bodies.
I forgot about that.
Yeah.
So I guess that sort of textually is her escaping in that moment. But subtextually, or I guess sort of metaphysically, we see the two of them kind of like frolicking.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot about that.
At the ocean together.
It changes to a shot of them at the ocean, running along the shore. She's laughing.
Yeah. And then is that before we get that final shot or after?
I think that's before, actually.
Okay, got it.
There's some shots of a woman with a baby on the beach.
Yes, right.
Yeah. And then we go to that shot.
Yeah.
And then we get another shot of a baby.
Yeah, there's a close up of a baby that cuts back to the close up of the killer.
Right.
Yeah.
And then we get the final, like the other bookend, which is it goes back to black and white. A couple of police approach the building. They raise their batons, and it freezes on them, and then shows us another series of still images of student protests from the 1960s against the Vietnam War, and back to the police, and back to...
And a bunch of news headlines.
Yes. Yeah.
Just like Xeroxes of newspapers.
Right. And so, I mean... There's a lot to unpack there, as they say. One of the things that I was thinking about is, so I Violated Angels is kind of earlier in Wakamatsu's career as a director, or especially as an independent director. It's one of the first movies he made. And so I definitely see a development in his sort of political ideology as a director and what he's trying to convey politically through his films over time. And for me, this is kind of an initial or like an earlier piece that he's made that like he gets more and more almost like party line and like sort of like overtly politically rhetorical and stuff later.
Right.
But one of the things that I did think a lot about on this viewing, probably because we both recently watched the Battleship Potemkin.
Right.
But yes. I was thinking about Soviet montage editing.
Yeah, right, I had that thought as well.
Which usually...
I almost brought it up earlier.
Yeah.
Yeah. When we were talking about propaganda and then we dove right into the opening montage.
Right.
There it is.
Yeah, so I was kind of waiting to talk about this because nowadays the sort of like... the method of Soviet montage is just sort of mixed into like film.
It's been entirely depoliticized.
Yeah, and it's common method and everything. But when it was at least solidified, it was formulated to convey political ideology. I'm going to attempt to describe Soviet montage editing. Please don't leave me in comments if I get any of this wrong or there's anything you disagree with. Just to try and illustrate the film. Basically, Sergei Eisenstein said that, like, so regular editing, montage means editing, right? So like regular editing is meant to convey information linearly. So even if it's not like chronological, there's a guy going into the store. He talks to the woman in the store. Maybe he has a flashback to something in his past. He buys something at the store and he leaves, right? So it's like conveying information to us linearly. Whereas Soviet montage editing was theorizing that you can juxtapose images with each other, and the images were kind of push and pull on each other to create meaning between the two of them. So it's not like a linear stream of information. Eisenstein said like the images will go not next to each other but on top of each other, which like when I was watching Battleship Potemkin, for example, when the crew of the ship are starting to revolt against the like captain and the the monarchy of the ship, if you will. There's like flashes from, for example, the bayonets that the soldiers that serve the captain of the ship have, to the cross that the like religious man on the ship has to the revolting sailors. And what that tells you is not like a chronological or like a linear stream of information, but it creates an association between the bayonets and the cross, right? The church, the institution of the church, the institution of like the Tsar's military, and then the revolting, common people. In Violated Angels, I was thinking about that a lot with his bookend montages, because I mean, part of me is like, I don't know how I feel about that as a part of the art that it really adds to the film.
I think I kind of refuse to believe that was conceived. The ending one, at least, was conceived at the time the film was shot.
Mm-hmm. You think, like, in post, basically, he was like, I want to slip some political stuff in here.
Yeah.
A little more about Wakamatsu. He grew up in like a rural area and basically just expresses that he had a lot of anti-authoritarian tendencies that made him into kind of a delinquent. And then he ended up in the Yakuza, and one of his jobs for the Yakuza was to basically hang out on film sets and make sure that they paid the Yakuza for protection, essentially, to make sure things would go smoothly and that they would get their cut for filming in Shibuya or whatever. And then he got interested in film through that. And then I don't really know how he went from being kind of like this anti-authoritarian... Right. I mean, the anti-authoritarian streak makes sense, but this anti-authoritarian delinquent working with organized crime to... Well,
I guess that sort of gradient that he went through would have been parallel to the rise of the Red Army faction and the Anpo protests.
Right.
If my timeline is correct.
Yeah, and I do remember him saying something in the interview that I watched, like, about being in those protests.
Yeah.
And so I guess he was radicalized by that.
Yeah, that was a radicalizing force, I think, just as much as it was a action taken by people who had already been radicalized.
Right.
Again, is my understanding.
Right. Okay, what else? What do we want to talk about?
So one thing that really struck me is, again, if the film was shot a week after Richard Speck's murders were made public by the media, that would have been well before, or presumably Speck would have been caught during the production of the film, functionally.
Right.
Which means that as the film was being conceived, there was no motive that was known. And in reality, there wasn't any. Speck just kind of did it out of some sort of impulse. But in that moment, there is kind of in the wake of any tragedy, inconceivable tragedy like that, people really desperately reach for a reason. And so watching this film, I kind of interpreted it in part as the different women sort of representing different motives for killing these women. killer could have, and wisely, ultimately, the conclusion that the film comes to, the conclusion the film comes to is that it's out of some sort of maternal impulse. But because that becomes so abstracted, I think the film wisely refuses explanation and just sort of gives us a conclusion, a sort of maternalistic conclusion. And what that reminded me of was Gus Van Sant's Columbine film, baby, motherfucking elephant, which started kind of as a formal exercise inspired by Larry Clark. Is that his name? Larry Clark's Elephant, which is a film about the Troubles in Ireland.
Neither of which I've seen, so I can't contribute here. Just go off.
Dude, the Larry Clark Elephant is so goddamn good. Fantastic film. Gus Van Sant was turned on to that film by Harmony Korine, which I feel like makes sense. So it was sort of a formal exercise, sort of applying that to the recent Columbine massacre, but he worked very closely with the students on the film set. Because it was shot in a real school. The editing bay was in the school. Like, the entire production was run out of the school until they finished shooting. So you see, like, Van Sant doing dailies in, like, a science classroom. And that's just to say that he's working extremely closely with the school and with the students that are the principal cast. And he talks about how, in particular, there's a very early scene where a kind of crust punk looking boy runs up to a couple and asks, "Hey, can I take your picture? I do photography." That was in there because that actor mentioned, "Oh yeah, I like photography. It's a hobby of mine." And so that becomes an element of the film in addition to its formal exercise. But Van Sant also has spoken to the fact that the film is not interested in finding a motive, but it almost every scene in the film is speaking to one motive that has been ascribed to the killings, because the country was so desperate to find something to blame. So, you know, the film sort of questions like, is it loneliness? Is it being bullied? Is it violent video games? Were the boys politically radicalized? Was it the weather? Because there are these long shots of just like the sky, a cloud moving across the sky. Van Sant specifically says, was it the weather that day? And also, is it because they were gay? All of these different elements make it into the film, which functionally denies the viewer of any sort of concrete explanation, because he knows that there is no concrete explanation to be found. So applying that to Violated Angels, once again, I sort of saw each like a constituent part each reason that the writers could have been reaching for represented through each girl. And ultimately the conclusion is that they just have no way of knowing. And that's the sort of maternalistic aspect is sort of the best that they can reach for as something that's almost sort of universal to masculinity,
to return to the womb.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
because women outside are so complicated.
Yeah, exactly.
I definitely also took the last.
You're saying the outside of women are complicated.
Yeah. Outside of women, it's so complicated. I definitely took the final shots of the killer juxtaposed with the baby and everything. Also, just to sort of drive home that like even killers or people that we think we cannot empathize with or identify with at all were children.
Yeah, that is extremely true.
Yeah, but not cops. I don't know. Wakamatsu once referred to, he was kind of like, well, I could go out and fight and die once, or I could shoot cops with my camera, or something like
that's
that.
That's amazing. So. Wow, that's so base.
Yeah, very.
Yeah, so then I guess something that's maybe worth talking about, although I think this is kind of a line of conversation that we're barely interested in even engaging with, is whether or not this leftist filmmaker making this film is intrinsically misogynistic or not. Mm-hmm. If Wakamatsu's work is on the whole indicative of a kind of misogyny that even exists among very politically left men of that generation.
And this one, yeah.
Right, and through to, today, the sort of archetypical bad leftist boyfriend, sort of
right.
transcends time.
Yeah. Yeah, the feminist critique of Wakamatsu and others' work that they basically write their politics on women's bodies in these films in order to drive them home or get people to watch them or make their point, like as a blank canvas. I like Wakamatsu, so I don't really feel that way. I also, if we're going to engage with this entire genre, we have to feel like it's more complicated than that, I believe.
Definitely. Well, also, like, I would be comfortable with the notion that he was misogynistic and that the films are misogynistic. Fundamentally, that does not strip them of their political value, and it doesn't strip them of their value as things that evaluate gender.
Right.
And sex politics in particular.
Yeah. One of the things, I don't know if I'm going to actually make this, I'm going to start saying what I have a vague thought about, and we'll see if it ties back in. But one of the things that I was thinking about, because I read this on the Wikipedia page for Richard Speck as we were refreshing ourselves on some of the context. It talks about how his psychiatrist or psychologist who worked with him in prison basically was like, yeah, he totally had this sort of Madonna whore thing going on. And would sort of like venerate women and then like very rapidly like turn and denigrate them. And I see that in this film as well. Clearly Wakamatsu didn't like read that in the paper and then incorporate it or something. I think it's just
inference for sure.
Yeah, exactly. But the killer, after they have sort of that whole conversation about how they're nurses and angels and stuff, or she pleads and is like, we're angels. He throws her to the floor and calls her an angel whore.
Right.
Right. And so in a sense, I saw that as sort of like the film is also kind of repudiating that women are either one or the other.
Right. Definitely.
To a degree.
Yeah. No, that makes sense to me, for sure. And I guess something that is worth mentioning based on what I was saying about the motive, film sort of reaching for to find reason in these tragedies, is that the closest thing that we ever got to clear suggestions of motives were coming from his psychiatrist and his defense attorney, who were all sort of fighting for an insanity plea.
Right.
So inherently, there's kind of a degree of skepticism that you have to apply even when motives are given. In particular, there was this study that had been published shortly before he went on trial that suggested that some men between a specific height range, some of them have a second Y chromosome that is associated with violence.
Erratic behavior.
Yeah, erratic behavior and aggression, which is all bullshit. But that was something that was sort of argued.
Yeah, and when the scientist who was trying to prove that theory wrote to the defense attorney or something and was like, I think based on how tall he is, that Richard Speck could be one of these men with an extra Y karyotype or whatever. Yeah. And then they tested Richard Speck and he just had an XY chromosomes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So there are incentives and ideologies at the forefront of any motive and reason that can be or that was applied to spec in particular.
Right, which I think would be a very salient point for Wakamatsu politically to make.
Definitely. And salient and very prescient as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wow. I think that was great. Do you have anything else you want to say about the film?
No, I think we sort of talked about it up front. Do you feel like it's worth sort of relitigating the anti-nationalist themes that some people read into it?
Sure, why not?
Cool. What do you think?
Well, so say a little bit more about what people have been.
So again, when I first watched the film, I saw a lot of people sort of ascribing it the act of adapting this American mass murder to this Japanese setting. And I might be extrapolating a little bit here, but I think the argument is functionally a sort of a defiance of a rejection of any sort of exceptionalism. Seeing this American crime
and saying it could happen in Japan too.
Exactly. Yes,
or does happen in Japan too.
Yeah, because I imagine that there was a sort of voyeuristic fascination that and fundamentally a distant fascination that people who are not in that country or centralized in like the Chicago area in particular get to have, much in the same way that we viewing the film have that separation as well. And so I think adapting that to a Japanese setting, I can definitely see the argument that it is kind of almost like kind of like a
anti-nationalist in that way.
Yeah, almost sort of like like sort of a slap of the on the wrist from people who are getting too comfortable viewing that as endemically American. But I've also seen people frame it a little bit more as the act of the killing and the means of the killing and the maternal bend to it representing a sort of brewing romanticism for the Meiji era pre-trade routes being reopened. Pre-modernization. I think modernization is what tends to get referred to as everything that happened between that point and the Second World War. I might be totally wrong. My history is rusty. But the Meiji Romanticism is a trend that you see all the way through till this is something that Hiroki Azuma's arguments in Japan's Database Animals, which focuses on otaku. That's a point that book hinges on, the idea that Meiji Romanticism is at the heart of the Japanese's struggle for identity. Especially in a postmodern world, which I think you could most certainly say by the 60s were as well.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, new wave postmodernism.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Or I guess in particular, Azuma argues that it's sort of a state of postmodernism. But regardless, I think that romanticism is often cited as kind of at the heart of a sort of wounded sense of cultural identity. So the idea then being that the killer's drive to return to the womb is the womb is pre-modernization Japan, feudal or pre-modernization Japan, and then the man himself is sort of the kind of like Japanese collective conscious itself.
Gotcha.
I think that is the argument that is being made.
Okay. Yeah, I read a few sentences and various things and then didn't really cobble it together that coherently. Right. That makes a lot more sense. I think that's interesting. I can see it. I can see why people drew that conclusion.
Yeah.
I don't know on that count. I think Wakamatsu is very concerned with modern events, like current events, modern politics and everything.
Definitely. Which is sort of what we were saying in relation to declaration of the Third World War,
right?
Which is that I think his feelings about the intersection between modernity and the way that media controls modernity is that's something that really drives a lot of the transgression in his films.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Is that a discussion?
I think so. Yeah, I mean, this is a good one because it is a good example of a film that is not pleasurable to watch, or not very pleasurable to watch, and yet still really interesting.
Yeah.
Should we talk at all about the sort of questionable status of this movie as a pink film? So one of the reasons why I believe it is kind of considered most canonical to Western viewers is that it was presented at Cannes, right?
Right. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so it was one of the first Japanese films to really, like, make it out. I think Kurosawa was, known internationally. I think In the Realm of the Senses had already been shown.
No, that film was shot in the 80s.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay, yeah, never mind then. And that film is also kind of questionable in terms of its pink film status for various reasons.
Well, it's higher budget, especially, which I think to some, the part of our disclaimer about what even makes a pink film is that different people prioritize different aspects. So, to many, pink films, one of the things that make them pink films is the radical sexual politics at the forefront. For others, it is literally just the frequent and primary presence of sex. To some, it is literally just what studio produced it, or what studio the director kind of cut his teeth with. And to others still, it is whether or not it was a part of Nikatsu's roman porno series. So,
Gotcha. Yeah. So, the main reason that people would not call this a pink film, do you know what it is?
There's only one sex scene.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot.
There's a lot of nudity. There's a lot of sexual imagery.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Makes sense. It is only what
55 minutes.
Quite short.
It is very brisk.
I don't know. Do you feel like it's a pink film?
I don't care. I am excited to eventually talk about non-Japanese films on here, because I think something that I really want to reach for with this broadcast is not only that I think we tend to think too rigidly about film movements, but also that those echoes of those movements can be felt by film movements and directors and creators who have no idea that those other movements are things that they're in conversation with. So I would sort of argue that anything is a pink film and nothing is a pink film. Something like Female Prisoner Scorpion is definitionally probably pretty close, but I still have the impulse to reject it as a pink film because I think I kind of get the sense that people want to call it that to kind of class up the place a little bit, to throw a bouquet of flowers in a vase in the middle of a sort of like a crack house.
The Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah, exactly.
Kitchen.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that at the end of the day, though, I would never posit that concretely. But my sort of impulse about whether or not I consider something a pink film is really case by case. And it also doesn't matter. What I consider a pink film and what I don't does not matter to anybody but me.
This is true. Yeah, let's leave it on that note, I think.
Great.
Thanks for tuning in, everybody.
Yeah, thanks so much for listening. See you on the next one. 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 See you on the next.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
Don't ask about it, but we have access to an extremely large archive of, I think, every single Nikatsu Roman porno. And so oftentimes when we when I pick a film that I want to watch and I see that it's from Nikatsu, I can just go right to this archive and download what I need to download with ease. But the like file structure of it is very strange, where like it's laid out by year, but then some of those year folders have like different months in them. And so then I need to cross-reference what month the film came out. And in the process of doing so, I've really sort of seen the whole scope of just how fucking wild pink film titles can get. I think this is kind of like a sort of like one of the first things you notice when you get into these movies. Like, wow, these titles are really out there. What are some that come to mind for you?
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah, it's like before light novels, there were pink film titles.
Yeah. But then it'll be like shit like Groper Train 8. Yeah. My Lust Burns Brightly.
Lolita Vibrator Torture.
Yeah, right. Of course. Yeah.
Like something like oh teacher, I'm running down your thigh or something like that. You know.
That's awesome. I hope that's a real one. So what we're going to do today is we're going to pick a film entirely based on its title, knowing nothing else about it, because I don't even think we'll have so much as a thumbnail image to go off of.
Yeah, so we're going in blind. Maybe in the future you should have a poll and let people choose what year or something.
Right. Yeah, I had
but this time we're going to, just I don't know.
Go on vibes,
shotgun,
year on vibes.
Whatever we
All right,
choose.
so we have between the years 1971 and 1988. What are you feeling? Just like decade. Give me a decade. 70s or 80s?
Let's go with 80s.
Okay.
I don't really... the 70s stuff is a little less approachable to me.
It depends on when in the 70s.
Yeah.
Like, if we're talking 71, it's going to be just like a period drama where people have sex.
Right.
Like, while they're still fully clothed.
Right. With, like, a top-knot bald cap.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Oh, man. Hubba.
That's the only thing I can see when that comes on the screen.
All right. I've got a number in mind. 1980 blank. Do you have one? Let's like rock, paper, scissors this.
Yeah, okay.
3, 2, 1. 1.
3.
All right, cool. You said 1981, or I said 1981, you said 1983. Yeah. We'll split the difference and go to 1982.
I thought we were actually doing rock, paper, scissors. I was trying to...
Oh, fuck. Pick a year among the 80s. I'll pick one as well, and we'll find the median between it.
1983.
All right, fine. Why don't we just do? We'll just do 83. We'll just do 83. All right. So we've got Snake Hole, Debauchery. That's a good one.
Okay.
Assaulted female teacher, China Scandal, Enbu, Female Prisoner.
Not Female Prisoner Scorpion.
No.
Just female Prisoner.
I also assume that that's probably not even like New Female Prisoner, whatever,
yeah.
which stars, I think, the protagonist of School of the Holy Beast.
Mm-hmm.
Female teacher. Did I read that right? Twice raped? Twice raped.
Great.
Love hard, love deep.
I like that.
Yeah. Pink cut.
I gotta know what this one is down here.
Woman with pierced nipples. Of course. What else? Rope and breast. Zoom up graduation photo. Wait, hold on. Woman with pierced nipples. Woman. Okay, these are just two of the same one. The body is willing. Sexual crime. Sailor uniform. Lily lovers.
That one sounds sappy.
Anne's diary. There's no.
Oh.
There's
no.
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 There's no way.
No. There's no way. Should we look that one up on Letterboxd?
No.
Okay. Attacked female teacher. We read that one already, right?
No, this is a different one. Beauty and Rope Hell, Blue Train, Osaka, Love Hard, Love Deep, Love Beast. This one almost looks like it's shot on video. Koichiro Uno's Dirty Sisters Barbershop.
Wait, I'm sorry.
So, Koichiro Uno, I think, must be one of those, like, erotic authors that stuff gets adapted into pink films.
Right.
There's a really good one that I think...
like the idea that it's just a 2 Degrees of Separation title. It's this dude named Koichiro Uno's sister's barbershop.
Right. There's another movie... Koichiro Uno's Wet and Swinging that was directed by the guy who would go on to direct the Heisei Gamera movies, and I think also the Death Note movie that ends in a Red Hot Chili Peppers song.
Yes, that's good stuff.
Irozange, Goldfinger, something I can't read. Oh, there's Madame Scandal Final. Likes it hard. Sashi no Double Suicide. Definitely not that one. Look at this. Pornographic ukiyo-e. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
Rope and breasts.
I think that one's really funny for some reason.
Rope and breasts is really good. Double bed. What is this one? Pink curtain.
Oh my, all right.
I feel like no matter what Anne's diary is, we're gonna be. No, I feel like we're gonna be let down. Like the second we realize it's not an erotic telling of the diary of Anne Frank. I feel like we're gonna be.
All right, pick a couple top.
Anne's
top
diary. I think Dirty Sisters Barbershop is definitely one of them. You said that rope and breasts was sticking out.
The simplicity of it is really getting to me. All
right. Oh, God damn it. Anne's diary is killing me.
I really gotta know. I mean, let's do that one.
Hold on. Yeah, we'll do that one. This better not disappoint. It's going to disappoint, surely. If it's, like, unwatchable, why don't we switch to rope and breasts?
Okay, sounds good.
Wait, am I actually successfully downloading this? Come on.
Yeah, maybe this is a good teaser, because I feel like some of these are good, but none of them are, like, outrageous.
Right. Yeah, I guess we sort of got off easy. Well, hold on. What is this? Okay. There was another subfolder in there for just the 23rd of December. She-Cat.
We'll watch it someday.
You think so?
Maybe.
I don't know. There's a lot of these movies.
What's this one? Pink, go up.
Pink Cut, Love Hard, Love Deep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. We saw that one. Wait, hold on. Pink Cut, Love Me Hard, Love Me Deep.
What's the truth
here?
Oh my god, look at that guy on the cover.
Wait, hold on. Now that guy looks like he's a part of the dirty barber shop.
Yeah, he does look like
he's getting a dirty barber. What was this? Dirty Sisters Barber Shop. He looks like he's being barbed by a dirty sister.
All right, let me download this one as well. The guy, the group that ripped this is just called Atheist.
Really?
See, now I'm starting to get, like, nervous that it is going to be The Diary of Anne Frank. Like, episode 3, we can't come out swinging.
What if it's Anne of Green Gables or something?
Ooh!
That was what I immediately thought.
Really?
Yeah, and then I was like, Anne Frank's Diary.
Right,
Sure.
yeah.
Surely there's no way, though.
All right, viewers, place your bets.
Although, okay, well, let me describe maybe I should save this for the actual episode, but I kind of want to give a taste of, like, the absolute bizarreness that you can find in pink films.
Sure, yeah.
So there was a summary that I found on Letterboxd for one that involves, like, a female ninja in the feudal era who gets transported to the modern day and, like, has a cure for AIDS or something like that.
Right. Oh my God. Yeah.
Or, like, her pussy's a cure for AIDS. I don't know.
What?
But
is that it?
I think
oh my God. That's amazing.
So all that is to say that we should not discount that they possibly could have taken inspiration from the Diary of Anne Frank.
Right. That is true. Yeah. All right. Dear listeners, place your bets. Is it Anne Shirley or Anne Frank? We will report back in 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Approximately.
Potentially slightly longer if the other one is bad. It's not about Anne Frank.
Turns out 1983's Anne's Diary has nothing to do with Anne Frank, addicts, diaries. Yeah.
The only thing it has to do with is Anne's Lullaby, a 1982 pink film that this turned out to be a sequel to.
We discovered this on Letterboxd.
Yeah, where one person is marked Anne's Diary as viewed.
And the reason that we even have any sense of what was going on in the film at all is because of the sentence or two summaries of the plot synopsis.
Well, there's actually
Letterboxd.
only a synopsis of Anne's Lullaby. So we were sort of inferring, like, what a continuation of her story might be.
And the reason for that is because there were no subtitles in this version of the film that we watched.
Yeah, I imagine that nobody has subtitled it, because why would they?
Yeah, so I figured this one would be a great contrast and stress test for the this podcast, in the sense that the first two movies we watched were excellent pink films in their different ways. And this is an example of a pink film which lacks depth, lacks, subtlety, lacks super interesting camera work, lacks, like, technical artistry. Which isn't to say that there's none
and
of
also
that in
it lacks
but...
anything, like, really spectacular. Like, there's no spectacle to it. It's very plain. It's very spare.
Right. Lacks kink.
Right.
Lacks homosexuality.
Right. Well, hold on. In the realm of pink films, a woman being on top is extremely kinky.
That's true. Okay, we'll have to explain. We'll have to delve into that a bit more later.
Yeah.
But yeah, and lacks coherence because there were no subtitles. Mm-hmm. So we're going to see how interesting of a conversation we can have about this movie. But there were some interesting things about it nonetheless.
Yeah. So, I mean, I feel like it's almost not even worth trying to give a plot summary. Like,
I think it's more of a premise summary.
Right. Yeah, which is that our protagonist, Anne, is
a woman, a Japanese woman with no discernible employment.
Right.
With feathered hair and a lot of outfits.
Like every other female character in the film.
Right. She has a roommate, another woman her age, who is also kind of hard to tell apart because they have the same hairstyle.
Tall, same hairstyle, same makeup.
And they live together in an apartment with a bunk bed.
Basically, like, you can always tell it's Anne, though, because she's always wearing yellow.
Right. Yeah, that's true. She does have, like, they are telling a story through the wardrobe.
Yeah, that's... So they live in a tiny, tiny apartment with a bunk bed to kind of maximize the space. And And you know that there's fucking on that bunk bed.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That rickety bunk bed.
Yeah.
Tough bunk.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think they had a sex scene on the bottom bunk.
No,
it was only the top
the
bunk.
only time the roommate fucks, it's on the floor. She's the one that has the bottom bunk.
Right.
Yeah, so the premise of the first film is that she's got baby fever, and she's trying to get knocked up. And, we can pretty comfortably presume that she didn't.
She's unsuccessful.
In that film. And by the end of this film, spoiler alert, still not.
Which, only leaves room for all of the sequels that they didn't make.
Right, of course. Yeah, we were trying to discern what a third film about her would be called.
Yeah.
Got Anne's Lullaby, Anne's Diary.
Anne's half-knit scarf. I don't know.
No, I like that. See, like a half-knit baby-size scarf.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's great.
Anne's baby shoes never worn.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, tragedy strikes, and she's got to fuck her way back to normalcy. Yeah, so she's got, like, a boyfriend, but she's also sleeping around, but also when her boyfriend cheats on her, she runs away.
She's very upset. Her roommate is also sleeping around. There's a few scenes in, like, a dress shop where there's, like, also a wedding dress, and the employees are fucking around.
The casual sexual harassment in this film is so baffling.
Yeah, well, that's one of the things that I think is interesting about it, is that obviously there is a lot of sexual assault and, like, harassment in, all media in general, but especially in Japanese media, especially in pink films. But in this one, like, the flavor of it is quite different to me, because it's, like, it's not played for comedy, but it's also not, like, anything
there's
that's
never, like, a
comment-worthy.
close-up of it,
Yeah.
Like, it's always just, like, people are
there's
walking past each other and just kind of copping a feel or something.
Yeah, like, the employee, like, puts his hand on a woman's butt, and she's just, like, kind of, like, doesn't react at all.
Right.
Or, like, she opens the door in a bathrobe, and this guy who's, like, coming to visit her roommate, like, comes in and, like, peeks down her bathrobe, and she just kind of, like, slaps his hand away, but they just go on as if it's normal. Like, so I said that wasn't world building earlier, but I do think it's a bit of world building.
Right.
Where, like, it kind of introduces the sexual politics of this story and its setting as being, like, I mean, it's very transactional, kind of, it seems like, because despite there being some relational drama that was, like, a little bit hard to determine exactly what was, like, where the drama was coming from, and, like, what kinds of heightened emotions there were when people were cheating on each other. Also, like, I don't know, the woman goes to the hotel and she has sex with the guy and then she goes over here and does that, and, like, yeah, there's kind of, like, this,
and I
like,
guess
casual...
the transaction for her in every case is seed. It's trying to get knocked up.
Presumably, but we don't know that for sure.
Right.
But it's sort of like, it's like this casual currency that doesn't hold a lot of emotional weight most of the time.
Right.
And the women seem to be having fun. Like, a lot of the time the women are the initiators.
There's, like,
and the girl who gets on top a lot of the time in this film.
Yeah. Lots of female orgasms. There's one assault that, like, very quickly just becomes, like...
we were just fighting.
Yeah, we were just fighting, and now we're having sex. Which, that's still assault, obviously. Right. But within the film's kind of interior, that's consensual, baby.
Right.
Yeah. So I mean...
So what I'm saying is that this movie is actually very deep, and it's about the sort of, like, transactional commodity that sex becomes, packaged as liberation along with everything else in the bubble era.
Right.
The economic boom.
That's absolutely what it's about. You're right.
Yeah.
When you're... A common piece of filmmaking advice is watch movies with the sound off. Because you'll take note of a lot of very different things when you do that. And I think watching a foreign film in a language that you don't understand is kind of a similar experience. So I think you and I both were pretty attuned to what was going on in the frame and trying to use those details to infer a story. And in that, I think that there's like a couple of shots that are well composed. There's a shot toward the end where two people are fucking, and you're seeing them underneath like a low table. Yeah. But there's enough room in the top of the frame for a character to walk in on them from like the side of the frame. And, you know, that looks good. There's like one really dramatic camera move somewhere in there.
It like swishes around to the front of a couple. Yeah. There's, you know, a shot like on a hill with like the city lights sort of like blurred in the background where like two characters walk past each other and have an exchange and they kind of switch places. And I think those are all thematically expressing what's happening in the movie.
But I think
presumably
the realm in which the visuals were kind of the most evocative were the wardrobes we briefly alluded to.
Yeah, that was probably the most fun part of the movie to me was that there's like at least for our main girl and the other women in the film, they've got like an outfit change for every scene.
Yeah. Anne's always wearing yellow.
She's got a tracksuit. She's got a puffer bomber jacket.
Yeah, she wears that a lot. It's great.
Yeah. Headbands, 80s headbands underneath feathered bangs. Yeah, I mean, those are the most notable. Yeah, yellow is kind of like the color of the movie.
Yeah, that's for sure how I'm going to remember it.
I think that overall, I mean, a lot of it was probably the transfer, but the image looked very flat. So to me, it was
we watched looked like fucking dog shit. Oh my god.
So to me, like, my brain immediately registered that as like we're watching television right now, cable television. And then as you noted, like the sound was all in post.
Yeah, which is common for pink films.
To it. Yeah, true.
And this was there wasn't very much Foley or anything either. Yeah, like half of the apartments were obviously just hotel rooms. Half the scenes canonically take place in hotel rooms. You'd call that efficient filmmaking rather than low budget.
Got it.
And speaking of hotels, there's a married couple. The father is committing infidelity.
Philandering.
Yeah. They've got a young child that our baby fever-induced protagonist babysits.
Yeah, he's like maybe 6 years old?
Maybe 7? 6 or 7, yeah.
Okay. I don't know how to tell child ages.
Yeah, I'm not great at it either. Especially like when the age of an actor versus the character is so variable.
My guess is that the character was supposed to be like more like 4 or 5.
Yeah, right.
She's always carrying him around on her back and stuff, but his legs are kind of too long.
Yeah,
you know?
it's a strange image. So there's a scene in like the last 20 minutes of the film, fucking bewilderingly. One of the times that she's babysitting this kid, she and her boyfriend go out and stay at a hotel after getting dinner. With the child. With the child in tow.
Why do they go to a hotel? We don't know.
Yeah, so it cuts immediately to the hotel's bathroom where she is in the bathtub with the child, giving him a bath. And then he gets out, and then she stands up and realizes that she started her period, which means that she is not, in fact, pregnant. And then she walks into the like main hotel room where there are 2 beds. The child is already asleep, tucked in.
With the lights on.
With the lights on.
What?
And the 2 of them start fucking with the child asleep in the bed in the same room.
I know. Well, to be fair, she's fully dressed. She sits down on the bed where her boyfriend is also sitting over the covers. And then he immediately grabs her and kind of like opens her shirt, like pulls up her skirt and tries to have sex with her, and she kind of like responds for like a few, like 20 seconds, and then she's like, okay, we gotta stop. And he's like, I don't want to stop, basically. And then they freeze, and then it cuts back to the child who's just sitting up upright.
The way it's shot is very deliberate to subject the child to as little sex as possible. So like in the wide shot, you see the child sleeping, and you see the two of them. They start to kiss, and then it cuts to a shot where you can't see the other bed. So the two of them freeze, and then it cuts back to the wide where the child is
suddenly just sitting up in bed looking at them.
Yeah.
And doesn't say anything.
And then he leaps onto the boyfriend and starts beating him up. Is it the boyfriend?
It is the boyfriend.
Okay.
I'm pretty convinced.
Okay.
I think she brought her boyfriend there, and then the child like pummels him with his little fists for like 30 seconds, and then as if nothing happens, she just like takes him and takes him back to his parents, I guess, and like leaves him.
Between shots, she's rebuttoned her blouse.
And then basically her boyfriend's sexually frustrated, and so he goes at some later point looking for her at their apartment, and her roommate's there in a robe, and she's just finished having sex with another guy who left like 5 seconds ago. And then this guy comes in to wait for her, and then they end up having sex, which leads to the climax because no pun intended, whatever, of the movie, because then Anne walks in on them, then she and her boyfriend fight, and then she takes the train out of town dramatically to the seaside.
Right. The snowy seaside. It's a beautiful, beautiful location.
It's true. Actually, I think the final shot of that movie is, the final shots of that movie are lovely. And they contrast so much because the rest of the film looks like an 80s pop music video or something.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of shots
colors,
of
pastels.
the city.
Yeah.
I think it's Yokohama City. It's in Yokohama. She gets on the train. It's at Yokohama station.
Gotcha. And then she's at the beach, and it's snowy, so everything is white and black, and she's wearing a black coat, and they definitely put a thought into like contrasting visually where she ends up at the end of the movie. And she just kind of like looks mournfully and is windswept, and then it ends.
No resolution. No
climax.
No climax.
What's the third thing?
Oh shit. Yeah. What is it?
In Yaoi.
Yeah. No.
No conflict, no resolution, no climax, something like that.
Yeah.
I've watched enough of those video essays. I should be able to just list that off. But anyway.
I think that like there's like an artist, a male artist that we keep cutting to who's just like constantly fucking in this rickety ass bed that a woman clearly almost hits her head on the bed frame.
Metal bed frame.
The metal bed frame. There's like a good couple of scenes in this film where I was kind of like recoiled. Like I was like, my entire body was tense. I was so stressed out.
You were vocalizing. You were like,
I was
for the casual, banal sexual dangers that these women were facing. Not that they're facing sexual violence, but that she might hit her head on the bed frame.
Yeah, no, like all of my reactions were out of concern for the actors. Same goes for the child.
Right.
I was so scared that we were going to cut to the child watching them have fake sex.
Right.
With their bodies exposed.
Yeah.
But thankfully that doesn't happen, as we established. Is there anything else to say about this movie? We talked about, I think every single sex scene, maybe barring one or two, features a female orgasm.
Right.
The women are constantly on top.
Notable.
Clearly enjoying it, guiding the sexual situations. So all of that stuff was pretty fresh feeling.
Definitely. Yeah, it's interesting. This one kind of floats in the middle because I described it as a soap opera, but it's nowhere near as heightened as a normal soap opera, and there's really very little conflict overall. but it's not a comedy. It's not like a, you know, or a sexual farce or anything like that. So it felt like more like an episode of daytime TV, kind of.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Is there anything you want to say about this movie and the canon of pink films or anything?
Well, I think what you were saying toward the beginning is salient. I think, like, this is what probably 50% of pink films are like.
At least,
yeah. And those are just the ones that don't really get talked about. For that reason.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think that might be it for today.
This is like a 15-minute episode. Jesus goddamn Christ.
Okay. If you were going to direct a pink film called Anne's Diary.
Anne's Diary.
Yeah. Come up with a premise.
Okay. Well, I cannot make it about Anne Frank.
Right. Well, I mean, you can if you want to.
I cannot. You know, maybe I'll get Dem on the horn and have him write so that I've got a scapegoat. You know, it's not anti-Semitic. I got my Jewish friend Dem to write it. It's fine. No, I don't think I want to direct a pink film about Anne Frank.
Okay.
Well, I mean, I think first of all, the diary would be present in the film. Mm-hmm. You'd have, you know, there's like a scene of the quote-unquote diary that introduces the film, and it's basically just like a scrapbook, but we never ever return to it. So I think my version of Anne's Diary would feature a lot of interstitials. The kind of return back to the diary motif, and you know, they would be very you know, densely laid out and well composed. You know, maybe we'd get like a title crawl or something each time, or you know, pan down the page and we'd learn something about the film, the characters that's not present in the film normally. You know. So I think the baby fever motif is quite interesting, and so I think, you know, kind of playing with that element. I don't know. Do any strong ideas come to you in that regard? I think it would be. You've seen I Love It From Behind, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So that film being about her, not even transactionally sleeping with all of these men, but like
she's got like a goal. Okay, we're gonna have to do that one for a future podcast.
Oh, totally.
But she has a goal of getting 100 dick imprints in ink on paper.
Yeah. And so she's entirely there for that one goal, and then she's out of there.
Right.
So I feel like my version would probably be a lot more focused in scope. You know, maybe you'd have the roommate.
Yeah.
But in my mind, I think you would, it would be sort of like, she's sort of like discerning whether or not this man is going to sire the ideal child.
Yeah, so her diary should be like keeping track of, like, you know, guys that she's sussing out.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And she has various criteria for
And then like throughout the film, she's expanding new criteria as particularly strange or inadequate partners come up. You know,
totally.
Maybe there's a scene where the guy's like, okay, listen, before we start, I need you to dress up like a clown. You know, something like that. Just the first thing that comes to mind. So then we cut back to the diary, and it's like, no guys into clowns. I will not have a clown fucker child.
Right.
Yeah, I think that's. But what do you think the climax and resolution to the film would be?
I think that a bunch of these men that she's been like, you know, sort of like using as her stable of studs or whatever, like end up meeting each other.
Right. And then they unionize.
Exactly. They kind of get together and they're kind of like who do we think would you know, be the best genetic match or whatever. Right. Like they like they organize like a field day.
Wait, hold on. Do we think that she's collecting the semen like in vials instead of getting pumped full of? Because otherwise she wouldn't be. None of these men would be ejaculating.
What?
none of these men would be, there would be no orgasms. Because she's not going to let a guy that she doesn't want to get her pregnant
I see what you're
come
saying.
inside of her.
Okay. I see. Yeah, so she's just testing it. Well, she makes them all pull out. Yeah. So
yeah, right.
I think she's just figuring it out during the course of the film and trying to narrow it down.
Right.
But then they end up finding out about each other, and they all get together and they organize a track and field day, like like talent show, and basically like it ends up being kind of like a revisiting your high school years school festival style.
Wait, so you're saying that they're doing this, and she's going to come and observe in hopes that one of them gets reevaluated into being...
No, they come up with the criteria for themselves. They're like, okay, like best runner, like who's,
you're saying that they're
all competing together.
Right. But to what goal?
To determine who's going to be the best sire for her child.
And then he's going to show back up and say, listen, all of the other guys have determined that among all of us, I'm the best one.
I mean, yeah, maybe she gets to join, and I don't know, maybe they get a bunch of other women there somehow, and so everybody gets paired off in the end and gets to have a fun time or something. She's got a bunch of single friends or whatever.
Yeah, she shows up and is like, well, I want to participate in the triathlon. And they're all like, no, you're a woman. You're going to be at a disadvantage. We're going to need to have a second league, second gendered league.
This is getting complicated now, but yeah, she joins the tournament for her own partner, and then ends up winning. Beating out every man, and then ultimately just choosing, I don't know, someone that she actually had a rapport with the whole time, even if he didn't perform well.
What if there's like she's got like a boss at her job or like a coworker or something that she's never even considered fucking.
Yeah.
And in the end, it turns out that the guy that she's been totally blind to is the ideal partner.
Yeah. I gotta admit, the like removes the glasses, like secretly has washboard abs is kind of a funny trope to me, and I enjoy it.
Yeah,
so
definitely.
We could put it in there.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be it.
Okay.
Or maybe there would be sort of a subversion on that where she's like, hold on. I want you to bear I want
you to bear my child. I'm actually also incredibly scientifically proficient. I'm a genius, and I figured out a way for male childbirth to be a possibility.
So she's like, listen, you're already the ideal partner without you trying to change who you are. Put the glasses back in. I'm not going to ask you to wear contacts.
Put the glasses back in.
Put the glasses back on. Don't cancel your pharmaceutical order for contact lenses. And then I guess that's our happy ending?
Yeah.
Great.
It's perfect.
Great.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. This is what we're going to do anytime we watch a Pink film that's underwhelming. We're going to decide on a plot trajectory for the version that we would make.
Yeah. We're going to do a revision, a second pass. We're going to get credited as co-writers. Little do they know, we're the ones that salvaged it.
Right.
I think that's the end of the episode.
I think that's it.
All right, goodbye! All right, goodbye! All right, goodbye! All right, goodbye.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
Hello. We just watched Lolita Vibrator Torture.
Directed by Hisayasu Sato.
Yeah, directed by Hisayasu Sato.
You just gotta dive right in and say the title right away on this one.
Yeah. Released in 1987.
Yep.
So this is, how many other Sato films have you seen?
Just one other. Probably is that his most famous?
Splatter?
Yeah, Splatter, Naked Blood.
That or Muscle, I think. His gay one.
Right, of course. Yeah, so I've only seen one of his other films, which I could tell from watching it kind of probably stands out in his canon in terms of being pretty damn palatable.
You're saying that Splatter is
yeah
the palatable one,
right? Well, there's a clear humanism throughout,
right?
And it has like a good ending, basically.
Yeah. There's no scary adult babies or heroin addicted vampires, or milk truck vibrator tortures.
Yes, exactly. And so I mean, I think that we knew that we should watch this one because we've gone through and so far we've watched a really good Pink film that has some of the more like dreamy sapphic elements,
that we had no it was a gamble that paid off really nicely.
And then we watched Violated
Angels.
Yeah, so we did like the kind of nasty but like it's like communist Pink film, like political Pink film. And then we did A Random Shot in the Dark, which was a good example of mundane,
run of the mill,
generally going to be mostly unsuccessful Pink film. And then this one, which is like truly kind of a nasty Pink film, which I think was necessary to be representative of the canon as a whole.
And I also think that we've kind of been alternating really truly canonical works within like the Western Pink film fandom. Like Sato and Wakamatsu are two of the 4 Pink Devils, I believe. I think Adachi is one of the other ones, and then I can't remember who the 4th guy is. I don't know if I've seen any films by him even. So yeah, we're sort of kind of trying to cover some of our bases with this first batch of episodes.
Yeah, so that anybody who's like, I want to know a little bit more about what's in this realm, will be informed and interested, but then in like 6 months when we're just like trawling the depths and like plumbing for like office lady on the toilet or whatever, then those people can drop
the one
off.
From 1976 or the one from 1992. Also, we just needed to get one with like a really nasty title out of the way, kind of a declaration of intent.
In terms of like this is maybe not as bad as it's going to get, but this is one of the worst it's going to get.
Especially in terms of like the elevator pitch.
100%. And
what even is the elevator pitch?
The elevator pitch is serial killer, rapist, kidnaps young girls and uses vibrator torture on them in his milk truck, where he also does photography of them in their death throes.
And then he feeds them poison milk. Poison milk?
Milk-like poison.
And then they die, and he takes pictures of them, black and white photos, and plasters them up all over the inner walls of his milk truck that is parked exclusively on a roof.
On a rooftop.
Like is it a parking garage? It doesn't
that.
even seem like it. It just seems like a roof.
Real guerrilla vibes there. But it's a cool image with no permits needed, I guess.
The Sato signature.
And then he disposes of their bodies, probably using like photography chemicals to like melt the bodies or something.
In like a bathtub.
One of the things that I immediately noticed watching this one, having only seen Splatter, is that this isn't a gore. It's a torture film, but it's not a gore film. Like there's no dismemberment. There's no dismemberment. There's some blood, and there's certainly like gross bodily stuff in it, but like none of it is in body horror in the same way at all.
Yeah. Well, this is something that I brought up on an earlier episode, but like, most pink films are driven by whatever fetish they're setting out to appeal to. It's like there's only vibrator sex. Like the vibrator is the only like kind of sexual object in the film. Well, other than the women, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. That's the focal point. That's
everything else orbits around.
Yeah. I feel like he took a collection of nouns and were like, these are my motifs, and they were vibrators,
poison,
milk / poison, camera, I guess, and schoolgirl outfit,
right? Well, I guess like torture and schoolgirl outfit are kind of synonymous. The nouns and synonymous, and also nouns in most pink films. Yeah, but there is like there's I kind of went into this assuming that the kind of schoolgirl element was going to be implicit. Like, of course it's going to be schoolgirls getting tortured.
Right.
But there's that line early on of like, why are you wearing your school uniform out?
Yeah, one girl says to another girl, and she says, it gets me more attention.
Yeah.
Or like, these days,
it gets
more attention, which really signals, I think, the idea of that garment as a fetish object.
Yeah, definitely.
And
well, also as something that kind of ties back to the kind of theme of defloweration,
right,
and virginity,
right. Yeah, that's constant refrain. Shall we talk about what happens in a little bit more detail?
Yeah. I'm gonna let you do that.
Run through the plot.
I'm gonna toss you that one.
Okay. Our protagonist is a precocious schoolgirl who like hangs out with her friends, and they like kind of like yell things in the streets about sex in kind of a realistic way.
They're sort of kind of like raunchy. They talk about like masturbation and
and like kind of like fooling men.
Yeah, right.
But they just like go to a McDonald's or whatever and then like wander around the streets. She's approached. She's putting up posters because with a missing posters for a male classmate. And she's approached by this man.
Really, just a very deeply unhappy looking photo of a man.
Yeah, it exudes really dark energy. And then she's approached by a man who's like introduces himself as a private investigator and has a camera and asks if he can take pictures of her. So obviously he's sleazy right off the bat. But he gives her his card, and then ultimately she contacts him and is like, "Help me find this guy." She has some interactions with classmates. One of them is being bullied, and like it's kind of hard to tell exactly how the storyline plays out, but her classmate puts like insecticide in the miso soup for the school lunch at one point, even though you don't see that play out.
Well, you see the miso soup. You see the can of Raid spraying the miso soup, but you don't you don't see how poisoned anybody gets.
Yeah.
Like, clearly there are no casualties.
Yeah. They refer to it as the miso poisoning incident or whatever later, and then she appears later with a sign on her back that says, I'm
the prime suspect.
The miso poisoning incident. But anyway, they interact. They have like kind of a combative relationship because this girl comes over and like our protagonist is like Kozue is like preparing her a cafe au lait, but then she gets mad at her and she pours the milk out on the table, like the hot milk on the table. And then the PI, it turns out, is the murdering psychopath. And he kidnaps her and takes her to his milk truck, which is plastered on the inside with his photography of
blown up super
victims.
Large.
Yeah.
Which like we were talking about how interesting it is that he like Sato does kind of feel like in some ways like Wakamatsu's like plucky younger brother, you know. The blown up photography, black and white photography as like a fetish object in and of itself, and then the opening of the film, it's a bunch of like Xeroxed stills, very similar to some of the imagery in
Violated Angels,
just to totally different ends.
Yeah. Definitely. I mean, it also reminded me of the, like, what is it, the School of the Holy Beast or whatever, where in the middle, the priest who's corrupt, like, he's talking, and it suddenly flashes to a bunch of black and white still photography of, like, Vietnam.
Right. Yes. Like, oh my God. Yeah.
So I'm seeing this as, like, a sort of a strand of DNA that's, like, trying to shoehorn some social commentary into their pervert movies by using black and white photography as a representation of, like, why, like, a motivation.
Right.
And it's either like social ills, or in this case it's like just sicko mind stuff.
Right. And there's also that, like, clear contrast, or not contrast, but parallel between the Xeroxed missing persons posters and the photography inside of this milk truck.
Right. Which is all, and then, you know, I don't really know if this is a motif in Japan, but obviously calls to mind the missing children on milk cartons.
Right. I don't know if that's a thing.
Yeah.
I don't think it is.
But the association with milk obviously has is an imagery that immediately, whether it's lazy or not, evokes, like, you know, nubility, or basically just being a child and innocence and stuff.
Yeah, I think to me, like, I'm starting to recognize that very, like, harsh black and white photography, especially ones that look like replicated or like reproduced, excuse me, in these films, kind of, like, just stands in for, like, media, like the media, the printed image, how information is disseminated at a time where newspapers and stuff are kind of king.
Yeah. And then with Sato, it's also digital images.
Yeah, there's that juxtaposition there. The, like, news stations are rolling in with their digital, you know, over-the-shoulder cameras, and then we see later on that Kozue's taped a video of her and this missing boy, in which he deflowered her, and then with a vibrator, and then so this is that's sort of what I was saying about, like, the so much of it being driven by, like, the noun that is the film's fetish. Mm-hmm. Like, there's really, like, no teenager who's probably ever, like, no heterosexual teenage couple that have lost their virginity with vibrator stuff.
Right.
Like, it's kind of ridiculous, unless you're looking at it through the film's, like, bizarre internal logic. But anyway, that is to say, he does that, and then I guess according to Kozue, he sort of gets scared, and then presumably jumps off of a building. There's some dispute, some ambiguity about
some
that.
Some characters say that he killed himself by jumping off a building. She says, no, he just disappeared, and he is now missing.
Yeah.
And it is unclear who's wrong.
Right.
I mean, presumably maybe she's wrong.
Yeah, especially because the final,
but,
like, shot of the film kind of mirrors that. In which she jumps off a building.
No, she jumps off the back of the milk truck.
Yeah, that's on a very tall building.
You're right. Sorry, I missed that.
Yeah, no, she jumps off you assume that because she gets back up and walks away. Yeah, she jumps off the building that the milk truck is on, lands on the ground, gets up and walks off, but the vibrator is still on.
Yeah, I think we're doing a bad job explaining some of this.
How the fuck do you explain? Like, I don't know how you explain. Like, some of these films need to just be, like, the images need to be described in whatever order they come to you in. Like, this is a nightmare. This is a mess trying to construct any semblance of cohesion out of this film.
Let me finish my summary, which is she gets captured and tortured a bit by this guy, but then she reveals that she kind of has a sadistic propensity, and they get her classmate who's been bullied, her frenemy, and then they do the same thing to her. They kill her together, and then
her justification is that she was lying about him being dead,
about her classmate that she was looking for being dead. Which, again, I don't know what to make of that exactly. And then she and this murderer are kind of together in the truck wearing sunglasses together. she uses his photography.
They look like the fucking Blues Brothers. It's crazy.
She uses his photography to do like an art exhibition, and then they're about to do it one more time.
It's a very brief sequence. I sort of thought they were gonna dig into that a little bit more. Like,
nope. And then she puts on this lipstick, and he's like, that doesn't look good on you. And then he, like, licks it off, and then it turns out the lipstick was poisoned. He dies. They set up a camera with a self-timer, so there's photographs taken of him. Poetic justice.
Right.
Then she opens the door to the milk truck against the Tokyo skyline and goes, ah! And then she falls forward as if she jumped off the building. And then it cuts to her lying face down on a crosswalk, but, like, unsplattered.
Yeah.
And she stands up, walks away, and the vibrator is just, like, laying on the ground, flopping.
Undulating. Yeah.
And then it shows a shot of a missing poster of her. And that is the end of the film.
Yeah. Well, it's a shot of the missing poster, like, because she's back with her friends at the end of it, and they're kind of talking shit like usual, and then it cuts to missing poster.
Right. So what do you make of that motif?
I don't know. Which motif?
It's when you become introduced to sexuality, you like lose yourself, and then some people find a way back, but some don't.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like Sato is one of those guys where, like, I don't think that he's thinking too much about how the different images in his films intersect. And I think that viewers are kind of left to attempt to construct some sort of relevancy between all of those threads. I kind of just think he's like you said, he's pulling shit out of a hat. And just kind of...
He's got a collage of images that he finds interesting to just create. Yeah, I see a lot of Koji Wakamatsu in this, in the visual elements, but it feels completely different because clearly Sato doesn't really have... He's making some social commentary, but he doesn't have the same kind of political ideology that he's pushing at all.
I think, like, Wakamatsu is a lot more interested in, like, characters pontificating as, like, that's kind of where this, like, mess of different ideas comes to fruition. I think Sato is a lot more driven by... Or kind of like lets that come out through the images.
Yeah, and the irony of his scenarios.
Yeah, definitely.
What's the point where they're sitting there and like talking, and we were like, oh, there's the social message. He really thought he had something there.
Are you talking about the bit where he's talking about the prostitutes in the slaughterhouse he worked at?
Yes,
yeah.
That's it.
The
slaughterhouse images. I'm sorry, we didn't explain that.
Oh my god.
He takes black and white photography of his victims, but then he explains partway through the movie that he worked at a slaughterhouse, and it flashes to Soviet montage style between the photos of his victims and black and white photography of slaughterhouses. Yeah, and like
lots of beheaded pig heads.
Yeah. And so it's like, that's why he did it. He was so desensitized, and
well, I think that's kind of like a literal way to extrapolate on that. I think rather it's like less sort of a commentary on the desensitization and more sort of fixated on what the parallels between those two things says, you know.
Sure.
He makes this whole big point about the making sure that he's capturing like the moment that somebody dies,
which he's got sort of the poking fun at his artistic pretensions a little bit, I feel like. Especially Kozue, at one point she's like, when she does this exhibit of his photography, she's like, if it was you, they'd say like, ew, that's disgusting.
Right.
But if it's me, then they think, ooh, that's shocking and like good art.
Yeah. I think that's probably the most kind of like salient point the film makes.
Yeah.
Very like satirical. I think that Sato is really good at being playful and satirical. I think a sense of humor is interesting and kind of compelling. Mm-hmm. But I think it's easy to lose sight of that because there is so much like very disturbing stuff in his films. Mm-hmm. One of the other things that we were talking about while watching is I think that Sato is really good at recognizing that like true perversion is like fucking weird and like specific.
Like there's like the whole milk motif, taking pictures of women at the exact moment they die and all that, but like there's one particular scene, it's when they're tormenting the bullied girl that Kozue kind of entraps, where he's like spray painting her body.
Yeah, and she's writhing around like as if it is like it's torturing her.
Yeah.
But obviously that's one of the things that I guess I appreciated watching this is like, I don't know, I'm prepared to watch like gore torture or like violent torture.
Right.
You know, in these movies it's going to happen, but it's not my favorite thing unless it's like, you know, really the right movie. Because I'm learning to appreciate practical effects more.
Right. You're
but,
taking that angle, yeah.
But you know that's not where my eye naturally goes. So I'm like,
right.
Okay, it's another okay, we're gonna cut, you know, their bodies, whatever. Right. And so I appreciate that this is just like weird torture where it's like, you know, he's rubbing the vibrators over their bodies and they're like in existential agony almost.
Well, what I think is interesting about that is that's because I've seen so many I've seen so many ways that a person can die in a movie.
Yeah.
This is the stuff that I find more disturbing because it's so specific. And so like it's sort of expected course up to a point, like the kind of, you run down the torture checklist.
Yeah.
You know, you cut the leg off, you know, you have your way with her, you torture her in a couple of other kind of standard ways, you know, she's bound and all that stuff, and then she dies. But yeah, like the use of shaving cream.
Yeah, he's spraying spray paint over the bedding, over her clothing, and her skin. He's spraying shaving cream for really no apparent reason.
Yeah, sort of like massaging it into her skin and also her mouth.
Right. Gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else is there? Yeah, I mean, like in Splatter, I remember like, you know, this like cactus or like, I don't know, there's just like weird objects and stuff like involved, like as if they went to a hardware store and we're kind of like, okay, we've got $50, like Project Runway style. 30
what do
minutes,
we do? Yeah.
Grab some stuff and then we'll figure out what we can do with it.
Yeah, maybe this is kind of either self-aggrandizing or sort of self-deprecating, whichever way you want to look at it. But the kind of ways that I could perceive them stretching their very small budget felt kind of familiar to me. I think anybody who's made an independent film has done exactly what you're describing.
Right.
You go to a hardware store and you're like, all right, what can we use here in place of things that are going to cost way more money to try to replicate? Yeah. Although I have to imagine that was not...
It makes for some weird stuff, because you're like, well, this guy, in the context of the film, this guy chose these objects.
Right.
And he spent the time to think about it. He had one experience in his childhood where a woman got spray paint on her ankle and in the summer heat and she was sweating or something, and it imprinted deeply into his subconscious.
None of this is from the film, but that's sort of what one can extrapolate.
Off the cuff.
Yeah, definitely. How do we say anything about this movie, Zoe? What do we say? This is such a I never know how to talk about his movies other than to just kind of be like, yeah, there's some crazy shit in there, man.
I guess one thing about it that I was thinking as we were watching it is that in some ways this movie hits less hard than you expect. Like, for example, Wakamatsu's Go-Go Second Time Virgin, the reason that movie is so harsh, and we'll talk about it in a future episode at some point, the reason that it's so bleak and like hard to take is because there's nothing softening it at all.
Right.
Whereas like in this film, it's like, yeah, it's about a guy that tortures and murders young girls. That's awful. That's like, you know, the most despicable and repulsive topic, but also films like they kind of soften themselves by including this woman who is like not psychologically damaged by this, theoretically, or she's
psychologically damaged in a way that's active, rather than
passive. And she's this sort of she's kind of an inscrutable object because she has like sort of a flat affect about it and stuff like that. And it really softens the psychological impact.
Right. Yeah. I think that's definitely like kind of a Sato thing. Like he plays with so many pieces that sometimes they're able to get in each other's way. I think like what I'm thinking about is we try to like I was halfway through this movie I started to dread having to record this episode because like his films are like not really for talking about in a lot of respects. I think I'm not going to be able to quote who it was, but I was having a conversation with somebody about pink films, somebody who's working on some like scholarly work about pink films. And they shared this quote from like a write-up of Sato's work. I wish I could remember if it was a Japanese writer or a Western writer, but regardless, the quote was like watching Sato's like a shot on video nightmares in a dark room for an hour or two at a time, depending on if it's a single or a double feature, and then walking out into like the harsh sunlight, sort of purifying you of all of the darkness that entered you. That was such an interesting way to frame his work.
Given that, like, within context, this would be released to, like, a theater that shows pink films, and they usually show matinee screenings, and so you would have gone in there and seen it in that context.
And then you're not walking out into, like, like the city that's lit at nighttime. You're going out into the harsh sun where people are having their regular lives.
Right.
And I think, like, thinking about his films in those terms, it's kind of like, I mean, I'm generally already fine with a film that's not aiming to be coherent or cohesive. But particularly viewing his films through that lens, it makes his films feel a little bit more kaleidoscopic. And so I almost feel like at a certain point you're gonna take away whatever images or ideas from it that you're going to. I think I once described a piece of media as like throwing so many darts at a dartboard that it that the darts like make a new shape of their own instead of like actually hitting any particular points that they were trying to aim for. Much like the interior of the milk truck, you may say.
Which they describe as being underwater.
Yeah, it is this dark space.
He calls it the submarine or something like that.
I missed that.
That's funny. That line. Yeah. He's like, I like to call this my like studio submarine or something.
Yeah, so the milk truck is sort of a stand-in, if you will, for the film itself, if we want to take this route with it. You go into this dark, grimy theater that probably has cum on like every square inch of it, just a little bit of cum dust. And you're subjected to a collage of nightmares that kind of wind up like the collage inside of the milk truck. You spend so much time in there, and I felt like I was still seeing new images of these women in their death throes that were kind of uniquely harrowing. Mm-hmm. Like, some of them are legitimately like, wow, that woman is like really pretending to die.
Yeah.
So, like, every time we're in that space, my eyes start to scan the background, and I'm seeing these kind of new things that are accosting me. And then she exits the milk truck at the end of the film. She, as the viewer, who are both being tormented by these images and also are helping to perpetuate them. You go out onto the street and you're back in real life again.
Right.
But you still got the vibrator in your vagina.
Right.
And then you fall off a building and the vagina falls out of...
Or you leave it in the crosswalk for all passersby to look at and then sort of stop looking at and intentionally avoid by 10 feet.
So obviously, like, this is something that's worth talking about with Sato because it's something that comes up almost every time people write about him. It is a significant part of his work. The guerrilla filmmaking, like on the street, no permit filmmaking around Tokyo, is something that comes up time and time again in his work. And this one, like, I've seen him take a good handful of different approaches there. There's there's films of his that are like a lot more POV, kind of like
shaky handheld,
wandering around. But this one is so like, that final shot, like, I don't know how they swung it. Maybe just because there was a girl lying in the middle of the street, nobody wanted to engage, but there was like a ring, maybe like a 30-foot radius ring around her where nobody was.
Yeah.
And I was really trying to work out, like, did they just tell people to like shoo and fuck off, or did people like naturally want to avoid this wacky film crew?
Yeah.
But I was trying to imagine after she got up and walked away, like, what people were, like, how long it took these people to register that there was a throbbing vibrator on that crosswalk afterward. And I guess that throbbing vibrator is sort of this episode. You know, this is what we're leaving as we get up and expunge this from us.
And pretend we didn't leave it there ourselves.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we weren't the ones that decided to call the film Lolita vibrator torture.
Yeah.
But here we are talking about it to expunge this from our minds, if you will. So
I've got a few more parting, basically just images.
Okay.
But I observed in this one especially because it's women being captured and tortured, and they are not gagged or anything. There's no screaming. No one's.
I noticed that. Yeah.
Which I think makes sense given just like I think that's also true of a lot of other Pink films where they're like renting a hotel room to film in or something. It's like, we can't be having an actress screaming in this space because it will disrupt.
I've seen many more where they do, though.
Yeah.
It must just come down to whether or not they're on the soundstage.
Yeah, I guess so.
but I did take note of that. The very first torture scene, which has that amazing spotlight.
Yes, so I was gonna.
Go for that.
Well, before that, also there's two vibrators in this movie. One of them is kind of like a more like oblong, rounded, like black one that has a remote control and kind of like, you know, like rotates around on its base and stuff, which is like the torture
you see enough
vibrator.
Pink films and you know exactly what kind of vibrator we're talking about.
Yeah,
it's fucking helicoptering all around.
Yeah, and then the Kozue has her own vibrator, and it's one of those like long but bullet shaped, like totally silver, kind of looks like you can use it to look like a stiletto knife or like a lipstick,
or almost like a bullet case. Or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And I just thought that was a funny way to go with the motif of vibrators, for them each to have their own vibrator that like embodies them, you know, and they use them in different contexts differently.
Yeah, that is true.
To reflect their power dynamics, I guess.
Yeah. That vibrator almost goes up his ass like 3 times.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. That would have been a whole extra star if it had.
Yeah, totally. Yeah. But the spotlight thing you were gonna say.
Yeah. So that was sort of my last. We were talking about what images you're just gonna like walk out with.
Yeah.
And I think the most beautiful shot in the movie and the most striking one is his first victim that he has. And you don't know the setting yet. They haven't illuminated the inside of the truck to show this photography or anything.
It's pitch black.
So it's entirely dark, and the woman's bound on the cot or whatever, and being vibrator tortured. But it's very like sweaty in there.
Yeah.
Like you can tell everybody's just like beating.
I joke that there must be a person on the staff of Pink Films that's just like the dedicated spritzer.
Yeah.
You know, spraying him down between takes. You gotta look sweatier.
Yeah.
Look sweatier. More beads of sweat.
And to be clear, what I mean by vibrator torture is either it is going, you know, it is being used for penetration in a way that looks uncomfortable, or it is being run over someone's body and they are going, no, but he's running it over her body, but they're using a spotlight just to illuminate whatever spot
he's currently vibrator torturing.
Exactly, yeah. And so, I don't know, I thought that was striking in terms of how often we talk about whether it's the like frame of a comic or simply the like what the lens of the camera captures in photography or in magazines or whatever, the ways that we like slice women's bodies up as an perceived object, and this was the first time I've ever seen it done with a spotlight like that, and I thought it was very striking.
It sort of becomes like a frame within the frame,
yeah,
which I think is also very kind of telling of or like a signifier of one of the kind of better and more lauded Pink films out there is when they're like, because that what you're describing is inherently self-reflective of the medium. Mm-hmm. You know, you've already got what's in the camera's frame, but then you narrow that even further. It's sort of inherently, like, I don't know, metatextual or whatever.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's all I have to say, I think.
Yep. So, in short, it's a movie about vibrator torture and about what it's like to watch a sweaty, grueling Pink film in a dark theater and then walk out and resume your regular life.
Yeah.
Form mirrors experience. And I think that's our episode. I'm honestly thrilled that this was exactly as kind of winding and disjointed as the film itself. You know what I hate about Letterboxd? Why does following somebody they use the language of friends. Following somebody,
even if they don't follow you back.
Yeah. I don't like that. Yeah. I don't. It feels like I'm sort of impressing upon somebody else. I'm hitting follow, therefore I am befriending you.
Yeah.
Or attempting to.
Yeah, it's sort of weird when the interface itself is also just, you know, oriented towards reviews.
Yeah.
And sort of like a critical platform, so to speak.
Yeah. You can't even reply to individual comments on Letterboxd.
Right.
It's not a social media platform.
Right.
That's the end of the episode. Bye!
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
We got the oven. Would you like to start? You start.
Yeah, please. I would love to tell our audience that we're planning on making a frozen pizza. And the oven's preheating, and so the challenge of this episode is whether we can record it in the time it takes for a frozen pizza to bake.
Yeah, it's a race against the clock on today's episode about the 1968 film Seeds, directed by Andy Milligan.
Sorry, you just said the year. What was it?
1968.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a film that I actually had already seen, but it turns out I remembered fucking nothing about it. I watched the version that is just titled Seeds, and this time we decided, in the spirit of the Pink film, we would watch the feature-length sexploitation version, quote-unquote, Seeds of Evil.
Right, this is the episode where we are breaking with convention and saying, haha, you fools, you've been suckered into listening to this podcast, but we were actually
you goddamn film weirdos.
You expected some pinku, and now we've got American movies for you. Sorry. What? Your cat is in this room and he's sitting on my lap, and I touched his face and it has something crusted on it, and it like scared me.
I watched you jump. I watched you jump. I thought that he was like batting at you or something. Oh my god, this motherfucker.
No, I was just trying to stroke his cheek and it was all crusty. And
oh my god.
It scared me.
Yeah, so I mean, I think maybe we said somewhere else on one of these episodes that I've got no interest in keeping this podcast exclusively limited to pink films. Because people all over the world have sex.
And film it.
Yeah. What kind of a show would this be if we were excluding like Jean Roland or like Jess Franco, you know?
Right. I mean, how you gotta be comparative.
Right. Exactly.
You gotta borders in our current political climate. It's not cool.
Not cool. You know, love has no borders, nationalities, or genders, as they say in Wild Zero. And that's a core tenet of this channel.
It's one I haven't seen, but
I said
will
channel, like this
you.
Is my YouTube channel. I gotta die. This podcast. Wild Zero is great. I recommend it.
All right. Well, I apologize in advance because I'm now going to go put the frozen pizza in the oven, so you're on your own.
I'm on my own. I guess I'll give a very brief summary of Andy Milligan's career. I don't really know what I'm doing here. Just pick him up and put him on the floor. It will be okay.
I can't. He's just a baby.
Andy Milligan, a New Yorker. One of those great sex filmmakers who died penniless and was buried in an unmarked grave. He, I guess, like mostly worked in theater, at least initially, and kind of made his money making sex pictures that gradually cascaded into like horror and slasher pictures. It is my understanding that for a long time he was kind of considered among the ranks of Ed Wood as like a famously bad director. But of course we now live in an age where even the trashiest of directors can have auteur theory applied to them. And that's caused some amount of reappraisal. Wander's like desperate to leave this room. Motherfucker. A pizza fiend. Anyway, Andy Milligan. Yeah, he's been reappraised in the like throughout the 90s and the aughts and stuff, kind of in a similar way that Herschel Gordon Lewis was.
Okay, we are on the clock.
All right, we got what, 23 minutes those things usually take?
25 to 35 minutes.
25 to 35 minutes. All right, let's see. We are 5 minutes into the episode. So at a half hour, we're going to have to be done.
The frozen cheese that I just spread all over your floor.
That's fine.
All right, timer's on.
Timer's on. I was talking about how Andy Milligan is... this episode's going to be a train wreck. This is awesome. I was talking about how Andy Milligan is went from being considered like one of the worst directors of all time to being kind of reappraised as an auteur. You know, his Wikipedia page talks about his swirling technique. Am I quoting that
yeah,
right?
I think so.
In which he rotates the camera around the room.
And then down to the floor.
And then down to the floor, which is like...
a special move that's used to like heighten the violence.
I think that what it does, well, I don't know. See, this is the problem. This is the only film of his I've seen.
Right.
I would like to see his film The Bloodthirsty Butchers, because one of my favorite bands is named after them. After that film, I mean. So I can only speak to how that swirling technique is, how it manifests in a sex movie of his, in the film Seeds from 1968, directed by Andy Milligan.
Well, yeah, okay, so one of the interesting things... Okay, so the setup of the film is
It's Christmas Day.
Yeah, I guess it's... there's nothing Christmassy about this movie, but the daughter lives with her aging mother, who's in a wheelchair and infirm, who's a bitch.
Yeah, she's awesome.
And then the daughter has invited all of her siblings home for Christmas, and
against the mother's will.
The mother
she hates all of them. All of them. And I mean all. There are so many characters in this film.
There's one whose name I only know because it was in the subtitle, but it wasn't actually part of the dialogue.
Yeah, you're right. Reason. That was so strange.
Yeah, Bonita.
Oh my god, this fucking guy.
Anyway, yeah, and so all the siblings come home, and then...
Oh, now he wants to be fed. This is all you.
and then some of them want to have... There's incest in this movie between siblings. So some of them want to have sex with each other. Some of them have spouses, and then somebody's killing people off. So what I didn't realize about this movie at all was that it's a slasher. The version that we watched with all the sex scenes in it takes you a long time to get there, but it's pretty early in the movie that people start just getting knocked off left and right. The interesting thing about the I hit the point where I need Hazel here to come up with some say the interesting points together. Please come back. Okay. So the interesting thing about this exploitation version that we watched is that it's much longer, because it's the sex scenes that are added back in are extremely long montages that have absolutely no plot.
That all feature the same two actors.
Yes, and so it gives you a vague sense of continuity with the cutting between the action in the movie and then like a long montage of a sex scene, but it's very obvious that they are different people.
Well, we didn't realize right away because the first one happens so early into the film.
Right.
So the next time or two that it happened, we were like, wait, I thought we were watching two completely different characters fuck right now. What's going on?
And no, they're actually just used as stand-ins for 3 different sets of couples. And Go.
It is it's crazy. You can tell that they're trying really, really hard to obfuscate their faces so that you can't tell necessarily. I think there's one where they have the woman wearing a wig.
Say. Yeah, he films so close to people's bodies,
right,
that it then obtusifies distinguishing characteristics and stuff.
Right.
So it was we determined this after realizing that this woman's tan lines were the same across these scenes, and also not ones that the actors in the scene had.
Yeah, and then we started to identify increasingly more specific bodily traits. I kept saying oh, there's that guy's weird nipples again.
Yeah.
There's the freckles on his back. There's the dimples on his ass.
Yeah, so I mean, it's really a tour de force in just observing a couple of human bodies. It's very it's unerotic, which a lot of this sexploitation stuff, especially from the 60s, other people could have different opinions, but none of that stuff is erotic in any film from any country. But yeah, he films them so close up that you're just getting a lot of light and darkness.
Yeah,
and,
right. Because it's a black and white
folds
film.
of flesh and stretch marks and things like that.
Right. You clocked basically immediately that the director of the film was attracted to men,
Right.
And I think that is the only thing that excuses how much missionary there is in this fucking film. They never fuck any other way but missionary. It is crazy.
Yeah, I identified that just because he liked to hover lovingly over the male actor's butt.
Yeah.
From above. But I kind of wonder, so I read on the Wikipedia page how he would store reels, just like reels of footage from other things in order to keep his movies like cheaper.
Right.
To intercut footage from like these reels that he had sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I was kind of wondering if this was one of those, but I think that there's too much continuity sometimes.
I mean, it sounds like he shot a lot of films in his house, which is where Seeds was shot.
Right.
And so I imagine that he probably could repurpose that for any film that he shot in his house, which was presumably a good amount of them, at least according to the co-writer. It was one of the few cogent things that man said in the Blu-ray extras.
Yeah, so I wonder if that footage was even really related to this movie, or if they said, let's put some more sex in it so that it'll go to the theater that shows sex movies.
Which is interesting. Like, that is a technique that I'm used to seeing from studios, and not just like an individual filmmaker. Like, that's like a Roger Corman thing to do.
Right.
So seeing that on such like a small scale was interesting. But boy howdy, did I get sick of those goddamn drum solos. They played like the same kind of song every single goddamn time. Those two actors appeared and began to rub up against one another.
Obligatory 60s jazz, sex jazz music.
Yeah.
Or like elevator jazz music.
But not like sex, like saxophone sex music. Like,
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay, so did you make any observations comparative to Pinku? Obviously,
right.
You know,
the frequency,
it's one movie. But...
the frequency of sex having, definitely. I think like it's a film that is clearly like making some attempts to be more than just like a collection of deaths and sexes. Like, there's that scene where the mother burns a $100 bill, and she's talking about how, like, this is the only thing my children want. The whole world revolves around this. Every bad thing that happens revolves around this piece of paper. So, like, you know... like,
and then she puts it in her mouth, and then she takes out a lighter and lights it, and then holds it. Yeah,
it's awesome. I thought that she was going to hold it in her mouth like she was smoking it, but... That was a great scene either way. So, like, I feel like that's very Pink film. Mm-hmm. That kind of, like, sudden sharp turn into social commentary that's, like, shallow but still, like, appreciated in that context. And there's the young boy Buster, 17 years old. He does not fuck anybody, but he does... have like a hysterical suicide in a way that also feels very like Pink film, like that kind of heightened state of mind. I feel like we've seen in plenty a Pink film. So I think like it would probably just be easiest to describe that as like all of these films really wanting to have like a requisite amount of like say sensationalism, scandal. So I think that's kind of the biggest point of comparison. What about you?
I mean, boy, I mean, yeah, for one, I think it was clear that this was shot with much less sex in it, and then it was just injected, which like sort of made the sex sequences be these sort of like flat montages that didn't have like a beginning or an ending.
Right.
Other than that, I mean, this was it felt like a very homemade movie in I guess a way that I appreciated, but there was like this like juddering camera movement and almost like in so many of the shots.
Yeah, because the film
kind of like jumping up and down on the image.
Yeah, the film is cutting between 16mm and 35mm cameras. And, like, I guess at one point, one of those cameras was just, like, kind of malfunctioning. There's, like, this kind of thrumming, like, the camera will be still for a second, and then it'll start shaking up and down a little bit, and then it'll kind of die down again for a second, and then at the same rhythm start up again.
Which made it kind of hard to watch, but it was interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see. Other notable things about... the best line in this movie. The family comes for Christmas, and then they're all sitting down to dinner, I think, and the daughter's like, Mom, aren't you gonna eat? And the mother's like, I hate food!
You know I hate food! Yeah, that was awesome. That was great.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't, like, find this one to be... Yeah, I'm not really drawing any, like, sophisticated themes out of it or anything. Right. I think it's interesting because it was not written by...
No, it was co-written between Andy Milligan and... John Borsky, something like that. We attempted to watch one of the DVD features in which he spoke about the film, and it was...
He just kind of spoke in very generic sentences in a sort of circular way.
Yeah, it was very...
So I didn't glean a lot from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. So Andy Milligan co-wrote it because it seemed very clear from reading about his life that his own mother was, like, pretty abusive and like just kind of hated her children. So that seemed to end up in this movie.
Right. Like there's a real kind of like not even cynicism, just like a lot of pent up like aggression toward the like the dysfunctional familial unit.
Yeah.
Like, none of those characters have a healthy relationship to literally any other character.
Right. Yeah. There's one... The eldest daughter has a husband who, like, seems fine.
Right.
And that's about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. What else can we say about this? Because, shall I check the timer?
I think we've still got, like... Oh my god, this fucking cat!
Oh boy, we've got like 11 minutes.
Oh my god, and he wants to be fed more! Jesus Christ. Do you have any filibustering in you, or should we swap roles? Would you like me to be the filibusteress?
Yeah, I would.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, Christ. I think some of the cheese is burning, dear listener. What else is there to say? I don't know. This is kind of like... how much it functioned like an early slasher film was very interesting to me. And I don't know, maybe it just feels sort of tame from our modern preview, but yeah, there wasn't really a lot that like was really like I feel like in a lot of these episodes there's been like a moment where we've kind of been dying to get to it, to be like, holy shit, this is insane. Even in Anne's diary, you know, there were a couple moments like that. I don't know that there's anything quite like that here.
Yeah, I mean, I liked the practical effects when the eldest sister had acid thrown on her face.
Yes, yeah, that was great.
That was probably the most intense part of the movie.
Right. The bathtub radio explosion, the way that they cut to, like, a plume of smoke, like, where she clearly wasn't in the bathtub anymore, that was awesome.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
I was kind of expecting the reveal to be that everyone died at a different person's hand.
Right.
But spoiler alert, it was all Carol.
Yep. Just kind of who you would have guessed from the beginning.
Right. I guess, like, one of the more, like, salacious aspects was that there's, like, a strange, like, age regression scene between Carol and Michael, who have been intimate since they were young. So they're sort of like hearkening back to that, and then she kind of snaps and throws her mother down the stairs before the poison that the mother has been slipped by different members of the family, like, even has time to set in.
Yeah. The age regression, I have to say the thing that it did most remind me of was Sweetie Pie by Jane Campion. it's her first movie, I think. But I'm not going to try and draw a lot more comparison here.
This piece has got to be fucking done. This is a movie that I remembered liking and thinking was cool and had a lot of cool elements to it when I first saw it. And like, I think that there are things about it that are compelling. I think the way that it feels and moves is really interesting. Like, a lot of the close-ups, the writer was trying to kind of frame those as like stylistic, but it's very clear that in a lot of those scenes, like especially in the background, like you can just kind of feel, presumably it's Milligan holding the camera, like his back is like pressed as far up against one wall as possible with this giant camera, so that he can fit in there to get whatever shot is needed. And I think that kind of stuff where you can almost see the choreography bending around the camera was a little bit more interesting to me than his swirling technique.
That's what I was going to say. When we were talking about in this slasher movie, the much more interesting reveal would have been if because of all the different toxic relationships in the family, they had been killing each other for disparate reasons. Right. I was like, this movie reminds me of Clue. Which I maybe also because it's like set in a single set, basically. The one house.
The 90s Clue, is that like a soft masterpiece, like a soft studio masterpiece? I hear people talk about that film in positive terms.
Have you seen it?
No, I haven't.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I hear about it is the DVD extras where everyone is revealed as the killer for different reasons.
Totally, yeah. So that's, I mean, clearly kind of simpatico with the thought that you had.
Right.
No, it's a great film. It's very tightly made.
Right.
And I think that it holds, the comedy generally holds up, the comedy writing and the all the character actors that they have in it and everything. Yeah. So I think it's widely regarded for that reason. I also think it was a lot of people's early brush with like a meta.
Yeah,
doing something meta with film that's unexpected.
Yeah, in my mind, it kind of gets filtered in with like the Josie and the Pussycats movie and like the Scooby-Doo movie. The Josie and the Pussycats movie is one I've heard whispers of for like years and years and years. I think it's kind of getting reappraised along the lines of something like it's that movie, not Jawbreaker. But like those like 90s girl power, like the Craft. What's the name of that film? Which movie? The Craft?
The Craft, yeah.
Yeah, like that sort of movie. But then it's got like a lot of like, they're like trying really hard to play with consumerism themes. I'm realizing that I'm just sort of regurgitating things that my friends Coffee and Dem talked about on their podcast, Happy Campers. So you should just listen to that instead for more thoughts on the Josie and the Pussycats movie.
Yeah. Well, we're trying to beat the clock by running out this pizza timer.
We're trying to get the clock to beat us at this point.
Let me ask you a question, an unrelated question.
Unrelated, okay.
Okay. Okay, what was one of the first movies you saw that gave you a craving for something?
For, like, food?
Yeah. I mean, or whatever. Something else.
That's such a specific question. It sounds like you've got an answer. So you answer first, and then I'll probably have my memory jogged by your answer.
Okay. This is not exactly a one-for-one answer to my question, but for some reason it is one of my early, like, sort of visceral experiences with watching a movie connecting it to, like my own consumption.
Right.
So the Casper movie,
wow.
You know how the ghosts eat and then it like becomes brown dirt that like flies out?
No,
like,
I did.
Kind of like
don't,
ghost poop. I don't know.
That's crazy.
I saw part of this movie and that's sort of what I remember it being. And to me, it, I guess we would go out to the family Mexican restaurant a lot and we'd come back and like, you know, I'd have refried beans and so it would all just be kind of, at the point that it's in your take-home container, it's kind of just like a brown
dirt
mass. And for some reason that deeply, deeply imprinted in me that it was like Casper ghost poop. And so then I'd eat it and have kind of a revulsed like fascination.
You were telling me something else where you had that same like weird revulsion. compulsion. What was it?
Yeah, that was yesterday.
It was like yesterday.
I'll think about that.
Oh yeah, it was so like I was sort of bewildered. It was something to do with Wild at Heart, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, what was it?
I'm gonna have to think about it for a second.
Okay.
But I don't know. I think that's just the way my brain works. I don't know. I'm drawn to bodily functions and stuff, and so like that sort of mixture of being like repulsed and drawn to happens to be somewhat frequently.
You've got sort of a kind of ghostly, spectral coprophagia thing going on. We've learned by the end of this episode. You're a ghost shit eater.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Wow. I've learned something very interesting about you today. I don't think that whatever answer I could draw is that interesting. I think this is like I know like Alyssa would probably point to The Land Before Time. Like some of the things the dinosaurs eat.
The like giant tree stars.
Yeah. I think it was that in particular.
Of dew on them.
Yeah, I think that's something that she's talked about. I don't know. I think maybe I just wasn't really like watching movies that way. Like I'm trying to think about television as well, and nothing's really coming to mind. I'm sorry, I've given you a bad answer. I'm no good at these kinds of questions.
It's okay. Spirited Away was also a big one with the
I didn't see that until I was an
like,
adult.
Meat buns that she eats
and cries.
Yeah,
I've been there. We've all been there.
Yeah, and of course the only meat bun I had access to was like the QFC humbao, which is terrible.
Yeah,
so that was also kind of a repulsion attraction for me, where I'd get partway through it and be like, "This is kind of disgusting."
Right.
I'm 10 years old and I don't really know what this is, but then I'd finish it.
I was like this. There's no way this was my first one, but I feel like a lot of the food in Naruto like really like fascinated me, partly because it felt like so like I don't know, man, it felt foreign or like like not foreign because I knew you could get it where it lived, but it felt unattainable.
Yeah,
outside of like top ramen, which I knew was not the real thing. I was eating that shit raw. All right, episode's done. Bye. Raw. All right, episode's done. Bye. Raw. All right, episode's done. Bye.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
Today, we watched the film Tokyo Gore Police, released in 2008.
Yeah.
Produced by Media Blasters and Nikatsu. I can't remember the director's name, but it's fine.
This is Yoshihiro Nishimura. I've got the letterbox page pulled up.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those films that's like pretty like decently well known among even just like genre film people, not even necessarily like weird Japanese gore bullshit people. The theater screening that we saw it at was packed full of a very diverse crowd of human beings, ages young and old, people that seemed like they knew what they were getting into, and like 19-year-old girls wearing Slint hoodies.
My favorite was the woman who was dressed entirely as a clown with like full makeup and like a clown hat and bloomers. Yeah, we were in the bathroom at the same time at one point.
That's great. I hope she had a great time.
I think she did.
Yeah.
She'd probably already seen this movie.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So where the fuck do we start?
So Tokyo Gore Police. We'll explain Media Blasters.
Oh, I mean, I don't know the full story. Media Blasters distributed Japanese animation and I think some film. I can't think of a single thing that they put out in particular. I can't remember which, like, subsidiaries they had, if they were connected to, you know, like, fucking any of those other studios. I should have done a little bit of research, but I don't care.
But they're an American company?
They're either American or they're British.
Okay.
But they're Angloids.
So they made this in 2008 in the wake of the popularity of, like, the rising popularity of, like, Japanese genre cinema and anime.
Yeah, and specifically, with I think Media Blasters, Mikatsu. Somebody had seen the director's, I think it's a short, Meatball Machine, which in some ways is kind of a prototype for this movie.
Have you seen it?
No, I should. Train. I think I was trying to kind of quantify this, like, pocket of genre, like, V cinema from this era, and the phrase that kept coming into my mind was Tetsuo the Idiot Man.
Yeah, no, I was thinking about Tetsuo the Iron Man, and we should talk more about it because it's got, like, big similarities and big differences.
Yeah, right, yeah.
I think that's really good.
Tetsuo the Idiot Man?
Yeah.
Cool, good. I'll have to let my friend Tetsuo the Gay Man know that I'm stepping on his turf right now.
You know what? Maybe this is jumping ahead of things, but
I think the movie jumps ahead of itself.
That's
you know.
True. The main film I was thinking about while watching this was the movie Bunraku with Josh Hartnett from, like, probably 2008. But basically this movie is such an extreme combination of, like, prosthetics and like, you know, like, physical props and things and CG, like, hyperreal CGI.
Right.
Let me look up Bunraku really quickly and see what year it was.
Was this a co-production?
This is just an American film, I believe.
Okay, got it.
I might be saying the wrong one.
I feel like I do know that title.
Yeah. Bunraku with Josh Hartnett.
Oh,
where
yes.
They take obviously they take the theater tradition of Bunraku and then incorporate a ton of Japanese aesthetics.
Is that goddamn fucking
into this, like,
that's
sort
Woody Harrelson. That's
Yeah.
Woody Harrelson. Is that fucking goddamn Ron Perlman? What the fuck is this shit? Gact is in this movie? What the fuck is this? It's more than 2 hours long?
I don't think I finished it, to be honest, but it certainly kind of made an impression where I was like, what is this, like, Orientalist, like,
Dragon Ball
2010
Evolution era, yeah.
It was a special period of time.
Yeah. So I watched this film years ago at this point. I think it was pre-2020. And it was during a Shocktober that I did. So I watched a horror film every single day in October. And I was also working a coffee job where I was working really fucked up hours. Going to bed at midnight one night and then waking up 4 a.m. to open the next. So my memory of this film was kind of hazier than I remembered. And I realized that the scenes that I remembered the most vividly were the ones I was fighting to stay awake through. So seeing this film completely alert and, eyes on the screen felt a little bit like I was seeing it for the first time.
Enlightening.
Yeah, like the first act I remembered pretty vividly, and there are, like, images throughout the rest of it, like all the fake commercials. Mm-hmm. But a lot of it was new to me. I totally forgot that the whole thing with this film is it's about the police force being privatized.
Yeah, the Tokyo police force has been privatized, and oops, they're actual fascists.
Yeah, right.
And they are combating this sort of, like, group of degenerates who have weird flesh mutations and love to kill, that they call engineers. And we'll reveal elements of the plot and everything, obviously, as we do. So what did you think it was about? And was it still about what you thought it was
Well,
about?
I sort of recalled that it was about a Tokyo Gore police, if you will. No, I mean, I remember the kind of, like, serial killer framing, the, like, body augmentation stuff. I very vividly remembered the antagonist whose brain is exposed, and he's got those weird cannon eyeballs.
Yeah.
So, like, I remembered that it was a revenge story, functionally, but I couldn't remember many of the details. And then by the end of the film, I was like, I think mostly I just guessed correctly, because it's pretty by the numbers.
Yeah, I was gonna say...
Which is an insane thing to say about Tokyo Gore Police, of all films, but...
I was gonna say, how much stuff, quote-unquote, like this have you seen? Because to me, I was like... Oh, here's a reference. Oh, here's a reference. Oh, so I was, like, pulling pieces, but I was also, like, I haven't watched much Gore. Like,
right.
I haven't watched a lot of the, like, more modern, like, crazy Japanese, like, live action inspired by all this, like, combination tokusatsu, anime, whatever stuff.
So I will say that this is kind of a different answer to your... I'll get to that second part in a second, but to answer that question directly, I feel like I've seen a decent amount. It's a, what do they say? It's like a shallow or a deep puddle.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like it's a pretty interconnected world. I noticed that Koji Shiraishi appears in Tokyo Gore Police.
And Shion Sono.
And Shion Sono, yeah. I don't remember who he was in the film. But, yeah, like, there's just this sort of, like, network of guys who are all sort of in the same zone, making kind of the same shit. You know, I've seen some of the, like, V-Cinema titles that are sort of its ilk, like MAID-DROID. We'll have to watch MAID-DROID at some point. That is one of the most misogynistic films I think I've ever seen. It's bewildering. I think it's kind of amazing.
Okay, great. All right, let's set the stage a little bit more.
Okay.
So, Tokyo Gore Police.
Right.
It's sort of a near-future Tokyo.
Yeah.
The police have been privatized. The aesthetics are kind of like body mod. They're a little bit cyberpunk, but it's not really cyberpunk. It's more like biopunk, kind of.
Sure.
It's like the protagonist is a woman who is the actress who was in Audition. Who is, you know, beautiful and austere, and she works for the Tokyo Gore Police. Her father was a police
the Tokyo
officer.
Police.
She works for the Tokyo Police Corporation. Her father was a traditional police officer.
Yeah, who was anti-privatization and was very outspoken about it. And so a political assassination was done on him right in front of her. There are all these scenes where she's supposed to be like a junior high student, but she's got this completely like adult woman face, and it like doesn't work at all.
And also they keep staging it like she's standing 5 feet in front of him.
Right.
You know? And it just like kind of doesn't feel right, but it's pretty funny. And so, you know, she respected him and looked up to him so much. He was murdered, and so she joins, you know, because she also wants to be a police officer that, like, upholds righteousness and, like, protects people.
And it's sort of not necessarily explained why she would then join a privatized police force, if that's what her dad was rallying against.
This is, like, we'll get into this, too, but it's sort of the thin veneer of, like, what's going on ideologically with this movie. Right. But, like, I think that basically there is no alternative to the privatized police force, and so she either joined it or she joined the police and then it turned into this corporation.
Yeah, that is, yeah.
And she's just there and she doesn't know that there's an issue with that, you know.
And she comes to find what exactly that is by the end of the film.
Yes, and then there's these engineers who are out there serial murdering, and then every time they get injured, their body transforms, that part of their body transforms into a dangerous weapon.
Yes.
And then there, you know, it becomes a classic revenge story where the new chief of the corporate police
is unsurprisingly revealed to be the guy who
had her father assassinated,
and then assassinated the assassin who did the assassinating.
I kept thinking of the meme of the fucking astronauts like looking at Earth when they do that reveal, because it literally looks like
no,
that.
Yeah, the staging is the same. It's literally guy holding a gun, a guy holding a gun, a guy saluting.
Yeah, and so the main, like, engineer antagonist, who you think is the mastermind, sort of is because he did bioengineer this.
Right, by injecting himself with all of the DNA of various serial killers. There's, like, a close-up shot of a bunch of vials of, like, Ed Gein's DNA, fucking, like, who else was it? I think maybe Ed Kemper was there, like...
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Charles Manson was
that was
there.
Hilarious, yeah.
That was awesome, which, yeah.
Yeah, and so you think he's the main antagonist until, like, 2/3 of the way through the movie, he reveals to her that...
Through a Kamishibai paper theater.
Yes. That his father was the one who was contracted to assassinate her father, who was then assassinated.
Yeah, he's sort of like a Golgo 13 pastiche, like world's ultimate sniper, which is hilarious because he does just kill him with a handgun.
Yeah, from, like, 2 inches away.
Yeah.
And so then, you know, she has to take down the chief of police ultimately.
Right.
One thing I think is hilarious is that this police force is this corporate police force, because this movie is, like, in some ways low budget. I don't really know how to assess that, but they're just in a car park. Like, their police headquarters is just a car park.
Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, so you were asking about, like, where this film sits within a canon of films like it.
Yeah, because basically I found myself sitting there being like, yeah, like, I've never seen anything like this myself, even though I see all the constituent parts of it in so many different films that I've seen. So, like, but I know there must be so much of this. Yeah. And so it's fresher to me than it probably is.
So this was one of the earlier, one of the first couple of those that I saw. I think, like... this show is hopefully going to, by the end of its run, inform me a little bit more on this. But in my mind, like, one of the kind of first really canonical, like, special effects heavy V-cinema films was MAID-DROID, Robokill at Disco Club Layla, I think is the full title. It's a film with a title so good it doesn't remotely live up to it. It's mostly boring as shit. But, you know, it's got, like, a suit. You know, like a big suit that a lot of attention is drawn to because it's a great practical effect.
A suit, like a robotic suit.
Yeah, robotic suit, yeah. And so I think...
It's got an exceptionally tailored suit.
Yeah, right. As soon as it's you should see the thread count on that motherfucker. But rather than identifying all the connective tissue there that I've learned since, I was identifying the things that it was directly paying homage to. So you pointed out very early on that there was a reference to the Warriors.
Oh yeah. Do you want me to tell you what it is?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll tell the audience what it is.
Okay. Well, so the film opens with one of these engineers who has, you know, taken a girl hostage in the top of, is it supposed to be Tokyo Tower? It's near Tokyo Tower.
No, I think it's just a tall building.
And Mount Fuji, because they're both, like, collaged into the shot.
Yeah.
Anyway, he's got this woman he kidnapped, and, of course, the protagonist gets called in to deal with it.
Right.
And the police, like, coordinator, I guess, there's this blonde woman who's, like, she's got this, like, crazy affect, and she's, like, a party girl,
yeah,
but she's also
there's
a fascist.
like a big, like, fisheye lens that she keeps, like, leaning dramatically into.
Yeah, and sometimes
it's basically
she's on
like
television. And
this is the kind of character that would introduce you to your mission at the beginning of a video game level. Like, this is sort of like the framing device you would see in, like, a Suda 51 game or something.
Right, and so, like, I think sort of she's like a police coordinator, I guess is the best way I can sort of articulate like what she's supposed to do.
She's their cheerleader.
There's a bunch of she's introduced with these shots of her extreme close-up lips that are like full lipstick and like speaking into a microphone, and that's kind of like sexy or like there's and sort of like a little bit fetishistic, but we're gonna say the word fetish so much in this episode.
What I realized?
But that close-up of her lips where she's saying like here's what you need to do or here's the situation, That's from the Warriors.
Really? Like 1-to-1?
1-to-1.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was also noticing there's a song in the soundtrack that sounds exactly like the really fast part in King Crimson's 21st Century Schizoid Man.
Yeah.
Which is the exact needle drop that is used at the end of Buffalo 66, which is a hugely popular film in Japan. I think it was the highest grossing non-domestic independent film for some amount of time when it aired. Or when it was running in theaters, rather. And there were a couple of other, like, pretty clear references or homages that I was able to pick up on a lot clearer because I've just seen more shit in the time since I watched it for the first time.
Yeah.
And, of course, I'm forgetting the other ones, but...
I'm not going to draw like a direct parallel, but it made me think a lot about A Snake of June. So we got to see that one.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's another Shinya Tsukamoto joint.
Yeah.
So that makes sense. I was surprised he didn't cameo anywhere. Him or like, what is his name? I think it's a little bit too lowbrow for Keita Amemiya, the Zeiram guy. But, all these like, all these FX film weirdos, are definitely kind of playing in similar spaces as one another.
Yeah.
There is something about Tokyo Gore Police that I think really stands out against all of them. And that's how much cutting there is. There's so much self-harm in this film.
Yeah, like wrist cutting.
Yeah, like wrist cutting, yeah.
Yeah. No, I wanted to talk about that because I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
But go ahead. Say what you have in mind first.
I was mostly segging into that as a topic because I think that it is something that still feels really unique to me. Like, even, like, one of Hisayasu Sato's biggest films is Splatter, Naked Blood.
Right.
And that's obviously, functionally, it's a film about self-harm and sort of self-destruction. But it comes across totally differently because that film is using that to display like a death drive. Whereas this film is clearly recognizing that at that time there was a self-harm epidemic, basically. I would rather say that probably it's a little bit more likely that people were coming into awareness of how bad that problem was.
And that it was all young girls.
All young girls.
Yeah, and like, for sure I was like, this is in part included because this movie is trying to include anything that might sort of offend and or be edgy or... I don't know about fully transgressive, but like, or like it's trying to be. But I thought it was interesting because, it starts with the main character and she cuts herself.
Yeah. It's like how she's introduced, basically.
Yeah. And then it kind of like moves away from that and it doesn't show her, but it does show one of those like fake commercial spots.
Yes.
And there's a bunch of high school girls with like these like cute character mascot razor blades, box cutters, and
it's not quite that's like a particular style of like razor blade is like, it's just kind of like the default, like rather than an X-Acto knife, it's basically like Japan's X-Acto knife is kind of the vibe that I get.
Fair enough. I've had one for like 10 years that I use as a box cutter, so in my mind it's a box cutter, I guess. But anyway, it shows that commercial, and so I was like, oh, at first I was like, it's telling us something about the character.
It's like the handles are shaped like little mascot characters. Yeah,
and so at first I was like, oh, including this cut, like it's telling us something about the character.
Right.
And then I was like, oh, I guess it's telling us something about the society.
The culture.
Because she's not unique.
Totally. Yeah, exactly.
But then it didn't really... explore it further. So I was wondering what you thought about that.
I think like that you're correct that some of it is just being tasteless for the sake of being tasteless. And I think that like we don't really I think that something that makes it interesting to me is that there's a scene where her mother while she's cutting a daikon, which like is framed it looks almost sort of like an arm, we cut away from her. And then she starts screaming at her husband, I think, for being absent.
She said, like, who do you want me to be, or who do you think I am?
Right, yeah. That was a really sort of, like, gestural kind of moment that the film doesn't really, like, extrapolate on. But I think it's interesting that, like, I've seen films or just, like, media where, like, self-harm is an aspect of it, and then it's framed in a way that's really, like... kind of literal. Like, oh, this is this person, like, excising this, like, demon inside of them. Yeah. But it's almost just sort of treated like an extension of her life, an extension of her, like, day-to-day, which is what that's actually like, you know?
Yeah.
There's almost, like, a mundaneness to it that I thought was interesting. Have you seen Secretary?
Yeah.
I think that
we should do that.
I would love to do that for this show. I adore that movie. These trains.
That was a fire truck.
It was a fire truck.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's actually, also, it's not actually a train, it's a streetcar.
It's a streetcar. Okay.
Just to be
all
precise.
of the iconography in this fucking place is screaming train, but I guess now that I look a little closer, it's screaming streetcar. It's screaming streetcar, so that's my bad. Anyway, you know, I think it's sort of I would need to look a little bit closer into it. But basically, like, the vast majority of media that I have seen, Japanese media that I've seen that features self-harm as, like, a pretty significant element has been girls' manga. Or stuff that kind of misinterprets that as being, like, an extension of suicidality, which it seldom is. Or at least those two things aren't, like, conflated so directly. Anyway, I thought it was interesting in this context because it's not really, like, tied into the rest of the plot, just like it's not necessarily tied into a person's life.
Yeah, I kind of
which is a silly thing to be like, here's like a weird, like, accidental, like striking upon a sort of a sliver of truth, reality.
The two things that I
and also, like, it's not fun. It's not campy.
Yeah.
It's so like so much of the stuff in the film that was getting laughs out of people were the, like, really over the top stuff, but there was kind of, like, an uncomfortable quiet whenever that was going on.
Yeah, true. You were kind of expecting people, like, that someone might walk out at that.
Yeah, because I think that it's really accosting, and I think it's a subject that's really disturbing to people. And there's that scene early on where they cut back to her, no pun intended, they cut back to her as a junior high school student where she's cutting herself, like, in just, like, an alleyway, and these two punks come up.
Yeah.
And they, like, grab her wrist and start kind of, like, feigning concern for her. All the women in my life who have self-harm scars have stories about men, like, randomly grabbing their arm and being like, "Are you okay? Do you need help? Oh my god, I'm so sorry you had to go through that." So again, there's this, like, weird, like, accidental,
like, accuracy
that it's tapping into that is really stuck in my mind. I think, funnily, that's the stuff I remembered most.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the two things that I could glean, or that I gleaned from it, trying to relate it to the movie itself, was one, like, okay, it's hereditary. Like, an older woman also exhibits this practice, but it's sort of a different cultural expression of it, right? Right. So I thought that was cool or interesting. You know, the mother's cooking with this daikon radish, and she's, like, you know, whatever, oppressed in her housewifehood or whatever. And then the daughter is, like, a high school girl.
Yeah.
And then the other was sort of the idea that she's already aligned with this idea of, like, your body modification, essentially.
Yeah. Right, and it's when she's the main antagonist uses all of the engineers have when they were disposed of, they find these key-shaped tumors in their body. And we come to find that the big bad has been inserting, like, literally, like, unlocking their body's capacity to be very heavily modified or get transformed. Yeah. And so when the protagonist Ruka, when that happens to her, it is her arm that she's been cutting the whole film that, like, opens up, and you see it, like, kind of turn into this big, like, gaping maw. And then at the end of the film, that's the arm that transforms into, like a big claw that she uses.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's that.
Yeah, there is that. And I think that does also kind of tie into the fact that the film does seem kind of on the ground with some of the, like, body modification world.
Yeah.
Again, it's produced by Nikatsu, so I was wondering what the likelihood was that these are just, like, people that are adjacent to the production of these kinds of films already.
True. Yeah, there's a scene in an S&M club where they were like, what would the ultimate, body modification S&M be? And of course, it turns out it's run by the antagonist who's given the, like, women that work there keys to make their bodies, like, wild, but, like, it's trying to show fetishism that goes beyond, like, conventional, standards.
Accepted. Yeah.
And so there's
that was one of the other things. The human chair. That's an Edogawa Rampo concept.
Yeah. So when that came in, I was like, oh, they're going pretty far with this, which I appreciated.
Yeah.
But there's, like, a woman with, like, a snail body, basically.
Yeah.
And then there's a woman who has, like, teeth breasts, which never came into play, which I was actually kind of bummed about.
I couldn't quite tell if they were teeth or if those were supposed to be, like, stitches. Yeah. And then there's a human chair.
And then there's a human chair
that pisses all over the audience.
Doesn't have a face. Yeah. And it's sort of it pisses all over the audience. Yeah. And the denizens of this club, like, some of them will be like, I want to go and have, like, a kink session with one of them, and we'll like call their number, and right. And then they do that. And so one of the women with the breasts, who eventually turns into a half alligator from the bottom, from the waist down, the way she moves and dances and everything, I was like, her physicality tells me that she's a dancer and she's had dance training.
Totally. Yeah. And then, like, there are a couple people in, like fetish gear, like latex suits and stuff. And then in the credits, these people are credited as their stage names. Like, I think one of them is, like, like Rubber Queen, whatever, or something like that.
Right.
And that was obviously something I wasn't necessarily, like, thinking about the first time I saw the film. So it was interesting to kind of see them put their money where their mouth was up to a point. Like, not just kind of, like,
dress up actors
as what they think this culture might look like.
Yeah.
So
I guess I think that's, like, kind of a natural segue into talking more about Tetsuo.
Right, yeah.
Because that was, the number one thing that I was thinking about watching this film as sort of, like, an inspiration with both the tokusatsu inspiration or like, the comic book sensibility, whatever, and the over-the-top, like, crazy, amazing prosthetics and body transformations and everything. But I felt like the movies were so different on the level of, like, this gore film, it's so excessive, and it's also very material. Like, the prosthetics have textures, and even the textures of, like, the tarp that they, like, line the hallway of a set with, or something's all very present. So it's very, like, tactile.
There are a lot of really, like, extreme close-ups, and some of that is just to hide that the effects aren't, like, fully formed.
Right, that they're shooting in closets and, like, corners of rooms and stuff, but also, like, so it's very tactile, but it's not visceral at all, in the way that Tetsuo is, like, so visceral. Like, everything that they do in that movie, even when it's not something that's physically possible, like a wire growing out of someone's face, feels like when you have a hair that shouldn't be there, that's growing out of your face. And
I think painful. A lot of that does come also down to Tetsuo's sound design, and Tokyo Gore Police, the sound is way more like that of a V-cinema film.
That's true. I think it's also but it is the way it's shot too. Like, like this film is so excessive, and Tetsuo is very restrained until it, like, unleashes.
Yeah, until it has these, like, bursts of extreme.
Yeah, and it's also very emotionally intense, which then makes it visceral.
Totally.
Whereas this is, like, it's kind of going 100 miles a minute, and it's not connecting it to, like, a human process.
Right. Yeah. And then that inevitably hits a point of diminishing returns where, like, maybe, like, 2/3 of the way through the movie, it is incapable of topping itself.
Right. And also, like, I think it's also the way it's shot, like, establishing shots or whatever. Like, the guy's arm gets cut off and it's clutching the gun, and he picks up the arm and you see the bone sticking out, and it looks at it, and so he's going to pull the trigger of his own, like, severed arm in order to fire the gun. Or, like, the guy's legs are chopped off and he injects himself with the serum. And as soon as the blood starts to the blood flow increases a little bit, you know, he's going to fly up into the ceiling like it's a jetpack. Yeah, you know. And like so your mind, because they try to take everything to an extreme,
you start to predict where it's going.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. You know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you see the guy firing fists out of a big gun, and you're like, they're gonna do a middle finger, and then they do a middle finger
and poke someone's eye out.
Yeah, although I didn't remember that the middle fingers get caught on this like flesh wire that then turns them around at the guy who fired them. That's pretty good. That's
still pretty funny.
Good.
Like there's a lot of value there, and that's one of the things where I was watching this, and I was like, in every moment I was very invested, and so I was like, okay, yeah, I'm sold on this, and then it was only after the fact where I was kind of like, I predicted everything that was going to happen. There was some questionable stuff in that movie that maybe I can't really defend.
No.
You know?
Yeah, I think basically like around the time we get the acid breast milk, which is like, of course we're going to do that.
Right.
Like, that was when I kind of started to check out, and I felt like, okay, yeah, the last act of this film drags like crazy.
Yeah.
And then we've got sudden insane racial caricatures. I think I must have been asleep for that scene.
Yeah.
It's insane. Some of the most obscene blackface I've seen in a film, I think, ever.
Yeah.
I think Koji Shiraishi is the guy who's playing a Chinese stereotype with, like, the classic, like, four-colored hat. I don't know what that hat is called.
Yeah, I don't either. Yeah, and they're just there for no reason.
They're just there for no reason.
A pile of like dismembered arms and legs, and then she murders them.
The horrible, awful caricature of a black person in that scene literally has no speaking lines.
Right.
Like literally is just there to be like, hey, look, we're also being tasteless about ethnicity as well.
Yeah.
Which is brutal.
Yeah.
It's bad. And, like, you know, when that comes in at a part of the movie you're already feeling like is dragging, there's this kind of like, oh man, is this gonna like tarnish the film for me in the end? But yeah.
Yeah. It does have a very hot policewoman with like I don't know what they call that cap, but like a sort of flight attendant cap and a naginata, and she's great. I love her.
Are you talking about the...
There's just a final fight at the end with the schoolgirl.
Oh, the one against her. Yes, yeah,
I love her.
Yeah, no, she's good. Yeah.
There were a lot of women in this film that I was like, great, I love her.
Yeah.
Oh, I love her too.
You know what I was thinking about? I might be wrong. I don't think there's a single sexual assault scene in that film.
It's true.
There's plenty of violence against women.
Yeah.
But it was shocking to get to the end and be like, oh my god, where was the rape scene? Where was the contractually obligated rape scene?
Yeah. One of the things that is like, yeah, this is not a Pink movie.
Right. Yeah, totally.
It's an entirely different genre of film.
Yeah. Because like MAID-DROID is absolutely a Pink film, but it is also like a like V cinema, like tokusatsu inspired like FX film. And it's an interesting contrast. Maybe we should just do that one next. Another like, you know, post 2000s film, so we're not just stuck in the 70s and 80s.
Cool.
So I don't know. Do we have anything else to say? I feel like so much happens in that film.
I know. I was like, is there anything else that just like imagery or anything that you want to shout out?
Yeah.
I wrote some quick notes.
You did. Awesome. Let's hear them.
Yeah. Warriors reference,
yes.
Density of design,
yes.
Became predictable in its excess, cutting societal, not personal. We covered all those points. Material but not visceral. I also wrote fetishistic, sadistic but not masochistic ?
Interesting.
I was trying to like formulate what that was to me.
Interesting.
And I think what you just pointed out with the lack of sexual assault is like maybe part of that.
Interesting.
And I think that's part of where there's no like viscerality and there's no feeling really in the film other than like this is for entertainment value.
Right.
Where like obviously there's a lot of like very clear sadism. The like chief of police like has a like a familiar who's like this gimp woman who has had her limbs severed and
at the joints.
At the joints.
I was trying to figure out because when she's got the like swords for legs, it's like very obviously like CG augmented.
Yeah.
But I in the earlier scenes with her, I was trying to figure out if she was like
actually
a fetish actress who was an amputee.
Right. Yeah, she has the full like gimp getup. And then has, like, these caps on her limbs so that she can sort of, like, walk on the ground on all fours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it's...
She's got a switch on the back of her mask.
Shouts out to the bipolar women in the world.
for depressive and manic.
Yeah, and he switches her from depressive to manic when he wants her to fight Ruka. That rocks.
Yeah.
I almost forgot about that. And then she has these, like, swords that are attached to the bottoms of, like, the caps on her legs, and then she fights Ruka. And then at the very end, she and Ruka, like, walk out of there after they've killed the chief of police, and she's got guns instead of swords to replace her limbs with. So, you know, it's a sweet ending of, like, female solidarity there. But what was I going to say about that?
It is sort of a girl power movie, ultimately, if you will.
No, so it's very clearly like a movie that like wants to be sadistic,
right?
But I don't really feel like it's a movie that has a masochistic heart at all.
When you say a masochistic heart, do you mean it's instilling that in the audience in the way something like? No, it's not saying it's Kotoko. That's the Shinya Tsukamoto femdom movie.
Okay, haven't seen it.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm not sure, but I think there's something in there about the sort of like the balance of sadism and masochism that inherently is like a power struggle between two poles.
Inside of one person, you're saying?
Well, I mean, no, not necessarily. Maybe inside of one person, but between people.
Right.
And those like power struggles, that tension, that connection, that whatever, is the thing that enables like any kind of human connection or like emotion to feel emotion from like a piece of media like this or something. Or even for it to be visceral, like, so there's no tension in the sadism and masochism in this.
I see what you're saying.
film.
It's pure sadism.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I'm trying to like theorize.
So, yeah,
like,
I think I was
spot,
sort of hung up on that because I thought what you were saying is like there's this classic idea that a certain masochistic impulse is required for especially women to engage with a lot of genre cinema that features a lot of violence against women.
Right.
So I thought that was what you were kind of pointing toward, like the film being the sadistic one and the audience being the masochistic one.
Yeah, I think I was trying to articulate something more about just like within the film itself,
right?
But also like so it doesn't require either from the audience, I guess.
Right. Yeah, and I feel like there are definitely films that think that they require a sadistic impulse, but really kind of require a masochistic impulse. I think we talked in an earlier episode about Funny Games,
right?
As a very literal example of that,
totally.
Where Haneke's main fuck up is that he assumes that it's a sadistic impulse that drives people to watch torture films for entertainment, when in reality it's excising kind of a masochistic impulse.
Yeah, at least in a huge swath of
in the majority
viewers.
of yeah, right,
totally,
yeah.
Yeah, so I think that's interesting. Let's see, what else?
Yeah, it's funny. I thought that I would go back to it and think, like, you know, of course this is the movie because it is, like, excessive in all of these ways that make Western, like, English-speaking audiences go, oh, those wacky Japanese.
Yeah.
You know, they're making stuff we could never even think of. But coming back to it, they're like... I guess what I'm trying to say is that I thought that it would just kind of be like, this is all of the stuff I've seen in all of these other movies crammed into one place. But I did come away from it feeling like it did have a lot of really unique elements from a lot of those other films that I've seen in the time since.
Yeah.
So that was nice. That was refreshing.
Yeah, I mean, even if I think there's more than this, but even if just by virtue of the designs, right?
Totally.
Like the density of design and like the originality of a lot of that is very fun. Yeah, I also wrote down that it's so Chainsaw Man.
Yeah, I guess so. That's very true. Yeah,
like so Chainsaw Man.
We gotta get Tatsuki Fujimoto on the pod. Ask him if Tokyo Gore Police is an influence.
It's gotta be.
Yeah.
Either that or the collective consciousness around. This leads into my sort of like, attempting to sort of parse and be interested in the ideology of the film and or lack of ideology in the film. And, disclaimer, like I'm running with like only so much like cultural capital here, so I'm just like talking out of my ass, but this like obsession with a police force, especially in anime and manga and like other forms of popular media from Japan, has to do with there being a lack of the military, right? Post World War II.
Yeah, that's true.
And so I see this like sort of conflicted impulse around the police in so many things, including Chainsaw Man to a degree, but I was also thinking of Naruto because I'll talk about that later.
Yeah.
But like this sort of, on the one hand, like the police on the one hand, fuck the police, right? And especially, Koji Wakamatsu and, men of the 60s and 70s and Marxists in Japan would say, fuck the police.
Yeah.
But secondarily, the police in Japan, especially day to day, are different than, for example, the militarized American police force.
Yeah.
They truly don't have, they don't have guns. They don't use lethal force on a regular basis very commonly.
Right.
Issues that surround our police force aren't existent there, even though they are still fundamentally the arm of the state that has like a monopoly on the ability to use force on its citizens.
Yeah.
So like they're not like at its core different, but in their sort of like day-to-day expression and the extent and everything, they are different.
Right.
And so,
and that's a thing that, like, especially with anime fans who are also leftists.
Yeah.
I act like I say that as though that's like a rare collusion of things.
Right.
Obviously not. I see a lot of people say like, ugh, why is this anime about a cop? And it's like, it's not the same.
It's not the same thing. And I think
and also like there's so much American media about the cops that is just as and uncritical.
I could be wrong, but I mean a lot of American media literally is propaganda, but also I just think that there is so much media about police because of their unique role in society, for better or for worse.
Yeah.
And so in Japan, I see this conflicting impulse around whether the police could or should be also the military, kind of.
Right.
And then whether they enact that on the citizens or not.
Right.
And so, like, in works like this, it's clearly interacting with that a little bit by being like, what if the police force was privatized? Then they would be like they would be the real fascists,
right?
And
I think that kind of, to me, I was thinking, especially within our current political climate, where we've got Elon Musk's ketamine dealer getting appointed to the fucking, I can't remember what branch of the government, but the ways in which like privatization at a certain point allows an entity more power than being a public entity.
Yeah, absolutely, because they don't have the same kind of like obligation to oversight.
Yeah,
and they're literally extracting profit.
Yeah,
in a very blatant way from the citizenship and their workers and stuff. And then in the case of Tokyo Gore Police, the Tokyo Police Corporation, their iconography is super fascistic. Like they're very like stormtroopery, and then it's also peppered in with this sort of like traditional samurai aesthetic. And that's where I was thinking about this. This is such a dumb guy, big brain thing to do, but it's been on my mind. So that reminded me so much of Naruto. Where
this is Tetsuo the idiot man.
Yeah.
So.
Where there's this sort of mixture of anachronistic elements, right. And Kishimoto is really interested in incorporating traditional Japanese iconography in a way that is sort of really nostalgic.
Totally.
For that traditional nationalist Japanese
right.
past, and yet it's a very mixed sort of consciousness, I guess, around what that is.
Yeah. So something that I'm really hoping this show will allow us to better interrogate doing this podcast, is I really want to know how we got from guys like Wakamatsu, who are making extremely political statements,
almost didactically
political statements, to the 90s, when a lot of the big pink guys were making social commentary, to into the 2000s, where I get the vibe a lot of the V-Cinema guys are actively conservative.
Yeah.
In the same way that, a lot of mangaka from that era, Kishimoto is absolutely a conservative guy.
Yeah.
And I'm really curious where that shift occurred, especially, within production environments that share a lot of the same DNA.
Yeah, and a lot of it just would have to do with the active repression of
right.
of communist or other right. Left ideologies.
Yeah, I think especially post Red Army, there was a real the Red Ribbon Army are basically it's a Toriyama doing a parody of the Red Army in the same way that Mel Brooks was doing a parody of Hitler in The Producers, right. The Springtime in Germany, yeah. It is this sort of I'm taking the piss out of this so completely, and I think that kind of was the vibe, basically, is we're going to recover from this embarrassment by laughing it off at every opportunity we have.
Right.
So it makes me wonder, how much of it is a political suppression, and how much of it is just kind of a cultural or societal anxiety about being aligned with that kind of ideology, causing it to get totally buried.
Yeah.
In a generational way.
Yeah, and I read about this in my excessively long review of Dagger of Kamui,
nice.
The Rentaro joint from 85. But
is this the point in the show where you drop your Letterboxd?
Is it? Sure.
So that people can read that review that you did. It's quite good.
Thank you. I think it's just Cool Trainer Zo.
XO.
Cool Trainer XO.
Yeah.
I think I changed it to be consistent.
Yeah.
But yeah,
wait, you did? Because you would have do you pay for Letterboxd Premium?
No, you can change it once a year.
You can change it once a year? That's a new feature. I had to fucking pay. I had to pay money, motherfucker. I had to pay for a year of goddamn Letterboxd Pro.
Oh, wow.
So that I could change my username to obfuscate it slightly. That was how I became Nosebleed Haver.
There it is. Yeah. Okay. That's so funny. Yeah, I guess it's a new feature.
God damn it, man.
Anyway, the Liberal Democratic Party has been I'm not going to claim that I know a whole lot about Japanese politics,
sure.
But in a sort of parliamentary way, theoretically you have a bunch of different political parties, but in Japan, in essence, the Liberal Democratic Party, which is a conservative party, has been in power for decades. And so there's active repression, and then there's also going to be just sort of a degradation as this party continues to have momentum and power. And then also I think, unfortunately, what we're dealing with in the US right now too is just after having a period of very active struggle and resistance and then really hard repression, and then like the sort of economic landscape playing into that, you just get really fucking tired, and the youth get really tired.
Totally.
And like,
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Stop engaging in the same way with like
and so there's like a point politics. At which that sort of conservative ideology is almost unquestioned. Like, I say that Kishimoto is probably conservative. I don't even know if that guy has politics.
Yeah.
His any room in his brain for politics could just as easily be taken up by, oh god, Boruto.
Yeah.
and so like the kind of like I guess it's sort of the same way that like really young kids will, I don't know how salient that is. Like there's just kind of like you're taking what is around you and what you know. I guess, I don't know.
Totally.
I wasn't able to make that a super salient point.
Sure. But... Well, and in Japan particularly, the imagery of traditional Japan and the emperor are so strong and ingrained, and like and just aesthetically beautiful objectively. Yeah. That like I think that infuses everything so much.
That's like the way that they're like, when people talk about Star Wars, like obviously the like Darth Vader's costume is like so obviously taken from like the classic image of a samurai, and how much of the what are they? What are they called? No, like the whole like they're not the rebels. They're the Empire. Yeah, the whole Empire is so fascistic in its imagery. Yeah. But it's like too good at it because it's all cool. It's all fucking awesome.
Right. Yeah. People are dressing up on May the 4th in a stormtrooper outfit to hand out comics.
Exactly.
Not as the rebels.
Exactly. And so aesthetics do rule, because the aesthetics of fascism in particular are so easily divorced from their cultural context, especially when you're borrowing from another culture's fascistic iconography. You're playing into that without even really thinking about the fact that you're playing into it.
Yeah.
But then on the flip side, I think in Hiroki Azuma's Otaku, Japan's Database Animals, originally published as simply Database Animals, he makes the point about how in the wake of the Second World War and the economic decline post-bubble, Japan's kind of cultural imagination began to shift further and further back in time, even to like pre Matthew Perry, like pre trade routes opening back up, because that was sort of like the last time that their cultural identity had not been like diluted, basically compromised. And I think that like, in the same way that we're seeing,
that's the same
like,
way, like the fucking North's revival amongst like
neo-Nazis.
Like,
yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And also like, I think in the same way that we're seeing like European fantasy isekai all over, where nobody's thinking about what they're trying to say with playing with that fantasy, other than that's what everybody else is doing. I think that's why you get so much Japanese media in the 90s, and by I think I mean this is basically a point that Hiroki Azuma makes one-to-one, I'm pretty sure, is that like stuff like Tenchi Muyo and a space successor, Nadeshiko, or whatever that series is called, they are futuristic series, they're futuristic shows set in the future that also incorporate all of this imagery from the I can't remember if it's the Meiji era. I think it's Meiji era.
Okay.
Where
the Meiji Restoration was
where basically the underlying comment there, whether or not they're thinking about it, is this is the logical endpoint for utopia, is to return to this while also being in the future. And that's also, in something like Tenchi Muyo, so much of that show becomes Star Wars. So there's this like really interesting kind of like loop getting connected there.
Damn,
Damn,
that rocks.
Super off topic, but
no, I love that. Beautiful digression.
Yeah.
So interesting. And yeah, is there anything else that we want to say about Tokyo Gore Police?
Well, I think what I want to say is I hope after we've done like 50 episodes of this show, I look back at what I said here and think, oh, you sweet summer child, how little you understood. Mostly just that I recognize that everything I've said here is probably only part of the truth, you know. But as far as things I want to say about Tokyo Gore Police, the guys who made that movie love moles.
Moles.
Everybody's got beauty marks.
Like Fujimoto.
Like
Fujimoto in fucking Chainsaw Man. It's all there.
It's all there. All right. Do we think we have an episode?
I think so.
Okay. Thanks for listening. Bye. 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 Bye.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
MAID-DROID!
MAID-DROID!
Released in 2008, directed by Naoyuki Tomomatsu, is the film that we're talking about in this episode. I alluded to it briefly in our episode on Tokyo Gore Police, and then I thought to myself, we should do MAID-DROID for this show. And now we're doing MAID-DROID.
Yeah, you because you said that in the same breath as we were discussing Tokyo Gore Police, it was a very different experience than I was set up to expect.
Yes. I don't know exactly in what context I brought it up now.
Me neither.
So it's entirely possible that it was like not at all.
It might have been a loose association.
Right.
Like, I can see they were released in the same year, right?
They were, yeah.
And they're both kind of science fiction,
right.
You know, fetish science fiction, yes. Shall we say.
Well, one thing I will say is, in my mind, I was like, these are both pieces of V-cinema that are shot on video. Turns out, MAID-DROID is shot on fucking film. Why? Why do they shoot MAID-DROID on film?
Yeah, we'll talk more about that, but for, like, what it is,
yeah,
it seems like a very unintuitive choice.
No, because it is a 65-minute... Functionally, I would say I mean, it's a V-cinema thing, but I feel like it's not unfair to call it a pink film. Mm-hmm. Super low budget. There's like 2 sets, 3 if you count the like corner of a like a street where you've got 2 traffic cones on either side.
Yeah, or a room that is just draped in red fabric, so you can't see any details whatsoever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It is like so low budget, like, you know, it's about robot maids and robot lovers who are just actresses with like no augmentations. Sometimes they superimpose like mechanical like whirring noises. Most of the time they don't. It has all the makings of a film that's shot on like a fucking flip phone, you know?
And yet it's on
film for some bizarre reason.
Or most of it's on film, we should say.
Yeah. I think the only stuff that's not on film is stuff that's supposed to be televised. I don't know.
I mean, it reads like 2 short stories from a collection that were adapted and then released, where there's like a little bit of world building. The tone of the 2 different, like, shall we say, vignettes are quite different. And... You know, I don't know. It just feels like it's sort of, they're both very simple, straightforward stories and whatnot, which I was kind of impressed with, given how pink film tends to be really meandering and like even when the subtitles are sufficient, like confusing and confused in its visual presentation, and also like who the characters are and what they're doing most of the time. So MAID-DROID. Is it MAID-DROID or MAID-DROID?
The release that the English language release that got it its subtitles that I procured from Scarecrow Video stylizes it as MAID-DROID. They say MAID-DROID, like it's a portmanteau, MAID-DROID. And something about MAID-DROID feels sort of awkward for me to say, so I've just defaulted to saying MAID-DROID.
Yeah. Okay, so this movie, it's an hour and 5 minutes?
Yes, 65 minutes.
And as I mentioned before, it's 2 vignettes, essentially kind of interspersed with each other.
They never really actually convene at all.
No, it's sort of the case where, like, in one story, sometimes the television will be on, and you'll see, like, some news spots that relate to the second story.
Right.
But yeah, they don't intersect with each other. The first is a, shall we say, like, I don't know, more slice of life-y, pastoral, or within the realm of this kind of thing, wholesome story about a man and his MAID-DROID who has been with him since childhood.
Since teenhood, when his parents died suddenly.
Well, he also said that she raised him from being younger than that.
From being younger than that.
Elementary school.
Oh, okay, got it.
So she's raised him from being like a child to he's now like a 60-year-old man or something like that. He's got gray hair. And of course, she hasn't aged or changed at all since then because she's a mechanical woman.
Yeah.
And her battery has run out by the time the story begins.
Right, and she was a prototype model, so you can't find the exact kind of battery that
is compatible
with her. So he's like constantly scanning basically Yahoo Japan auctions listings and is coming up with just
going
nothing.
to Akihabara and walking around I think, and so she's defunct, or she can't move or anything. She's just sitting in the corner shut down, but he cares for her now. It's sort of she raised him as a child, and now he bathes her and takes care of her and talks to her.
Right. And so what this sort of brings to mind is the robot dog Aibo was a huge phenomenon, a huge fad in Japan. And eventually the company that manufactured them discontinued them and then started discontinuing the parts that would be used for repair. And so these beloved little robot dogs that families had cared for years and years, eventually they would basically start hosting funerals. There were I think shrines that would host Aibo funerals. So I'm pretty sure that is where that is stemming from, kind of fusing that phenomenon, that example of Japan's very strong sense of Shinto animism with the kind of animism that is inherent to otaku and their love of objects and figures. And I'm very sorry, I didn't realize that my phone was on.
That's okay.
But the reason why I feel a little bit more comfortable making this connection is because it becomes very literal with the second running plot, which I will let you describe.
Nice tee up. Okay. This is where this second story is weirder than the first one. Essentially, what you were literally describing with these Aibo is acknowledged in the story, and people have been throwing away their defunct robot dogs, and it starts off introducing us with the idea that there is some kind of robotic rapist in the neighborhood who is attacking women on the street at night, and this is on television. You see it pretty early on, and this is great. They did design this sort of sometimes it's a man in a suit. Sometimes I think it's just like a sculpture, maybe even a mechanized sculpture of this like fucked up looking dog machine that has like a pink tongue lolling out of its mouth and stuff. And so pretty early on that that's the thing. And it's, it's got like a dildo that like comes out and starts to like rev up and whir around. I'm going to tell you the full story arc now. This woman who did have an aibo and had to discard it.
Aibo,
sorry. An aibo, and did have to discard it, is the detective who's assigned to this case. And so she's trying to investigate it. So she also goes to Akihabara and finds a shop where they sell modded MAID-DROIDs, and then ends up talking, I guess, to the owner of the shop, who is a man. It's a man's consciousness. Like, he has long since died and uploaded his consciousness, which is represented by a puppet, a marionette, that talks to her and tells her that this neighborhood mechanical rapist dog is actually a conglomeration of these aibu that have been thrown away, that somehow, created a collective consciousness that brought this machine dog into being from the various parts of those familiar pets, and that it is, in fact, has like a radar to sense women who are horny and then goes to service them, which...
Right, because there's this whole thread about how, that's where my fucking... I was running around like a fucking chicken with its head cut off looking for my copy of the goddamn Moe Manifesto. I forgot that it is over by where you are.
Yeah, you put it on your bookshelf of all of your tasteful
it's
books.
Of all the books that I constantly go to and go, I need to refresh myself on this particular thing from this particular book. I fucking forget where it is. Anyway, there's this whole kind of thread that the film is running with that, like, women may criticize men for men who seek out inanimate women over real women for any number of reasons, being too weak to handle a real woman, what have you. But really, these women, deep down, they don't want guys like them. They want aggressive men who will treat them poorly.
Right.
Or
this is the thesis, yeah.
A rape dog, a robot rape dog.
That will just take care of their needs, yeah. Really strange line of inquiry there, but
right.
That's what's up with the robotic rape dog.
Right.
And in the end, this detective woman thinks, maybe my aibu is also in this dog, and that she has to become its master by fucking it. And so she walks around the neighborhood and like is horny, and then it comes to her, and eventually she manages to shut it down.
Yeah. So these two plot threads, when you tie them together, it paints a picture of basically like, I don't mean it this way. It's kind of an incel manifesto.
Totally.
Ultimately.
Because there's also a third thread, if you think about it.
Yes.
Should I describe that now?
Yes, please do.
Okay. Unrelated to the news segments that come on about the dog, there is also a television show on at one point that's supposed to be kind of like an interview segment that has, this otaku man and two women interviewers who are like in their 30s probably.
They both look like fucking Anita Sarkeesian.
Yeah, they wear suits and glasses. They're sort of like the stereotypical like office lady who you'd think is like not attractive, and they're basically like haranguing him for his opinions, and he's trying to argue his point of view about why the love between a man and his robot woman, his robot sex doll, is a beautiful thing. And they're laughing at him and being kind of like, you can't even earn a good enough salary, you can't handle a real woman. He snaps and beats both of them up, throws them to the ground, punches them, kicks them, and then storms out. And then later he goes to Akihabara as well, goes to the same shop where they make the modded MAID-DROIDs to, like, give them crazy sexual skills and, like, features. And there's a salesman and a MAID-DROID there, and he kind of, like, tests out all her functions, and the salesman is kind of acting, you know, like a car salesman or something like that by showing him the various features. And that one ends with the maid doll being turned onto Max and exploding and ripping his dick off. So there's that too.
Yeah. So I think, like, man, even just hearing you go through this, like, I think what I'm finding is that this might be a personal favorite of mine. Because, you know, I've talked about this elsewhere plenty, and other people have as well, but, like, something that really speaks to me about genre film and low-budget films and films made outside of major studio systems are that oftentimes these kind of, like idiot auteurs are completely unaware of how much of themselves they're putting into their own work. And so, whereas, you know, a creator who's able to abstract his own feelings before putting them into the work that he's making has like a more sort of deft hand and a greater control over what about himself he's conveying to the audience. These films are able to, like, they just kind of bear it all. There's like, you can occasionally find a greater truth in the human experience from these films than you would films that are very deliberately trying to craft the same statement. I'm not gonna act like MAID-DROID is doing all of this on accident or anything like that. In fact, in a lot of ways, I think the film is sort of serving as a statement of, like, a statement of intent on behalf of a generation of very disillusioned, sort of like disenfranchised, young men who are so alienated by their socioeconomic circumstances that they have, and the ramifications those socioeconomic circumstances have on love and on sex politics have caused them to sort of retreat into loving only fictional characters. And I think that really, like, especially, like, we see guerrilla footage of Akihabara circa 2008. This is like one of the most 2008 movies. Like that is like where all of these different lines of thought kind of reach their, like, critical mass, basically. And I think that in some strange way, this is kind of like the perfect primer for where Japan's otaku culture was at that point in time. So when I call it an incel manifesto, really that's inaccurate. But also calling it a volcel manifesto is similarly inaccurate, because, like, the otaku that this film is speaking on behalf of sort of occupy a weird middle space. And it manifests very differently. I don't know that I can point to another film, even like anime, even stuff that is more directly tapped into otaku culture. I don't know if I can point to anything that like as succinctly sums up like that kind of that taps into that subcultural subconscious in quite that way.
Yeah, sort of the idea that, like, you're a young man who, whether you're employed or not employed, don't have a lot of prospects beyond, like, working yourself to death.
Yes.
And that the demands of that on top of the demands of like traditional like family life simply don't appeal at all.
Right.
And that so there's no choice there, but then also kind of like coming around to like trying to like this movie is like demonstrating the consciousness that's forming, like the ideology almost that's forming to justify like a lifestyle apart from that. And it just so happens to be a very antisocial lifestyle.
Right. And I think it's worth getting into a little bit here, although I don't really know a lot about this because the majority of the writing I've seen done about it is coming from people who slot into this category, right? So there's this is a subjective perspective, but essentially love at that time in Japan especially was extremely commoditized at a baseline. In a lot of regards, money became very central to dating. Mm-hmm. In like a very kind of like rote mechanical way that really up to a certain point is not that different from like playing a dating sim, basically, where like, you know, the kind of like convention of how you meet a woman, how you show her you're interested, how you impress her, it kind of all winds up boiling down to the man spending money, which obviously is limiting for both parties in different ways. So it's sort of like these men are kind of rejecting almost an establishment functionally. The sort of establishment that is
the dating and marriage industrial complex.
Yes, exactly. So I think that it is time for me to pull out a book that I'm constantly invoking, Patrick W. Galbraith's The Moe Manifesto. This is a really indispensable text for my line of work because a lot of the stuff that it talks about and a lot of the people interviewed, it's like the only time this stuff has been discussed in English. So, you know, I would love to pull up like more of a definitive statement or more direct quotes from the man I'm about to read you a passage on. It's a collection of interviews with different people that circle the sort of like the Moe industrial complex in 2000s like otaku culture. So this is the preface for an interview with Morinaga Takuro. Morinaga Takuro, born in 1957, is an economic analyst, media personality, writer, and lecturer at Tokyo University. Morinaga is said to have otaku leanings, which come out in his discussion of moe. For example, he argues that the majority of Japanese men are ugly and poor, and women's inability to deal with this accounts for falling marriage rates. Men who can't find partners instead fall in love with characters from manga, anime, and games. In 2005, Morinaga published the book Moe Economics, where he talks of moe as a proud culture of men who have reached enlightenment. His ideas on moe appeared in a controversial article published in the New York Times Magazine on July 21st, 2009. In this interview, Morinaga explains the economics of moe, his fears about moe fundamentalists, and his hope for wide acceptance of otaku. The interview doesn't really tap too much into this kind of specific part of it. Like what exactly his image of like otaku enlightenment looks like. I think I've read his Japanese Wikipedia page and maybe a couple Japanese language articles about him, but I was thinking about him this whole time watching this film, because there is sort of that image of like the kind of the kind of didactics that the film is playing with, or that women see men as escaping from the real world and into a fantasy, but men see themselves as growing to be above this sort of like shallow exterior world, and enlightening themselves, basically.
Yeah.
You say something.
I think that's so interesting. And so the thing that this film most reminded me of, because I watched something and a bunch of different pieces of like media or a bunch of other films will like pop into my head and be this and this and this. The thing that it most reminded me of in structure and even like thematically is Memories, the series of like animated vignettes Otomo did one. Yeah. I can't remember who the other directors were off the top of my head.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but...
Yeah, it's got the same... So it's kind of interesting because... Or just the idea that this is like... Memories itself is a very like sort of highbrow, the most famous animators and like anime directors creating these, grand sci-fi vignettes versus this being like V-cinema... lowbrow, sort of niche point of view, etc., etc. And yet they share a lot of the same themes, sort of around, like, does an object have a soul? The melancholy that comes with time and age and the difference between, like, how a human experiences time and how, like, our ideal doesn't, and stuff like that. So I guess, yeah, I don't know. Maybe I'll rewatch that or something at some point. But so maybe we should talk more about the storylines.
Right.
Let's talk. We didn't talk about how the MAID storyline like really develops and ends.
Right. Well, very early on, Pinocchio is invoked. And it's like, you know exactly where it's going to go from there, and it's true. So basically, within his contained storyline, we're looking at like a slice of it, but also we're flashing back through a lot of the rest of his life to kind of fill out what his relationship to this MAID-DROID is.
Yeah, so he's a man that grew up in this like traditional Japanese house that was his family's house, and then inherited it. And so so we've got the maid in like this sort of like Lolita French maid outfit, and we've got this like traditional wooden house, and she, raises him as a child, feeds him, cooks and cleans for him, but she's not good at it. For one, that's one of her big...
because she's a prototype.
Right.
Yes.
One of her big moe points is that she's a clumsy maid who gets tangled up in the vacuum cord and stuff like that. And then as he gets older and becomes like a pubescent, horny teenager, like he both loves her and he wants to have sex with her. But
the other byproduct of being a prototype is that she's not equipped with the
sex software, the sex software, 2900 sex software or whatever. And so he tries to give her the upgrade, but it's not compatible. So so essentially he makes this choice where he decides that it's okay and that their love will be pure. Because he doesn't even want to change. He doesn't even want to download her consciousness and her memories and upload them into a different maid body. I thought that was kind of funny because it was very like
because like literally like she's like, there are other maids, other models that look exactly like me that are just newer. It will be indistinguishable.
Right.
But he feels very strongly that the relationship that he has with her is of software and body, mind, body, and soul.
Which is so funny because that's pretty opposite the sort of transhumanist bent that a lot of these sort of sci-fi stories have, which is, we'll be able to download the human consciousness, and there is no ability to distinguish between like the human soul and AI and everything. Where he's like, no, it won't be the same if you have a different body, and so her battery dies, and like he still won't transfer her into a new body. It totally defeats the point of transhumanism.
Sex software for this in this context does not necessarily mean having downloaded a skill set, Because as we learn, she is able to give him head.
Right.
So presumably these prototype models just don't have, like, functioning vaginas?
I presume it's hardware. It's also a hardware issue.
Right.
And so at a certain point, he does want to experience sex, and so he does bring an outside woman in and tries to do it with her.
But the whole time she's riding him, she's like, man, this house looks pretty big, pretty nice house you got. And
how much do you think the land would go for in the city? Like, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Women. She's a horrible woman. She's a shallow woman. She is so unlike this beautiful, perfect maid who has a perfect love and is so nurturing and not shallow, despite the fact that she's programmed to
be
love
all of
you.
Those things.
Yeah. And so he sends this woman away and decides to just live with his robot love until at the end, when he's failed, he's failed to get a new battery for her many times, and then he finally goes and he finds an online auction and he sells his house to buy her a new battery.
It's like 100 billion yen he spends on this battery.
Yeah.
He sells the house, he sells the land, he's like, we're gonna be on the streets by tomorrow, but you're gonna be up and running again, it's gonna be beautiful.
And then he's washing the dishes and a blue light appears and the fairy says, just say the magic words to her and kiss her 3 times and your wish will be granted. No pretension, like just Deus Ex Machina, like which I appreciate.
Yeah.
And so then he does, and she
becomes a real girl.
Because the words are I love you, very intuitive, and she becomes a real woman, and it doesn't matter what happens to his house and his property because they're happy and they're together and they can also have P&V sex. And he bought her a ring many years ago that she wouldn't take because she said she wasn't worthy, but now she'll marry him so he can be a 60-year-old man with his 20-year-old bride, and it will be fine and beautiful.
Which is funny when you consider that the age gap was inappropriate in the inverse when they first met.
Right.
But you never have to. That when you're a young boy, that's hot, and then when you're an old man, it's hot that she's 40 years younger than you. So he wins. She's stuck in a state of perfection.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, these other women, these bitches, these fucking Christmas cakes, their bodies are only going to grow to more and more resemble the ugliness in their hearts.
Oh man.
You talked about the marionette doll, right?
I did a little bit. I mentioned that. So almost think of this as kind of the middle vignette because it only kind of comes up and resolves in the middle of the movie. Right. It's like the bookend or the opposite of a bookend, I guess.
And this does functionally very tangentially tie into the robot dog rapist.
They're in the same shop.
Yeah. While his dick is getting ripped off by the robot vagina that's going 1,000 worms mode. We see that on the other side of the curtain, the detective is there talking to the marionette.
Right.
Yeah.
I love that segment a lot. It's got the long sequence with the man testing out the features of the sex robot and the salesman being like, she can do it in the butt too. And
he's like, isn't that illegal?
Yeah. It's extremely funny, and honestly, this might be part of what makes it less of a Pink movie, but a better movie.
Right.
But like, sort of the sexual content in that scene. For one, actually, all of the sex or sexy scenes in this movie are pretty short. Like, right. I don't know that they would meet the baseline requirements for like a 3+ minute sex scene or whatever. But I was kind of watching it and being like, yeah, this would be. Like, it's shot well, like, to be good fat material, but at the same time, it's also, like, good cinema. It's, like, a good satire.
Yeah, so I think the big difference is that in MAID-DROID, the sex is secondary action.
Yeah.
Like, anytime there's, like, sex happening, something else is going on that is more substantial. Whereas basically all Pink movies, the plot stops so that people can fuck, and then it resumes when they're done.
Right.
Which is sort of refreshing in a weird way.
Totally. Doing like multiple things at once. No fat there to trim.
Yeah,
I was
exactly.
like, all right, this is in its own way, quality. Yeah, I thought it's such a sentimental or sort of like capital R romantic movie.
Right.
I thought that was interesting. Do you have anything to say about that?
I mean, I think it's like, it's so like, I think like how pastoral this stuff is with the old man and his robot lover. There really is kind of like a sentimental quality to it that's like kind of hard not to get a little bit like not swept up in per se, but like to kind of like you want to follow it where it's taking you.
Totally. I guess one of the things that I was sort of parsing out as we were watching it was like, is there a correct way to relate to technology? Because we have that sort of main story with the man and his MAID-DROID, and in the end she becomes a real woman. It's like sort of the perfect culmination of a fantasy. She only becomes a real woman when you're old enough to need someone to take care of you, and it doesn't matter because she's not also going to get old by the time you die.
Yeah.
But it's like that one, the actor that they picked for him is like kind of a silver fox. Like he's good looking already.
He's hunky.
He's good looking already.
I checked. He was in. I think he has been in pink films for as far back as the 60s. That motherfucker was in Inflatable Sex Doll of the Wastelands.
Oh shit, we gotta watch that.
Yeah. He's like a pink film lifer.
Nice.
Look at all these movies. Holy fuck, he's been in so many movies.
You were just like scrolling down Letterboxd.
208 films. And that's just what's listed on Letterboxd. Whew.
Yeah, so he's there. He's also like, he's gentle. He understands her. They have this very harmonious relationship. He treats her, like if you look at the part of like sort of incel fantasy that's like, I would be such a gentleman.
Right.
He is that gentleman.
Yeah.
We were observing that he treats her as more of an individual in some ways than, most men treat real women.
Yeah.
She does happen to like perfectly suit his needs already, so there's nothing to critique there. But, so that's it's a very romantic storyline. The one and only being faithful for all these years, looking after her even when she can't service him, versus this like younger sort of brash otaku guy who's just in it for his like he's like a sex maniac and he wants to go buy the most advanced girl robot, and he's also willing to spend all his money to just like get that. But he stands in very strong contrast to this man who's devoted to his robot maid,
and yet they
in
both
a very romantic way.
They both represent the same kind of ultimate thesis statement. They both represent quote unquote legitimate reasons for these men to favor women that aren't real.
Mm-hmm.
One
way
so
or
it's
the
like,
other.
Yeah, it's like you're kind of the film is you're supposed to be aligned with both of them ultimately.
Totally. What about the detective woman? I guess they had to show the sort of inverse side.
Well, they're really only showing the inverse side so they can show that the fickle woman is incorrect about her own wants and needs, and that's exactly part of the problem that drives men to seek out. I keep wanting to say synthetic women, synthesized women, non-real women.
Synthetic is, yeah, that works.
Yeah, synthetic women.
Yeah.
Instead of analog women.
Right. Yeah, they bring up at one point that there were also host droids, so male sex droids, but that they were discontinued because women didn't want a subservient man.
Right.
Which is so funny. That's blatantly incorrect. But, yeah, so I don't know. I thought it was funny that sort of in a sense that this movie is entirely about, sex toys only. Like, there's no human-to-human sex in this movie at all. In fact, this might be our first pink film that had any non-human sex in it.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, I think so.
What did you think about the design of the rape dog?
It's do you know, how much do you know about Jimmy Neutron?
I saw the movie, the original movie.
You remember the robot dog?
I do, kind of, yeah.
It looks like the robot dog from Jimmy Neutron.
Yeah, totally.
But like big and with a big penis
and sharp teeth.
Teeth. Yeah, so I think having brought up the detective woman, I think like it was making me think about the fact that like occasionally the film will introduce a point that seems sort of salient. A female character will make a point that sounds sort of salient, and you're like, oh, this film actually is sort of interested in representing some of the hypocrisy here, and then it just like immediately dismantles it. Like one of the points that the Anita Sarkeesian women are making on the television show before they both get put in their place and stomped into the ground.
Not even viable sexual pursuits at all.
Exactly.
They just deserve to be punched in the face.
Exactly. Is like, you know, basically showing that like it's I feel like I'm gonna kind of garble the point that they were trying to make, and also the point that I'm trying to make here, but basically like all of this like sort of stems from like a fundamental fear that these men have of being the kind of assertive one, where like they kind of bring up that like, you know, being a lolicon and being a momcon are in a sense like sort of two sides of the same three-sided coin that also has these 2D complex people in it, where it's like, even though these three kind of different camps are so like different on their face, it's all stemming from like a kind of like fundamental male inadequacy, and so they bring that up, and it's like, okay, the film is willing to be like a little bit self-aware here, or give a little bit of the other perspective, and then it's just like immediately like treated as another point to shoot down.
Yeah. Disabuse, even if only by force.
Right.
Yeah.
But I guess that's just to say that it's interesting to me that the film is clearly thinking enough about these things and not just trying to straw man everything, such that it's incapable of depicting a real counter argument and like a kind of like a marginally less like straw manned perspective. Counter perspective. I don't know what you'd say. A counterpoint. Which I think is another one of the things that in my memory factored this in as like one of the most misogynistic films I've ever seen, is that like there's a lot of misogynistic cinema out there, but a lot of them are so detached from female perspectives that it's almost like not worth getting mad at, because it's just so far removed from reality.
It's pure id instead of like trying to construct an ideological project.
Exactly. And this is a film that feels like it is operating entirely around its ideology.
Yeah, totally.
Which is interesting. I find it very compelling.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking more about the inherent romanticism in the film, and then also just sort of what you see, the like, I would be such a gentleman sort of line, this sort of desire that's demonstrated in some of these circles to bring back some of the like chivalric ideals, in terms of how you treat a woman, being the protector, being sort of like noble and devoted in these certain ways, which the old man with his robot maid exemplifies in this story. And I was thinking about, you know, it would take to actually be that in real life, in a real relationship with a real person with agency. It would take so much like work and emotional maturity to like live those ideals, and yet it's like sweet and sad that some of those ideals still exist buried under this like misogyny.
Right.
And
we're back. My audio interface randomly stopped functioning right as you were
joking on boba.
Right as you were making a kind of a particularly good point to kind of wrap up on. if you wouldn't mind just sort of restating maybe the last, like, 30 seconds of that point that you were making, I should be able to splice it together.
Okay. The inherent melancholy that some of these, like, chivalric and nobler ideals still, like, live in the hearts of people who will never, and have never been given the tools or never taken, you know, been given any equipment or taken the agency to develop the kind of emotional maturity it would take to display any of those in a real relationship with someone who might prove challenging.
Right.
To that sometimes. Yeah. I mean, I think for all the, like, problematic sexual politics of, like, the 60s and 70s with the Free Love Project, which in a lot of cases sort of boiled down to, let's maintain a lot of these sort of, like, roles and expectations while also allowing people with more agency, usually the men, to fuck around a lot more. For all of that, there was also like sort of a lot of, like, movement towards, especially in, like, you know, the sort of more communist leaning circles, towards actually trying to dismantle some of that and have more, like, equitable relationships between men and women and stuff.
Dismantle the
sort of, I mean, the traditional roles of, like, the woman takes care of all this stuff in the home and the man does that, and you know, he's allowed to be a slut but she's not, and stuff like that. But to dismantle that and to create more equal partnerships between people. And unfortunately, I think that was crushed a lot along with the other radical politics of the time. And there was a sort of return to, like, like romantic dyads that became more and more unfulfilling because everybody had to meet these like economic expectations, and yet women were still burdened with traditional expectations, and it just became less and less appealing for everyone. And so, I mean, there would have to be, like, a huge cultural shift, and I'm not just talking about Japan here, but towards actually dividing, like, roles in a household and in a relationship in a way that actually makes sense and is more equitable. And yeah, I mean, I do think that, as we were talking about at the beginning, a lot of these men are also really burdened by the necessity of being, like, a breadwinner, basically, to a family, while finding that their needs are not necessarily supposed to be met anymore and, like, waited on hand and foot by their wife. And I think it's completely valid to want to give up under those circumstances. Working sucks. Yeah. So I don't know. I think that breaking down some of that more and, like, honestly just making life more affordable would be a huge start.
Well, I think what's interesting too is that for a lot of these men, it's not like they're guys who've come off their tenure doing that. It's entirely speculative to them.
True.
There's not, like, a kind of, like it's almost like they can just sort of observe, maybe even from their own upbringing or what they're seeing around, or just kind of the cultural vibe in the air, that what you're describing that needs to be dismantled is inevitable. It's like the inevitable conclusion to following a traditional path as a heterosexual person.
I wonder, I mean, I can't say this for sure, but I do think that, like, in a culture where you're, like, schooling is so competitive, that it makes sense to me that people would get burned out by that before they even entered the workforce, I guess.
Absolutely.
But also just the shit, I forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, I was specifically talking about romance, because a lot of these guys are virgins,
right? And
I don't say that to be disparaging. Sex is gross. So I kind of
oh, that's what, yeah, okay, I remember what I was gonna say.
Go for it.
Just there's also, like, of course adulthood looks like shit because a lot of it is shit. Yeah. And so unless you have, like, a personal freedom to look forward to in it, then, like, why would you want to grow up? And so the idea of staying in an arrested state of development, remaining a virgin even, only ever having sex with a sex toy, right, is really appealing.
Is this the part where you bring up that you watched Rumbling Hearts recently?
I wasn't going to get into it, but okay. there's a 13 or so episode series called Rumbling Hearts anime.
It is based on a visual novel by the name of... it gets shortened to Kimi no Zo. I can't remember the whole title. Kimi ga Nozomu Ein.
Yeah, and it was brought over in like the 2010s or something to just be kind of like fodder for the anime boom in the US.
Right, yeah. It was one of those cases where like... And I think I have an issue of Shoujo Beat that has an ad specifically for the like Rumbling Hearts like ADV DVDs, because this is one of those anime that was produced for and aimed at male audiences that was too schmoopy for America's men and boys
understanding of gender interests.
Yes. So it got funneled into, this is being advertised toward women. And ultimately I think it like, it's hard to imagine a guy who likes like Naruto and shit to like...
Well, that's the thing, is this series is really should be for adults.
Right.
And not for boys or girls,
yes,
you know?
Totally.
It's it was adapted from, obviously, adult material.
Right.
But there is a lot of, like, sex in the show. Most of it takes place after they've grown into adulthood, even though it's, like, the first part of the show is these teens in high school. They start to date. They're starting to, like... figure out how to be in relationships with one another, and then very abruptly one of the main girl that the main guy is dating gets hit by a freak accident and is sent into the hospital comatose, and then over the ensuing years the rest of the friends are trying to deal with it. They form other relationships, they make messy decisions, and then she wakes up and then they have to like deal with the fallout of that, basically. And it's melodramatic as shit. I watched the dub, which is stilted. I think it's pretty good, but it's also stilted, but I think in a way that kind of serves the melodrama pretty well, because in a way this is kind of a trashy series. There's certainly a lot of characters making messy sexual decisions, although most of it's cut out from what I imagine is in the VN.
Well, I imagine in the VN, most of those are awesome sexual decisions.
Sure. You're right. I'm revealing my own narrow-mindedness here.
But yeah, no, I think you're right that it's extremely melodramatic, but then there's also this kind of like quiet, like understated quality to some of it.
Totally. Especially when it starts out at the beginning and they're in high school with each other, for example. These teens are like talking through things more than they're being dramatic or doing things to each other. Like she has a crush on him, and so her friend is like, I'm going to be supportive, I'm going to talk to both of you, and then they have a conflict and their friends are like, I think you should talk about it, why don't you go do this? And like one of the things that I talked about in my review of it on letterboxd.com was that I came to understand that like part of it had an emotional maturity to it that I kind of didn't expect, but then messiness still ensues, and I realized that like what part of the theme is that like what is functional in young adulthood can be no longer functional in adulthood if you don't mature and like change. And that the show has so much to do with the idea of being arrested in your childhood. And so like, for example, the conflict of the main guy between this high school girl that he dated, and you know, she's so innocent and she just woke up from her coma and she doesn't know what's going on, and like he loved her so much, but she was asleep for 3 years and he did move on and get with her friend who was in love with him, and being torn between the two of them could be so annoying.
Am I remembering that the conceit is that they are acting like no time has passed?
Yeah, for a good chunk of it, this girl wakes up from her coma and doesn't know that time has passed, and like, it's one of those stupid like sort of pseudo psychology things where they're like, we can't tell her, it'll mind break her. So they have to like wear their old uniforms and pretend that they're still in high school and no time has passed. And so this boy has to hide his relationship with his now girlfriend, and creates lots of like emotions and drama. And you could sit there and watch it and be like, this is idiotic. Why don't they just talk to each other? You know, like from a reasonable point of view. But I thought that it did such a good job of, if you want to like read beyond that, make you understand why they can't just talk about it.
Right.
Which I think is the point of good melodrama.
And I think that it's also a rare case where such a like schlocky melodramatic setup with the like amnesia or like the coma causing them to act like no time has passed, like that could very easily just be like a sales pitch, like a framework, but like
contrivance.
It is central to the theme in a way that I think overwrites the fact that from like a psychology perspective it's inane.
Yeah, totally. So it, like watching that show made me be like, yeah, no wonder he's torn, because really the choices he's torn between are remaining in childhood or like proceeding to adulthood.
Right.
And none of the characters in the show really have any reason to feel that adulthood is desirable, because you have to go work your salary job and the people in your life actually get mad at you, and like, you know,
and the girls who work at the Denny's you work at are gonna insult your penis or whatever.
Yeah, totally. There's a lot of Denny's in the show, which is also great. So I don't know if I need to say more about it. You can go read my review on Letterboxd.com.
It's a great review.
And it's a great show, in my book. I think it might be one of my more favorite anime now.
Yeah, no, I watched it while I was like editing a video, so I wasn't like totally honed in on it, but I remember thinking the whole way through, like, why is this like so much more mature than it has any reason to be? Like, why is this kind of trying to say things that I've never seen any other show
do
about
successfully?
Yeah, right. And like there's already a deficit of anime about adults, especially like slice of life anime about adults, that like I tend to really covet them. So I was kind of ready to be like, all right, well, this is just serving a need that I don't have met very often. You know, maybe that's making me see more in it than there is. So I felt very validated that you also had that experience with it. You got to get on Genshiken. It's anime about a bunch of college students who are in an anime club together.
Yes, I've seen that around for ages.
Love that anime. I've only seen the first season, to be fair. Some of the OVAs, they introduce a girl whose whole thing is that she's homophobic and hates yaoi.
Awesome. Yeah, I should watch that. I keep trying like new popular shows and being like, ugh, why don't I like anime? And maybe I should just seek out the ones that have adults in them.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, there's like a short list, but I don't know that I've seen many of them that I have disliked.
Nice.
Yeah. So yeah, I think that the moral of the story is that you should watch MAID-DROID, and then you should watch Rumbling Hearts, and then you should go outside and talk to a real woman.
Perfect.
Is that the end of the episode? Bye! 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 Bye!
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults, and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies. You're listening to one of the first 8 episodes of the podcast Second Time Virgins, which were recorded under a different name. Funny story, we started recording these in November of 2024 with plans to launch early the following year under the name Two in the Pink. And in that time, another podcast began with a nearly identical title, Two in the Pinku. So we had to rebrand, effective as of our 9th episode. In this episode, you'll hear us refer to the show under the old name. Just roll with it. Thanks. On to the episode.
Zoe, we are rolling.
Oh, sorry, I'm coming over. All right, I'm drinking my piss-tasting IPA and watching Inflatable Sex Doll of the Wastelands.
And I'm drinking a glass of cranberry juice because I have a UTI. This is Inflatable Sex Doll of the Wastelands. So you hear that title and you think to yourself, what on earth could this film be about? What is your assumption going in?
Let's see. I thought that perhaps we would get something that was a little bit like metaphysical, little woman in the dunes action, but it's like a man stranded on I guess in a wasteland, in a deserted wastelands with a inflatable sex doll that, like, you know, maybe in his delirium starts to take on human characteristics or like speaks to him, like a la Wilson, you know. Yes. Tom Cruise. What's that movie called?
Did you call him Tom Cruise?
Yeah, I did.
That's to Tom Hanks in Castaway.
Great, yes. It's you know, I watched that movie when I was like 5 years old. It's the same. They're the same men to me.
Did your high school show you did your high school teachers ever just put on a movie that had absolutely nothing to do with anything just so that they didn't have to teach for the day?
Yes.
Yeah. That was how I watched Castaway. That was also how I watched A Girl Interrupted.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Yeah.
That's a fun one. I had to watch Overboard! Multiple times.
Multiple times? I don't even know that movie.
Oh, it's one of those like pre-90s like horrible comedy, like broad comedies about this like bitchy woman who falls overboard at the beginning and gets rescued by her ultimate like love interest ship captain guy, but she's so prissy at the beginning, and then she gets amnesia from being overboard, and then you know, they kind of put her in her place by making her do the things that she was prissy about, but she's nice now because she has amnesia, and then in the end she's wealthy and she marries the lowbrow guy. I don't know. Terrible movie.
This is I think the immediate detour we took is sort of should be a foreboding to the audience. This is one of the most boring pieces of shit that I've watched.
Yeah, well, I think it's a particular vein of boring, which is artsy boring.
Yes.
Pretensions boring.
Yeah.
You know, apologies in advance to anybody that likes this movie, but
I'm not apologizing for shit.
Inflatable Sex Doll: The Wastelands, directed by Atsushi Yamatoya in 1967.
You know what I can say in one word about this, or two words about this movie?
Yeah.
Too French.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So we realized maybe 2/3 of the way through this film that we had watched another of this director's 4 films.
Yes.
Which we felt exactly the same way about and immediately forgot about so hard that we didn't realize it was the same director.
Season of Treason, sometimes known as Season of Betrayal.
From 1966.
Yes. That's a piece of shit that has a couple of elements that are profoundly baffling.
Right, and so
it's go ahead.
Yeah, just to sort of set the scene, we've talked a little bit about other pink directors in the 60s.
Right.
Mostly Koji Wakamatsu, who, you know, were doing the low-budget pink movies, but with a sort of new wave sensibility, and oftentimes with a more like political point of view, but then also a European like experimental filmmaking or like new filmmaking techniques kind of point of view.
Right.
Yeah. So this guy is doing a lot of the same things that Koji Wakamatsu, for example, does in his films. And in fact, Koji Wakamatsu produced Season of Betrayal, but they're bad by contrast.
They're bad. They're awful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go off.
Well, I mean, I think, like, we were observing that pretty much all of the dialogue in the film is... It feels totally disconnected from any other dialogue within a given scene. Like, it all feels like declarative statements. Like, a series of declarative statements.
Yeah. Just to, set the scene a little further.
Yes.
The sort of, plot... question mark of the movie is that a wealthy guy who owns land, his girlfriend is kidnapped, and then, you know, he has a film of it, and presumably the people that kidnapped her are after his money or his land, and so he hires a hitman who has also had a similar experience where his girlfriend was also raped and murdered, and he's sort of on a vengeance quest, and I think it's probably the same guy,
right,
who perpetrated both, and so he goes after them. And basically, this is coming from this director does a lot of plots in this vein, but this is coming from a very like hard-boiled gangster movie sensibility.
We should also say he co-wrote Branded to Kill.
Yeah. So he's worked and probably been like influenced by Seijun Suzuki a lot, who does some of the most like well-known sort of Japanese Western gangster movies, like Tokyo Drifter, which I have seen. And so this did remind me of that in terms of like trying to have a very like cool aesthetic, and incorporating these hard-boiled elements from the 30s and 40s, but like with a new sort of like a stylish twist to them,
right?
And some observations that I've made about that, the particular like 60s especially hard-boiled genre, is that it's a very different project than the 30s and 40s hard-boiled genre, which I can talk more about later, maybe after we've talked more about the film or something.
That sounds great.
Yeah, so the movie is some of it is kind of nicely shot, and it has cool shots in it.
Yeah.
But it is also a very montagey series of images. And one of the things that it does similar to Koji Wakamatsu is like insert these random montages of like still black and white photography, and then some of the images are sort of politically charged but in a confusing way.
Yeah.
While someone says things like, I know what the darkness brings. I've, the heart of man is destined to one day collapse in on itself, or something like that.
Right, yeah.
And at 3:00, it's a children's snack time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like a sample of the dialogue.
Yeah, that's like basically verbatim.
So there's that visually, and then, the dialogue between characters is also to me very European, and I always like, is this a problem with the subtitles, or is this literal translation? Just how it's written makes no sense. It's two characters saying these sort of terse sentences back and forth, and some of them will sort of relate to the plot, and then the other person will reply with something that is completely out of left field, or is like sort of pseudo-philosophical. And to me, that is sort of a taking of the style of hard-boiled dialogue, the sort of like Raymond Chandler, like He-Man, short, terse sentences, and like making it European, basically. And I don't find it successful. It's not one of the things that I really enjoy watching, because you walk away being like, what the fuck did that mean?
Right. I think the observation that I made, and this might be totally inaccurate, but like this movie, like I think the kind of key difference between the like synthesis of like European art house new wave shit in Wakamatsu's work versus this guy is that this guy clearly thinks it's cool.
Yes.
Like there's a sort of feeling of being impressed with the content of the film, whereas I think Wakamatsu is a little bit more straightforward. And like obviously like there's an inherent like self-congratulatory nature.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
A point, like Wakamatsu I think chooses everything with a sort of political point of view, and then his aesthetics are selected in order to make that point. Whereas with this guy, I get more of the sense of he's going for the image first.
Yeah.
And then sort of adding some ideological spice to it. Yeah.
Yeah, so I gotta be real, listener. You see an inflatable sex doll in 2 shots. I think in the whole film. 2 shots.
Yep. Why don't you describe some of the other images in the film? Or some of the shots that you liked, or some of the images that annoyed you, like, whatever.
I don't think a lot of the images annoyed me. Well, toward the end of the film, they start doing all this fucking, like, metaphysical isn't the right word. Like, suddenly we're, like way
surreal.
In the future. Yeah, just very, like, surrealistic shit. Where, like, there's maggots writhing around this clump of rice, and that's on the ground while people are being shot and murdered.
And then he walks out of the room and he walks back in, and someone on the floor, all the
someone had just died. You know, the maggots have turned into flies, and now they're swarming around him. And then he's going back into the room and trying to wake up this woman who's either in a coma or dead by grabbing her tits and shaking her from her tits. So all that shit annoyed the hell out of me. But then,
I was gonna say, if I'm ever comatose, I hope someone does that to me. It's surely the best method, waking me.
You think so? I don't know
absolutely.
about that. I think a good old fashioned slap to the face is all I need. I think I would be. But then some of the images that I did like were like, or at least thought were like kind of fun and clever. One of the sex scenes, the detective guy is has like a gun to this woman's head, and then he takes a second to kind of roll the barrel over her body, and that was kind of cool. I've never seen that. I've seen plenty of scenes and things where a woman is getting fucked with a gun to her head. What an awful thing to admit. But that's the only time I've seen that. And then earlier, or maybe a little bit later in that scene, he's knocking her around in a bathroom, and there's a moment where he slaps her across the face, and the arc of that motion, the camera swivels from the two of them to their reflection in the bathroom mirror.
Yeah, that was a great shot.
That was a great shot. I don't really think like
there was some good camera movement. There was another one where there's the camera's placed on a bar, and sort of the bar kind of bifurcates the shot, and then a man who's been shot like crawls over the bar and falls down on the other side.
You're saying which kind of bar?
Like a bar, a drinking bar.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought you were talking about.
Sorry. They're inside a bar, as one might in a hard-boiled movie. And then a man kind of like crawls really belaboredly, and then like rolls himself and heaves himself over the bar, and it like shakes the camera, and then it moves as he falls down. It moves the camera to the right. So then it's like reframing the shot.
There's also a scene where something is thrown like directly at the camera as well.
Yeah.
Is that the same, or is that a different shot?
Different shot.
Different shot. Okay.
Yeah, and then there's sorry, I'm like Wander came and sat by my feet, this cat, and he's just like staring up into my eyes, but he has litter from the litter box on his face.
It again. Fuck.
he's just staring like beatifically into my eyes and like blinking wetly, and he just has...
How do you keep doing this, dude? Jesus fucking Christ.
Litter box sand on his whiskers.
Oh my god.
This is what your audience doesn't know, Wander.
He's like a fucking... He's basically our third host at this point. This motherfucker will not leave us alone lately.
He knows there's recording happening, and he's got to be part of it.
He's got to be part of it.
A final shot that I liked was near the beginning of the film. They're out in sort of like presumably the titular Wastelands, but it's like a kind of hot, dry, dusty area, and they get out of the car, and you called it an anamorphic lens on the camera. The camera pans, and
it's got this like weird warping on either corner of it. It might just be like the film was produced wrong or processed wrong. But I think it's the result of an anamorphic lens.
I thought that must be intentional, because it looked really good, and it also sort of mimicked like a heat wave, like a shimmer.
Yeah.
So there were cool things in this movie, and yet we were bored by like 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
What else?
About the film?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'll talk about hard-boiled.
Go
sort of noir genre, the noir detective genre. Obviously our protagonist in this is a hitman and not a detective, but that's, pretty common.
We need to talk about his fucking outfit.
Oh, yeah. It's awesome. Okay, so for absolutely no reason. He first appears and he's wearing basically a suit with like a button-up shirt and a tie and a vest and a blazer and, his pants. And he has like a is it a straw hat he's wearing?
No, it's like a regular kind of like detective-y fedora
style hat. And then at some point he gets to a hotel room and he takes his jacket off, and you realize that he's wearing like a vest with, and the shirt underneath is sleeveless. So suddenly he has like just the hat and this like vest with still the button-up shirt and the tie, but it's sleeveless, and he has like a giant watch on, and it makes him look like a Chippendales performer.
Yeah, and then he takes that off at one point.
He takes the vest off.
His fucking white button-up shirt doesn't have a back. It's backless.
It's like a halter top.
Yes, he's literally dressed like a fucking like a fucking male stripper. It's funny. Crazy.
Yeah, I don't have anything to say about any of the rest of the fashion in the film, but that was quite striking.
Yeah. No, like nothing implied in the film that would give us a reason to understand why the fuck he's dressed like that. Okay, talk about Noir, because I have to urinate.
Okay, Godspeed. So basically, thinking about the transition of... So thinking about, like, film noir of the 30s and 40s, it's a genre that was born out of, like, post-depression, post-war, you know, disillusionment, and sort of the emasculation that comes with both poverty and, you know, war.
Ow.
Wow. I'm sure she'll be okay. And so noir itself is a genre... noir itself is a genre about basically, like, men who are hard-boiled on the outside, but to some degree weak or fallible on the inside. And it was sort of the first time... or not the first time in film, but I guess as a not codified genre, but as a genre that coalesced to a degree... a genre that showed almost an anti-hero instead of like a heroic male protagonist a lot of the time, in the specific style parameters of film noir and dealing with the subject matter of film noir, which is like crime and femme fatales, etc. And so that came out of like, basically men being disempowered and kind of dealing with it, and you know, living in these seedy worlds full of crime, and then often dealing with women who they also kind of end up helpless to, because women are seductive and exercise power over men in that way. And so post 30s and 40s, you know, we saw sort of the backlash against that. There was sort of like in the 50s and 60s, sort of a recodifying of family. I said the word codifying too much in this episode already, but like of like quote unquote traditional family values, right? The idea was like, get these men back to work, get these women out of the factories, nail down the nuclear family, make sure that, you know, America is a good Christian nation, and that's how we're going to, you know, remain a world power and a wealthy nation. And so there was also sort of this backlash against like women and sort of the rise of like this other type of misogyny. And so in hard-boiled stuff and in noir, you start to see a lot more of these detectives and hard-boiled noir heroes who are more like what's the word I'm trying to say, like who are more infallible or more like invulnerable,
like indestructible.
Yeah, and they might have like their inner pain and their tragic past and everything, but they, you know, it's the James Bonds, who are like never seduced by the women that they sleep with. The guys that like fuck but don't care about fucking and that kind of thing, which to me is like a shift of the genre away from the earlier themes. And so I see that in this movie for sure. This protagonist is a guy who, a pink movie protagonist who doesn't care about fucking, but like fucks at least once or twice.
Is this really a pink film?
It doesn't have enough sex in it, really.
Well, look, I mean, it's a sexploitation film regardless.
Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't say because we'd probably have to like see who distributed it and where it was shown in theaters and stuff to really make a judgment call. But yeah, I think I said everything that I was going to about hard-boiled film.
That's great.
There's a jazz soundtrack.
Yeah, the opening is like a jazz soundtrack with like maybe Buddhist chanting over it.
That was cool.
Do we have anything else to say about this fucking movie?
No, I think we should wrap up with if you were going to make the film, what would you make?
Well, I think what you described up front isn't too far off, but I was imagining the inflatable...
Lars and the real girl. That's what I was trying to invoke.
Got it. Yeah, so in my mind, the inflatable sex doll is the protagonist, and she's in the Wastelands. I don't know if it's necessarily post-apocalyptic or something sort of indistinct, but she's sort of wandering, maybe just by being blown around in the desert wind.
Awesome.
Into these camps of entirely men, who, you know, even though she's not a real woman, she's the closest thing to like a woman. She's the most woman-shaped thing they've seen in God knows how long. Maybe they're all on some sort of expedition or another. And so it's sort of like the way that men, when a group of men is like introduced to like one woman, there's like blood. It's like they smell blood in the water. Like a lot of women that I've known have expressed, like, a lot of straight women, I mean, have expressed like, yeah, my boyfriend would like invite me over to his place when like his buddies were all playing you know, video games together or whatever, and like immediately they were basically all like attempting to hit on me. Like they all saw me as like fair game. So something sort of tapping into that within the male psyche, being unable to see anything woman shaped as anything but a potential sexual partner or even romantic partner. And I think in the end she pops.
Nice.
Yeah.
I like that.
I think it would probably wind up needing to be a lot more like metaphysical and like ambiguous. You know, maybe you're hearing her inner monologue throughout a lot of the film. Mm-hmm. But that's like the only kind of nod you have to whether or not she's sentient.
Totally.
Yeah. What about you? What do you think? How do you want to build off of that?
No, I like that. I was gonna give a recommendation because I think that's a good genre of story, right? What you just described about like one woman, bunch of men, sort of reveals a lot of sexual politics, etc.
The video game Lisa, Lisa the Painful, is kind of not quite similar exactly. It's about a world that no longer has any women in it, and so the men are all like crazed and evil because none of them are getting any.
Totally.
I didn't play enough of that game to know if there are any just like happy regular gay couples, but
I am looking up my pick for this. Yes. It's The Misfits with Marilyn Monroe from 1961.
Okay. She plays a sex doll.
Kind of. Well, no, she has a lot of agency in that movie. Honestly, I think it's a great role because I think in the greater, collective iconography, she was kind of a sex doll.
Yeah,
right?
Totally.
But this film is actually directed by John Huston, who I don't love most of the time. And this isn't even
directed what?
Tons of shit. Key Largo, The African Queen, and Maltese. Oh, he directed The Maltese Falcon. Okay, I take it back.
Okay.
He's pretty good. He did Wise Blood, which kind of sucked, but that's okay. Flannery O'Connor's pretty hard to adapt. Anyway, Yeah, the Misfits, I think it's really beautiful because you can see Marilyn actually being able to use her, like, acting ability. Like, she was trained in the method acting.
What is that school? The woman, Marlon Brando and I think Jack Nicholson both studied under her.
Yeah. Well, there was also a dude's, I want to say Stanislavski, but I think he was a dancer.
Yeah.
Maybe it was Stanislavski.
Maybe it was. I think that within that, like, school there might have it might not have been a woman. I don't know. I think it was the Stanislavski school.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe a woman took over the main sort of teaching position or something at some point. But yeah, a lot of actors of that time who are held up as the greatest actors today studied the method. And Marilyn Monroe did too, which is kind of unexpected because her parts generally comedic, really broad and stuff. Well, anyway, The Misfits with Marilyn Monroe in it is a movie about like an ex-stripper who is trying to get a divorce in Reno, I believe, and she ends up having to sort of move in with this guy who lives with a bunch of other guys. And they run a horse wrangling business, basically, and so they capture wild horses.
They're capturing doggies. No, that's cows.
Right. They capture wild horses, but the wild horses are used for dog feed. And this it upsets her intensely because she feels sort of a kinship with the horses. I think that's all the pitch you need.
Yeah, that's there you go.
Yeah. So that's my recommendation.
That's sort of a beautiful 1-to-1 parallel there. That's kind of
Yeah, one of the things we forgot to do was describe the ending of the film, which is something about the way that these women, or the kidnapped women, get used and stuff turns them into these sort of comatose states, which through some series of events that was indecipherable to me at the end up showing that the real estate man from the beginning, whose girlfriend was originally kidnapped, has built a business on his land for quote-unquote inflatable sex dolls.
Right.
Sort of a brothel, if you will. And you go into the brothel and it's a bunch of real actresses and real women who are all in varying outfits, like a schoolgirl outfit, and in this comatose state. So it's saying something about the objectification of women, for sex. Yes. But I'll leave that up to someone who liked the movie better, maybe, to make something greater out of that statement.
That woman getting knocked around in the bathroom in that scene, he really doesn't hold back. That must have hurt, all that porcelain.
That's true.
Oh my god, she must have had major bruises. I wouldn't be surprised if she hit her head on that tub.
That's very possible. And he doesn't even sexually assault her. He just spanks
he does,
her.
right?
No, he just...
Isn't that the next scene?
Well, she wants it in the scene.
She wants it.
She comes out in a towel and seduces him.
Yes, you're right. Right. Yeah, he spanks her, which is so perverted and humiliating. Yeah. Is this the end of the episode?
Yeah, that was all I had to say.
So within the pantheon of Two in the Pink films that we've seen so far here on the Two in the Pink broadcast, we can agree that this is the worst one. Anne's Diary is a couple steps up, I would say. And we didn't even have subtitles for that one.
Yeah. I would say, Season of Treason or Betrayal, we don't even remember enough about that movie to be that was... I was even a little bit offended spending time on that.
All I remember about that film is just the absurdly incoherent racial politics it's attempting to play with.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, this filmmaker, not one of our favorites. And if you disagree, feel free to let us know.
I don't care. I don't give a shit. Keep it to your goddamn self. Nah, I'm kidding.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies.
Hello, once again, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, a podcast about pink films.
Exploitation and beyond?
Exploitation and beyond.
So essentially whatever the fuck we want to talk about.
This is the first episode that we are recording, knowing that we would have to change the name of this show before air.
Post being epically owned by a pair of cool husbands.
Yeah. You know, it's
two cool husbands.
Of all the people to boom us horrifically, I'm glad it was those two.
So if you didn't catch the context in previous show notes or episodes, a pair of I keep calling them two nice husbands.
That should have been the name of their show.
Prominent pink movie letterboxd reviewers started their own podcast in December of 2024 with the title Two in the Pinku, and we had to pivot to a different branding, different name.
After recording 8 episodes.
We had to re-virginize ourselves, regrow our hymens, pull ourselves up by our bootstraps, and rename our podcast. This podcast is now called Second Time Virgins.
And we're inaugurating this by talking about the film Eat the Schoolgirl, Osaka Telephone Club, released in 1997, directed by Tomoyuki Nagashima? Tomoyuki? Hold on. Naoyuki Tomomatsu. I got that shit so wrong. Wow. And we're rolling with it.
And this is a director that we've recorded a previous episode about.
Yes.
His film MAID-DROID.
Yes, his film MAID-DROID, which is a film that we had a lot to say about. I think that wound up one of our meatier episodes so far. And so this had been in both of our lists. I don't even remember how it wound up in mine.
Eat the Schoolgirl.
It
wound up on my list because I was trolling through the exploitation offerings of a secondhand bootleg store. And I looked it up on Letterboxd instead of impulse purchasing it and said, I will, like an intelligent, reasonable, moderate person, add this to my watch list and insist that I watch it before I buy a illegal bootlegged rip of this movie.
Right.
And, it was both worth the wait, and I don't think I would have been disappointed if I had purchased it.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I mean, at least we now know unambiguously that the terrible subtitles that people reported about that release are just universal. Because this had some of the worst subtitling I've seen for a Japanese film in a long time. A lot of it was just a lot of the dialogue was just not translated. Certain extremely obvious simple phrases or words were translated as something radically different and devoid of context, which made following the film's incredibly sort of opaque, questionably non-linear narrative that much harder. But I feel that it was a challenge worth taking.
Yeah, we had a good time with this one.
Yeah, it was great.
One of the differences in the poor subtitling is a woman saying, "Kill me," and the subtitle translates this as, "Is it good for you?" And I think that kind of demonstrates right there, what you might expect from a pink movie and what you get in this pink movie.
So, this director's film MAID-DROID is a super low budget, 3 sets, maybe 5 principal actors thing,
And it's, what year was the MAID-DROID
2007.
2000. Okay, so 10 years later.
This is a film from 1997. The production values are definitely higher. There's a lot more sets, a lot more characters, and a lot more sex, because this is just like a traditional pink film that happens to be injected with a lot of not even sadomasochistic, just sadistic sex. We've got a Hisayasu Sato impersonator
on our hands,
on the beat today.
But you know what? He's scrappy.
Yeah. So like, I feel like it's funny because I think we've described Satos that way, in comparison to guys from his generation past, like Wakamatsu.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure that once we've done like 50 episodes of this show, we're going to look back at this and think, oh my God, there's other directors, you guys. Jesus fucking Christ.
You were so naive.
You were so naive.
You'd only read 1 or 2 chapters of Behind the curtain.
But this is an example where I feel like it's warranted. I think it was shot on film, but it's the version we watched was compressed to shit, and a lot of the footage does keep cutting to like a filmed CRT in classic guys like that fashion. And, there's a lot of, like, filming on the streets of Tokyo, or, I mean, I guess it's Osaka. Filming the city streets without a permit, and weird, sadistic sex and violence, and sort of opaque, socio-philosophical narratives. But Tomomatsu is injecting a lot more, like, just like good old-fashioned gore film principles into it. And so I think, like, if I were to sell this movie to someone who knows, the bare basics of pink films, I think drawing comparison is the easiest way to do so, by saying that it's a little bit of Sato and a little bit of the Entrails of a Virgin guy. I can't remember what that guy's name is. Yeah. So as how happens with many pink films, I always have to wonder who chose the title. Was the title given to the director by the studio? Did the director give the film to the studio and then they named it? Like, what's going on here? Because in sort of classic, like, the Hollywood producer Val Lewton, who worked, for RKO Studios in the, like, 30s, 40s, and made all these super low-budget horror adjacent films for them, the studio would give him a title like The Leopard Man because they were trying to profit off of the popularity of things like The Wolf Man that had been put out and been mega hits. And then he just kind of got a budget and got to, like, make what he wanted out of that title, and ended up making very idiosyncratic artistic films with it. So my natural inclination is to guess that's what happens with a lot of pink films. Yeah.
The studio is like, here, make something called Eat the Schoolgirl. But
I believe the case with Sato is that he would make a movie and then have a title he wanted, and then the studio would go, no, you're not calling that movie, like Reflecting Pool 1990X. No, we're calling that Lolita Vibrator Torture.
Right. That would make
That's
sense.
That's not a literal example, but,
That would make sense to me. And so, there are really no schoolgirls in this film. There's no school, at least, in this film. No one is eaten in this film.
If anything, the closest thing you could call a schoolgirl in the film is the one doing the closest thing you could call eating in the film.
Yeah, so let's talk about, I guess, sort of the basic setup of this film.
Right.
Some of what happens in it. We have a young protagonist who we are introduced to jacking off on a telephone, a sex telephone
on
booth.
a sex telephone hotline.
Yeah. What do they call that? What's the real
phone sex
phone
hotline?
Sex hotline?
Yeah, phone sex hotline.
And cutting to the woman that he's on the phone with, masturbating into the phone. And he seems to have some peripheral relationship to this gang of nasty gangsters who make sort of rape snuff films that they then sort of sell on the street.
Yeah, a description says that they're Yakuza. I think more likely they're just like an underground snuff ring.
Mm-hmm. And then we have some other like random characters that play into events. There's a woman who knows our protagonist and seems like vaguely related to this ring. Like maybe she does more, like less, like she hasn't done the snuff stuff with them. And then another young man who has bleached blonde hair who seems to be selling their tapes on the street, who has like a stammer and just kind of like it has a constant running monologue of saying like pervy stuff under his breath.
Right.
And that's sort of the main setup.
Right.
Except for the fact that our protagonist seems to has this like homicidal urge to kill, but then he also has this beautiful angel woman that's in a white room that he like goes and visits with.
Right. And she's got a little like a white dove that's sometimes a real bird. I don't think it's a dove. Sometimes it's a real bird and sometimes it's like a ceramic statue of a bird.
It looks like a canary
kind of. Yeah, it's got to be a canary, yeah.
And
well, I guess I was sort of thinking like they might think of it as a dove, but that's as close as they could get on their budget, you know?
Right. Yeah, they went to a pet store.
Yeah, they were like, what's the closest thing you have to a dove?
Yeah.
You got this thing.
They're like, that's symbolic enough.
That's symbolic enough.
She wears like this beaded necklace and she has these scars on her back that are where her angel wings would have been removed. And then sometimes she appears in more surreal sequences where she has angel wings. And
did you know that Sheena Ringo, she had some kind of surgery when she was very young, maybe even as an infant, that left her with 2 scars over her shoulders that look very much like angel wings.
Incredible.
That's not to go off on too much of a tangent, but that inspired a lifelong fascination with symmetry in her, and so all of her albums are structured symmetrically. If you look at the like the number of characters, the number of kanji used in each song, there's kind of a parallel structure there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
That's great.
So that's what I was thinking about. Cool. She's the coolest. I was thinking about her while watching this movie, as I do while watching many films.
Yeah, so what do you want to say about the events in this film, Hazel?
So like, again, this director, after like maybe like 2005, mostly did like trashy like zombie schoolgirl kills other zombies type movies that are very like classic 80s horror pastiches that I kind of find obnoxious on face.
Lots of CGI.
Yeah, I haven't seen those movies in particular, but yeah, like it's just not my scene at all. But this film is clearly also playing a lot with pastiche, but for pretty different things. Like, it feels a lot more like a video nasty. Mm-hmm. You've got films like The Driller Killer, and honestly, like some giallo stuff. It's got kind of like a post 1980 Dario Argento kind of score. And
like a whooping synth score at times.
Yeah. And
is whooping a technical term?
I mean, it conveys what it is for sure. But yeah, there's all these elements that are kind of strung together from, if not other horror films, the kind of general ethos of that kind of horror film. And so you've got like this kind of ambiguous narrative, and there are all these like, you know, sudden cuts of imagery that are supposed to convey to you like major character motivations, and you're kind of left guessing, like, I think I picked up on what they're going for here. And kind of like a cyclical kind of approach to the narrative.
Yeah, I mean, it has a lot of very classic horror tropes as well. We've got the scary childlike drawings, which crop up in a couple instances.
Yeah.
And we've got the killer who cross-dresses.
Right. So I might be wrong, but I think that it is pulling pretty directly from Deep Red, the early Argento film. because I believe that it has the scary child drawings and a crazed cross-dressing killer with mommy trouble. Sorry if I spoiled Deep Red for you. I'll spoil something else. Every scene is like 8 minutes of somebody wandering around a house, and then like 2 minutes of somebody running around a house, and then they get murdered in a cool way. Sorry.
Yeah, and in this film, it's you sort of pick up through the like flashback montage that our protagonist, his mother likely murdered their father in front of him. There's a scene where he's like a child and he's standing in a hallway of maybe a hospital or something, holding his mother who's wearing a kimono and is just like splattered in blood, just drenched in it, holding her hand. So yeah, you start to see, okay, this angel woman that he hangs out with, and the fact that he puts on a schoolgirl uniform to commit, sort of random street murders.
Against men and women.
Right.
Yeah.
Seem to be sort of tied up together. And there was some part where, again, the subtitles were so bad that I think it didn't get translated, but there's like a voice in the distance saying, "Mother, mother."
Right. Yeah.
And so, yeah, so he wears the schoolgirl uniform, and in another case, he murders a woman and then puts on her clothes and then goes and commits another murder.
In one instance, he wears a woman's scalp.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah. I think that's what happened.
Yeah.
And
I'm still not sure whose scalp it is or why he wore it.
Yeah.
But
I think it was the woman that he killed. He took her clothes and her hair. I know that there was a shot of her hair. I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I was wondering if something got cut either for time or for budget reasons, but they had that part already.
Probably.
They just left it in there.
So you could read some gender stuff going on in this movie at the same time as it also seems like he wears these outfits in order to sort of disguise himself. But did you make anything of all of that other than just like horror loves this for titillation?
I mean, I think that it's clearly trying to weave all of these different themes together, and I think that giving the protagonist this backstory kind of does that, like this beautiful young angel that's in his room is sort of representative both of like his mother and this sort of like strange kind of like female self-identification that he's kind of confused by, and also this sort of like this like kind of split personality when he dons this schoolgirl uniform and then goes and kills people. But at the end of the movie, I think we learned that the angel was just like a random high schooler that he probably abducted. And so, in that respect, he's sort of quite literally wearing this girl's clothes. And so it's like, there's all these different kind of like, I get the feeling that it's just kind of trying to interlock as many of these different kind of like shocking or transgressive ideas. I don't think it's necessarily just there to shock. I think it's sort of just there to be intriguing.
Yeah. Yeah, and so this is also...
But I do think it succeeds at being intriguing.
Totally, yeah. This is stuff where we also thought this is very Hisayasu Sato.
Totally.
And at the same time, if there's a sort of like a degenerative by generation effect on the sort of either ideological or philosophical leanings of the directors of each film, I would say that this one doesn't really have any... It's fully immersed in genre and does not really have any like pseudo-philosophical pretensions at all.
Yeah, whereas his later films seem to skew more and more toward like incel bait, which we talk about in the MAID-DROID episode.
Right, and so there's a lot of energy in this film, which is I think why I liked it. Like I can leave the philosophical stuff, especially if the director hasn't earned it, you know. And this one is just full of like really pent up energy.
Right. Like when you were saying he's got it's spunky was not the word you used.
Scrappy.
Yeah, it's got a really scrappy quality to it. Where like Yeah, I don't know, just being more confrontational than provocative. Do you feel like there's like a meaningful difference there?
Between confrontational and provocative?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess per the, like, more technical definitions of the terms,
right.
If you're confrontational, you're sort of, like, forcing the viewer to watch.
Right.
If you're provocative, you're provoking the viewer to think.
To think or feel or have some kind of reaction to something. Definitely.
Yeah. So maybe being confrontational is more of just sort of a blunt energy. Right.
Definitely. Yeah. And I think that is very true of the kind of energy that this film is running with. Where, like, you know, I've seen other, like, early films from guys with, like, pretty tenured careers where it's clear they're just, like, trying to cram as many, like, ideas and feelings and points as they can into the thing that they're making. And this isn't quite that, but it is a lot more like just this kind of like manic, like bouncing off the walls, like cavalier kind of filmmaking.
Let me at him.
Yeah, let me at him, exactly. You know, you even see that with the way that people fuck in that movie. It's Jackhammer City in this
totally.
film.
Just like juddering. Yeah. like barely thrusting and more just kind of vibrating.
Yeah, vibrating. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I actually think the sex scenes in the film, like, it's Pink movie, they're bad, right?
Right.
Or like, there's, again, unless you're really into that kind of thing, they're going to be kind of unsexy.
Right.
But at the same time, I do think these scenes are generally, like, good sex scenes for a Pink film.
We've seen so many Pink films where it's just like a static shot of people thrusting and moaning.
Yeah, I suppose what it feels like a lot of the time is like say, because the actors in that kind of sex scene in a Pink film are objectified, right? They're objects in front of the camera. In those, it often feels like two objects kind of like drifting and not really relating to each other. Yeah. Where in a film like this, it really does feel like there's energy transferring between the actors and like, I don't know. It made the sex scenes way more interesting, despite how long they are.
That is also, I think, that's kind of like harmonized by the editing, which I think is also like, it is as kind of frenetic as what is happening on the screen in a lot of those cases. I think the editing is really fantastic, like especially in the during the kills. They're really getting a lot of mileage out of not just like simple effects, quote unquote, because there's some good effects in it, but just like very simple concepts, you know, like the way that this killer stabs a woman, you know, it's just one simple motion, but like the way that it's cut together gives it this like kind of this very like kinetic kind of impact to it that I was impressed by for something that didn't really need to have the vision that it had, you know. Oh, also, after he's done killing people, men or women, whoever, he comes on the part of the body that he
onto the open wound. Yeah. You know,
so it's just
obligatory.
Sort of, one more kind of like confrontational, like look at this. This is fucked up and crazy. Isn't it crazy that I can put this in a movie?
Totally. What are some of the more specific scenes or happenings in the movie? The one thing that I was like, well, I guess I haven't seen that is a scene in which one of the women is kidnapped in order to make one of these snuff films by the gang, and they assault her for the camera.
Yeah, it's like there's like a long like violent rape scene that plays out in basically real time. It's quite
brutal. Yeah. And and then you have the director of the movie sitting there with like, I think he even has maybe a cardigan tied around his shoulders or something, and he's just kind of like, I didn't
notice that. That's very funny.
Excited to be making the film more than he is like have any kind of like personal interest in what he's filming. But they do an enema on her at the end of that scene, and there's real shit.
Well, we don't know if it's
fake
real
shit, but
real
on
fake
screen,
shit. Yes,
there is shit on screen.
Yeah,
which is the first time I've seen that in pink film,
but not in a film.
No, not in a film. Although I've never seen a forced enema.
You've never seen a forced enema on a film?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the whole time, like, as soon as the big syringe came out, it was kind of like, are they going to show us the shit? Yes or no?
Right.
Or, like, are we going to go that far, or are we just going to subject the viewer to the idea of it and then kind of move on?
Right. Which I thought was way more effective, because the idea, like, it doesn't feel very potent as, like, a sort of a humiliation for me.
Because it's more abstract to you?
Yeah, because it's more abstract. We don't see the shit. You don't really...
Oh, you're saying if you don't see the shit, it's less humiliating. Yeah. I thought you were saying the scene as it exists in the film.
No.
Right,
just
yes.
in general, the idea of, like, a enema as kink is not that potent to me. But, like, I finally saw it, and I was like, okay.
They did it.
I get it.
They went there. Right. Yeah, so I guess in that sense, you could quite literally say that there is the distinction between provocative and... confrontational.
Yeah.
Because it's not provoking the image of that. It's quite literally showing you this is happening to this woman.
Right.
And then it cuts to her just like walking down the city street. She's still got like a bloodied nose and she's just like super fucked up looking. And she calls the is it the protagonist or is it the blonde guy?
It's the protagonist.
It is. Mm-hmm. And she says, I was raped by that gang.
Yeah. You should fucking kill your boss or something like that.
Yeah.
Which he doesn't really do, but he does. He does then go and murder her.
Yes.
Put on her clothing and then go confront the gang.
Yeah.
Which is, I think that might be the part of the film that you're talking about. Like, might have gotten cut. I'm not sure if there were more kills there, if there was more of a revenge aspect.
Well, because he just winds up running away from all of them and then hiding in a trash can, and then the scene just kind of ends.
Yeah, so I think there was more to it, and they just edited that part out.
Right. But when he kills her, I gotta say, fantastic disembowelment scene. Yeah,
so this actress, clearly, I mean, she just gets everything in the movie because she's kind of the star.
Right.
Adult actress in the movie. I think, is it Yuki Fujita? She's only in one film.
Yeah, a lot of the people in that film are not attached to any other film that's like listed and credited on Letterboxd. So I was wondering how many of them are just from the like porn industry proper.
Yeah, interesting.
Because that's obviously stuff that wouldn't be logged on a website like that.
Right. Yeah.
Like crossing the threshold between softcore to hardcore.
So without doing further research, I don't know whether this actress's name is Yuki Fujita or Michiru Kato or something else, but she was great and she was clearly the star. So she did all of the like really long, intense scenes.
Yeah.
And in this scene, our protagonist goes to maybe a hotel with her and you know, they soap each other up in the shower and like have sex, but then she gets back in the shower and he brings his knife in and just cuts her open basically from stomach to sternum.
Yeah.
And a bunch of intestines spill out and she starts stumbling around like trying to put them back into her stomach.
Right.
Which is pretty fantastic.
While also like slipping like it's like she's like a water balloon full of blood. Like her stomach opens up and it just like spills all over the ground.
Yeah,
so
they
she's
really
like,
go to town with the fake blood.
It's
in
awesome.
This movie.
Yeah, she's kind of like slipping around in it, and then eventually he throws her into the like the bath,
the sort of jacuzzi bath.
Yeah, and she like accidentally hits the jets, so they turn on while all of this is happening, and it's just like total chaos.
It was really good. I thought the choreography was pretty great.
It was awesome.
It must have been hard to film, you know, especially because it was clearly a room. Like, I don't think that was a set that they constructed.
No, there's no way.
It was open. Yeah.
They must have been really fucking confident
that
none of that would spill out into the
white carpet
into the white carpet in the rest of the room. Yeah, that was kind of why I assumed initially that it might have just been like what was supposed to be her house, because at the time we were guessing that she was just like an adult film actress, but then I guess, you know. It's not like she'd be living in glamour or anything.
Yeah, this is part of the movie where the plot kind of fell apart for us, and we just didn't want to sit down and spend enough time trying to hash out what happens exactly.
Yeah.
What else? So the protagonist, for some reason, has blue eyes. He's a very beautiful Japanese man.
Only when he
with blue eyes.
Kills, though.
Yeah.
I swear to God. And in fact, in some scenes, it looks like he's got heterochromia.
Yeah.
Because the blue eyes in the very first shot you see it in, I could have sworn they were contacts, but I might be wrong.
Yeah. They probably were.
Right. So it's sort of further like he's being taken over by some unseen force kind of thing. I'm not sure.
Yeah. What else?
He bleaches his hair blonde at one point to disguise himself, and then it's back to being black again. Which at first we were like, is that so that he can look like the blonde guy so that he can frame him? But then that doesn't really amount to anything until the end of the film.
So the blonde guy has had kind of an obsession with the woman that we just described, who gets kidnapped and then murdered.
Yeah.
He comes up to her a couple of times and is like, I'm your fan, and she's pretty cold to him because he's a gross boy. And then after she's murdered, he's like fucked up about it because his favorite woman is dead.
Yeah, and I guess somehow he discerns that it was the protagonist who did it. And so he goes and kills him in a very similar fashion to how the protagonist kills the man at the beginning of the film. It's shot very similarly. The
same tunnel,
except there are missing person flyers all over for this angel girl, and it's in daylight. So then, right after that, smash to credits. After the credits, you see a blonde boy in a room on a phone with a sex hotline.
But
so now he's the next
club.
He's the next one.
Right.
Yeah. So there's this kind of
yeah, it's sort of like a metaphysical possession where they're not like, yeah, this is demonic possession, or there's any of that going on per se.
Right.
And yeah, I don't know.
Which I think this is one of those realms where it's kind of like a dumb guy Sato sort of thing, positive connotation, where it's like you're trying to have this like kind of like metaphysical twist to the end of it, but then like you've already given us a more tangible reason why this guy is going around killing people. It's because of his mom, and it's like how is it both of these things like?
Yeah. And yet we both responded quite positively to this movie, and I think it had a lot to do with the energy of the filmmaker.
Yeah.
And yeah, the fact that it didn't, despite wanting to show all of this stuff and include things, it didn't feel like it had, pretensions, and it wasn't boring.
Yeah, absolutely.
What else?
That's a good question. What else? Is there anything else that really stood out to us while we were watching that now we can't recall?
Do you want to talk about the mural that the angel woman... I meant to include that at some point. She draws this giant mural on the wall.
That's right, yeah. She draws this... Well, yeah, I mean, this is... So, yeah, that is another one of those weird, like, what is it trying to convey, actually, if anything, kind of moments where, while he's out doing his first murder against a woman, it keeps cutting back to the, like, angel girl in this big white room, furiously scribbling a drawing of... a man stabbing a woman, like a very like childish drawing of a man stabbing a woman on the wall, like takes up the whole wall. And when he returns, she's like laying on the floor,
and the bird has turned into a ceramic bird.
Yeah, and then she awakes and is like, "What kind of drawing is this?" So it's like, did she draw it actually? Did he draw it? And this is how he's manifesting it. Oh yeah, and also she gets tuberculosis and she dies of an illness at the end. And then, like, I guess he kind of, like, goes through the processions needed to, like, bury her.
Yeah, she starts coughing blood. They have, for the first time, they have sex.
Right.
Like, consensual, in this scene, at least, sex. And at the end of it, she's like, kill me, and he kind of maybe chokes her.
Yeah.
But it's very, like, mild. It's not a brutal scene compared to the other scenes, aside from the fact that she coughs up a lot of blood because of tuberculosis, ? We don't know.
Yeah.
And then it quick cuts to, like, him at, like, a funeral undertaking place.
Right.
Where he kind of had her buried, and they're kind of like, no, she didn't have any family or anything. And here, she left you this. And then the funeral director opens, like, a kerchief that has this, like, really strange metal implement on it that kind of looks like some fucked up sex toy torture device or something like that.
But it also looks like some sort of, like a ancient artifact of some kind.
And then the director's like, I would get rid of it if I were you. And then the scene cuts, and this is very near the end of the film. And then our protagonist is murdered in the tunnel with a razor.
And then at that point, we see that there's tons and tons and tons of missing person flyers up about her.
So it sort of reveals the potential kidnapping plot. But the strange object that she leaves him is never explained or explored further.
And there's nothing in the rest of the film, I don't think, that, like, sets it up either.
No.
Maybe I'll make that the episode art.
Okay.
That so that you can see what the fuck I'm talking about without having to go and watch this horrible, depraved film yourself, dear viewer, dear listener. Yeah, I mean, I think, like, out of the films that we've watched for this show so far, like, this is definitely, like, maybe what others would consider the hardest to watch, or the most brutal, or the most transgressive. Mm-hmm. So I guess we've hit a little bit of a milestone here in that respect.
True. There's a scene where he, our protagonist, goes out in his schoolgirl uniform.
Yes.
And drags a woman who's standing on the street into a car.
Yeah.
And, like...
Yeah, that's the scene where it's cutting to her drawing the mural.
Yeah. And he starts to assault her, and she, is struggling and hates it, and then it does a cut. And then he punches her in the stomach. She throws up all over herself. It's very cottage cheese-like.
It's very cottagecore.
I did, again, that's one of the things that, like, happens a lot in these films, but I thought that he did it in a pretty hard, like, raw way.
Yeah.
That I was, I guess, kind of impressed
by. And then, like, through the whole rest of the scene, it's just, like, she's covered in it. It's getting all over him.
It's pretty gross.
Yeah.
And then it quick cuts, and she's riding now. It's sort of classic. She's into it. She's enjoying it, actually.
Yeah.
She finishes, and he's just laying there kind of, like, catatonic, like, I'm not enjoying this anymore now that it's not a rape. And then after she's done, he once again turns the tables and murders her, and she's like, fuck. And then is dead.
Right.
And I don't know, I thought that dynamic was interesting, that he actually built, like, this tension into the, sex scene that's sort of obligatory, and this, like, back and forth dynamic. But I don't know, I guess the only reason I can really think for that is to highlight the fact that this is about brutality and violence, and not so much about a sexual impulse in the protagonist.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Or that the sexual impulse stems exclusively from a violent impulse.
Yeah.
Yeah. Where it's like the second it's normal, he's, like, incapable of deriving any pleasure from it. But then, like, at the very end, when he's making love with the angel, it's like, the first time we see him having, like, normal sex. He also gets cuckolded.
Yeah.
Like, a couple scenes beforehand.
A random dude shows up and starts having, again, consensual sex with this angel woman, but she doesn't like it.
Yeah, he like, just charges, he storms in there, no foreplay.
What does he say? Relax, I'm good
Relax,
at this.
relax, I know what I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah. Ladies, if someone ever says that to you...
Tighten up. Clench.
Just rip it off.
Get out of there.
I feel like, we've kind of described a lot of the movie,
right,
and didn't have a lot of conclusions to draw about it per se, but hopefully this was intriguing enough to make someone want to check it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a funny case where the films that I find myself thinking about most on after we record these episodes, and the films that I think functionally I can say that I enjoy the most, are the ones where, like, in the episode we're mostly just like, and then this happens, but wait, hold on, earlier this happens, and you don't really know what to make of it. Like, our first episode on Yumeno Kyuusaku's Girl Hell, it was another one like that.
Yeah.
Where I think, like, tit for tat, that might be my favorite Pink film so far that I've seen.
Awesome. Beats out Sachiko Hanai.
Oh, no, sorry. Barring that one, of course. Yes, no, but that one excluded.
We'll do that one for the podcast at some point.
Yeah, the 100th episode special or some shit.
Basically, the more of these films I watch, the more of, I guess, even just Japanese films from, low-budget Japanese films from the 90s and the 2000s, the more I see these reoccurring use of, like, digital photography, multimedia, etc., etc. And I never get tired of it, but I'm also like, okay, yeah, everyone is doing this guerrilla street, photography.
Yeah.
And I like it a lot.
Right.
So they're all just documents that can kind of immerse you in a time and a place. One of the multimedia, not really multimedia aspects, but there's a montage, a lot of montage in the beginning of the movie.
Yeah, the opening credits sequence is pretty long because they are doing so much montaging between, like, title cards saying, like, this is the person who processed the photography.
Yeah, and then at the beginning, maybe it's part of the mental breakdown of the protagonist, but he'll be doing something in a scene and then flashing into this, like, string of montage images that includes, like, gore and various, like, images of women and stuff like that. And I thought that those were, like, it wasn't just cutting between images, they were manipulated and, like, overlaid and stuff. I thought it looked really good, and it did give this sort of, like, sense of, like, channel surfing, but the signals are overlapping.
Right.
To be honest, the thing that it most reminded me of is the montage opening credits of Malcolm in the Middle.
That's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's great.
Yeah. So I think that was probably one of my favorite formal elements of the movie.
Did you watch any of that show as a child?
Yeah, when I would go to my father's house on the weekends.
It really stuck with you as well that there was anime in that opening, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah, I was
it doesn't come into the show at all, but it really, the montage itself is kind of dark.
Right.
And it gives you kind of that sense of, like, this is at, like, late night TV that I, like, probably am not supposed to be watching, might see something I shouldn't.
Right.
And it really,
And then it's got this, like quirky, upbeat, fucking They Might Be Giants song, and then...
Right. Yeah, it really, that was, like, a piece of media, just the opening credits, that kind of confounded me as a child a little bit, because none of that is reflected in the show, but it does also situate the show in its, like, time period and context pretty well.
Yeah. Yeah. I've, like, the anime that appears in the Malcolm in the Middle opening is one that, like, it's one of those anime where the only thing anybody knows about it is that it was in the Malcolm in the Middle opening.
Right.
And so I have never been able to retain the title. Every single time I think, what the fuck was the name of that anime from the Malcolm in the Middle opening? I have to search Malcolm in the Middle opening anime. What kind of, like, archive did they have access to? What did they license so that they could put that opening together?
We should pivot.
We should.
We'll make the Malcolm in the Middle opening theme the subject of the next 50 episodes
of this
podcast.
Each individual clip that's from something different. Yeah, we'll run through it all. Yeah. Yeah, no more second-time virgins. No more Pink.
Yeah,
no more
This is
Stink.
our first episode that we're recording with our new title, and we're killing it right now.
Next time you see us, we will be third-time virgins.
You'll be Hazel in the Middle.
Right, yeah. We'll call the show Yes, No, Maybe.
I don't know.
Can you repeat the question? Is that where we end it? Mm-hmm. Cool. Great. Good job.
Hello, you've tuned into Second Time Virgins, hosted by Hazel, that's me, and Zoe. This broadcast is by perverted adults for perverted adults, and predominantly covers sexploitation films, so listener discretion is advised. And also, don't ask us where to download any of these movies.
Episode 10!
Episode 10! We made it to episode 10, and we're gonna celebrate we have celebrated already by watching hentai.
Yes.
Quote unquote. I don't think it really qualifies, but I figured it would be fun to throw some cartoon sex in there amidst all the real people sex. So this is our episode on Step Up Love Story, which is the English localized title of Futari Ecchi, which is you may also know by the name Manga Sutra, which is what Tokyo Pop localized its manga counterpart as. So this anime is, it's a 4-episode long OVA. It is an adaptation of a very long-running manga that is kind of a, relatively grounded take on adult sexuality and the nuances therein, and
it's kind of like the Degrassi of adult sex manga, where it's like, let's have an expanding cast of characters that can play out various scenarios and like topics related to sexual relationships, and then you'll sort of learn along with the characters how to handle these situations.
Right, definitely. Just sort of like actually aimed at adults. Unlike what most seinen manga claims is aimed at adults, which is just aimed to juvenile boys and juvenile men.
Right.
Like right off the bat, the story follows a newlywed couple who are in their mid-20s. They're both 25. They both got established jobs, and they are renting an apartment together. And these are our central characters.
So it's a four episode OVA. So I think they chose some material from the manga and adapted it just into 4 episodes.
I've read maybe the first volume or 2, and they were definitely jumping all over.
Okay. Yeah, so it opens with this couple getting married. Couple things you are wrong about. I don't think the woman, Yura, has a job.
No, she does at first. She works at a travel agency. She quits right as soon as they get married, so she can become a housewife.
Okay, you can cut that part out, sorry.
No.
And they move in together on, I guess, the day of their wedding.
Right.
So the setup is very, like, they're both virgins.
Right.
They're getting married. They're moving in together on the first day, and they've never had sex before.
Right. It should be a tradcon's wet dream. And yet, there's this sort of openness and frankness about sex that kind of overarches the whole cast of characters and all of the plots. The first 2 episodes are pretty light on sex entirely. Like the first episode, most of it is just building up to when they have their first time, and then it's very, very short because our protagonist prematurely ejaculates.
Right.
And it's not very good for either of them.
Yeah, but then, she sits up in bed and gives him a big hug, and that's how they end the first episode. So it's really wholesome.
Yeah.
And then you get a lot of the variety or, like, spicier stuff that's in the anime through, like, sort of fantasy sequences or daydream sequences.
Or even just, like, what's going on with some of the side characters.
Right.
Very early on, we're introduced to the wife Yura's more promiscuous little sister. And so she kind of acts as a foil, and like all the other characters, as a vehicle for other kinds of sexual dynamics. And it's this weird thing where it feels wrong to call it something that focuses on sexual education. I guess maybe in the same way that, like, Cosmopolitan magazine does.
Yeah, or I said Degrassi earlier, and I think part of that is that Degrassi and that kind of thing are sort of after-school specials, but really they were shows where they're like, we're going to deal with the real topics that real teens want to, acknowledge and see stories about. And then it ends up with a little bit of this sort of educational, didactic feeling, but it truly is like a show rather than tell, for the most part, type of show. And this is definitely the most wholesome piece of media that we have watched for this podcast.
By a country mile. It might be the most wholesome thing we cover on this podcast.
Period, yeah. I'll say off the bat that I really enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I thought it was
likewise.
Super cute. But I did think the first episode or two were the best of it. There's a sort of slow pace to the anime. You usually see, especially anything that has like fan service or is ecchi, being like
mile a minute.
Yeah. Either whether it's like goofy and bombastic or, like nasty.
Yeah.
And this is not. There's a lot of extraneous animation of people like walking from place to place and then looking at the sky or like checking their phone or sitting at a computer and kind of like spacing in and out and things like that give it a lot of texture.
Yeah, and there's definitely not as much of that in the what they consider the second season, which are the other two episodes. They definitely rely a little bit more on the fantasies that we were talking about, and that gives it more of a kind of a traditional ecchi anime feeling. And I think it's a lot less honed in on, like, here's how you pleasure your woman.
Yeah.
Here's how you pleasure your man.
Yeah, so the first episode is just before their wedding, to their wedding night, when they have this sort of aborted sexual encounter. And then the second episode has to do with Yura going out with two of her women friends. And, sorry, if you can hear voices in the background, we're recording this episode at my house where my mother is listening to her own podcast out loud on her phone speaker. So please ignore any background noise. Yura goes out with her two friends, and there's a lot of like playfulness in the animation, even though it's kind of limited and low budget. Where
it looks good.
It does look good, and
you were commenting on the backgrounds especially.
Yeah, so the backgrounds are have a, I don't know if realism is the right word, but there's a lot of like shading and light reflecting off surfaces and like texture in the backgrounds, which is just struck me so hard, given that this is sort of a low budget show compared to every anime from the last like 15 years that I've watched that has these really generic flat backgrounds.
Totally.
That don't have that level of like shading and like almost like cross hatching and just all the lines and the skyscrapers and things like that. I thought that was really refreshing, and it makes it feel like a real story because it's taking place somewhere real.
Yeah. So Yura goes with two of her friends.
Yeah, to a hotel, and they're having like lunch or tea there, and they're explaining to her, because they're slightly older and married to slightly older men.
Well, significantly older.
Significantly older men. About blowjobs, and basically explaining to her what this is because she's so innocent that she's never done it before and barely thought about it. But as far as the animation goes, there's a cute scene where you see her sitting at the table and her friends are kind of on either side of the frame, and you kind of see their lower bodies, and it's like not animated, but then they have little like voice bubbles that pop up with
their heads inside.
Yeah, like doing making facial expressions as they're having this like round table dialogue. And I thought, something like that just stood out as like thoughtful and sort of creative and not a generic pervy show.
Right. Yeah, I think I find it really refreshing how much they're like, and it's not always correct, but like how much it tries to like how much attention it tries to draw to how much focus there is on the woman's pleasure, or just like the woman's experience with sex, what kind of sensual things like a man is totally blowing past.
Yeah, so I had to ask you at one point, did a woman write the manga?
Yeah.
And you said
no, it's not.
Which is surprising to me because there's like, so it's not like all out progressive. It's very rooted in like sort of just essentialist girls versus boys stereotypes about what girls like and what boys like and things like that. But at the same time, it has a lot of these moments in it where you're like, I've never actually kind of, it's tame or it's this tiny little thing, but I've never seen that in an anime before at all.
Yeah.
And there's a great scene in this one where while Yura is being sort of taught by her friends what a blowjob is, her sister seeks out Makoto, the husband, and sits him down and is like, I don't know if you're giving my sister enough pleasure. And he's like, whoa, listen, I do foreplay. And she's like, yeah, okay, you touch her boobs, but like, do you know what the most pleasurable foreplay is for a woman? And he's like, he thinks about it and he's like, it's a kiss. And she's like, yes, you're right. Kissing is the best. And he's like, whew, I got it right. And he's like, I give her like long, deep, nice kisses. And she's like, a long kiss isn't the same as a good kiss.
Yeah,
like,
you probably just shove your tongue in there right away.
Yeah, and like you've got to like, you start this way and then you like lick the like back of the front of her teeth.
Yeah, that's such a
teeth.
Specific detail.
It was, but like the way that I was convinced, I was like, yeah, this is like real deep grounded details about how to be sensual with someone. Yeah. That's surprising to me. And so, yeah, she basically in the course of this conversation is sort of like, here's things that you should do to be a better sexual partner for a woman. And he's like, okay. And like goes away and puts some thought into it and executes on it.
Yeah, puts it into practice and she enjoys herself significantly more than she has in the past.
She has an orgasm for the first time.
That we see anyway.
Yeah.
But presumably for the first time.
Yeah, and then there's another sequence in the second episode where Yura's in the hotel with her girlfriends, and they're like, I talked about how they explained blowjobs to her, but then they're like, okay, girl, don't even worry. And she's like, we can't do this here. And they're like, we're not going to demonstrate it right here. We've got a room upstairs. Come upstairs. And so they take her upstairs to a room and bring in a call room service for like a tray of fruit. And then they all get bananas and they demonstrate how to like suck dick with these peeled bananas. It's just like but it's really cute.
Yeah.
And then at the same time there's a parallel storyline playing out where the husband runs into a coworker who's a girl that he used to tutor, and she basically just tries to seduce him with like just totally
with no pretenses.
Yeah. What's the word? Non sequitur. Like, she almost non sequitur, just like tries to seduce him in this hotel room. They end up in the hotel room next to his wife's hotel room.
Right, and you immediately think, oh, this is going to lead to a big misunderstanding. She's going to be super hurt, but he won't be able to explain himself.
But it doesn't go that way at all. And he looks at this girl and he's like, listen, you're so young, and like you're too young, like there's too much of an age gap between us, and also like I'm really sorry if anything like bad happened to you, but like it's gonna be okay, basically. And then she just breaks down and he just kind of like comforts her, and that's the end of the sequence.
Yeah. And again, like we really cannot overstate how like almost like disarming, how shocking it is to hear a 25-year-old character tell another adult character, you're too young for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I've never ever seen that before. It was very sweet, and I was just sort of like, wow, here's a show that's like telling you how to have sex, maybe showing you how you can have sex, but also like showing you like when you don't need to.
Yeah.
You know? There were a couple other moments like that where we're like, oh, never seen that before.
There's a lot of pussy eating.
Yeah, that's true.
And I was kind of describing that, like, in and again, I don't really think this can be qualified as a hentai, but like the vast majority of anime sex that I have seen where there's pussy eating, it is like used as a way to humiliate a girl that is being raped.
Right.
So that was very refreshing. I'm trying to, like, what other kind of stuff were you thinking?
Yeah. Well, there was the You're Too Young for Me, and then there was something similar to that happened. Maybe it'll come back to me later. Okay. But yeah, I guess it's worth noting that, like, this is also definitely softcore. Like, all this stuff happens in it, but it's not explicitly animated.
It's all there's no unsimulated sex.
Right.
Because it's a cartoon.
I want to remember what that is.
And I would say that there is sex every 15 minutes. So you know what? These are honorary pink anime, which is there actually is, and we should talk about these at some point. Ikatsu did fund some early hentai OVAs under a pink label. I can't remember what they were called or how many there were, but
we should look that up.
Yeah.
Maybe incorporate one.
Yep.
If it's worthwhile enough.
I think probably inherently it is, because it was a very early OVA.
Cool.
Yeah.
Let's do it. That can be for the 20th episode, I guess.
Yeah, probably.
If we're going to do maybe something animated about every 10 episodes. Yeah. I think we talked about Tezuka's Cleopatra being one that we do.
Oh, I'd love to do that, yeah. That's a little bit more of a priority for me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's just, like, in every turn here, if there's a moment where consent is a little ambiguous, it clears that up.
Yeah.
You know, in every instance. There's no... It's not interested in exploring, like, anybody, like, hurting each other in any kind of dramatic sense.
Right.
There's an instance in the fourth episode is about Yura deciding that she's going to get a part-time job as a waitress at a family restaurant.
At an Anna Miller's, like. So yeah. She's got the like sexy hostess waitress uniform.
Yeah.
That's what I'm looking for.
And Makoto's like uncomfortable with that, and like she is like getting home late and feeling tired, and like that's not great because he wants her there and wants to be able to have sex and like, you know, have their idyllic domestic life, but mostly he's like concerned about the men in the restaurant sexualizing her and being able to see her underwear when she bends over and whatnot. And eventually he just realizes that like he's dealing with some jealousy and kind of like gets over it.
Which is really interesting too, because that does kind of there's a nuance to that, right? Where like he has to come to the conclusion that his concern for her is sort of like a veil that he's using to justify his sense of jealousy to himself. And I'm not used to seeing that many steps of metacognition in something like this.
So some actual psychology.
Right.
Totally. I thought of another instance of this sort of somewhat progressive, but kind of also like simultaneously kind of essentialist gender politics of it. In the same episode, part of the theme of the episode becomes like dressing up in cosplay, basically, like, you know, the sort of sexy nurse, sexy diner waitress, sexy police officer type get-ups, and like women wearing them. And he has a conversation at one point with his cousin or someone who's basically just like, yeah, like it's not really for men. Women just like to dress up and like look nice and go out and feel nice, and it's not to like get with a man. But like every girl wants to do cosplay. It's just appealing intrinsically, which in a certain way is a pretty like generalized thing to say about women that's not really true, but I do think that is often true.
Right. Or if absolutely nothing else, it's a perspective that gives the woman a lot more agency over her own actions than I think is normally allotted.
Yeah, absolutely. And saying,
like I think there's a lot of other stuff that would, even in trying to be progressive, it would kind of take more of a traditionalist stance of saying, like, you know, this is something that they're, like, societally pressured to do or encouraged to do or something.
Yeah, or it's all for the male gaze.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Which, and then someone saying, well, you know, whether or not it's, like, there's a woman takes pleasure in the male gaze, like, she likes to dress up for herself. Like, we just like that. I thought was nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else?
Yeah, this is kind of a funny case where, like, it's so straightforward and so likable that I feel like I am sort of struggling to find a lot to say about it. I guess I will say maybe this would have been good to say up front. The screenplay for this OVA was handled by Chiaki Konaka, who I'm sure all of you in the audience know as the guy who did the screenplay for Serial Experiments Lane and Digimon Tamers and a whole bunch of other shows like that. And I bring this up not because I think that you can feel any of his touch in the work at all, but because I think it does sort of demonstrate that he is at his heart, or at his core, kind of a workman writer. Mercenary,
taking whatever kind of job comes his way and shaping his style to that. Yeah,
doing a very kind of one-to-one adaptation that still feels faithful to its original style. He does not do that as often as he does, maybe we'll say. There are definitely a lot of cases where he takes it pretty far away from the expected path. But something like this is very straightforward. And because I have read some of the manga, I can say that the tone feels very consistent with that. Something interesting about the manga, the scanlations that are readily available are not actually from the Tokyo Pop Manga Sutra release. It is a pretty old scanlation where the translator keeps inserting, like, his own opinions about everything into it. And I remember when I was first reading it, I kept thinking that they were author's notes. And it took me a while to be like, wait a minute, what the fuck is going on here? But that's also to say that the manga definitely has a lot more, like, narration, or kind of, like, commentary about what is going on, and, like, here's some more practical information and stuff like that. Yeah. And again, I think there are, like, 600 chapters of this manga. It's very, very beloved among men and women, to the point where there was a brief period where they were serializing Futari Ecchi for ladies. It didn't run very long, presumably because it was just clear that the women wanted to read the same stuff that the men were reading. So, very... I might be wrong. There might be some live-action adaptations even, but yeah, very well-known series. Oh, I almost forgot to mention this. So years and years and years ago, maybe 15, 16 years ago, I stumbled across this anime uploaded to a pornography website, completely untagged, probably just titled, like, anime hentai porn cartoon couple's first time.
Right.
You know, something like that. And... you know, I had seen a good amount of hentai and kind of been, like, off-put by the vast majority of it because it's so sleazy. It's all so fucking sleazy. And I remember being, like, you know, even at, like, even at, like, 12 or 13, being, like, very captivated by the atmosphere of that first episode. And I think maybe even on an earlier episode or just like off the record, I'd mentioned like to kind of summarize the ways in which I felt like it was unique from my memory. I said, yeah, the whole first episode is about them having their first time and then realizing like, oh shit, I need to go get a condom. There's this whole aside about him going to a convenience store and buying a condom. That doesn't happen at all.
Yeah, you were thinking of something else.
I don't know, because I can't imagine that there's something else that's so like pastoral in its depiction of sex, you know, sort of mundane.
Listeners, if anybody knows exactly what Hazel's talking about and wants to leave a comment with the name of whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't even know if this will go up anywhere where comments can happen, but I don't know. You know my social media stuff, I'm presuming. Hit me up. Tell me about what porn that is. But it is also very possible that I was just misremembering that they're going to fuck on their wedding night, but then they're like, we should do this in our own home. So then you kind of see them... I don't know if it's still the same night, but like we see some stuff in between that moment and when they actually do have sex. So that might have been it. And I just misinterpreted or misremembered, or maybe the subtitles were lying even. I'm not sure. No, I'm almost positive it was something different, because I remember that she's in the shower while he's going and getting the condoms. What could it have been? What could it have been? Because I remember when I learned about Futari Ecchi, I was like, oh my god, this must be that thing I saw.
Oh, okay.
What the fuck is it?
It's out there somewhere.
It's out there somewhere.
In the first episode of this show, there's a lot to do with videotapes, which I thought was kind of charming.
That is true.
It opens with Makoto moving some of his stuff into the apartment, and he sees, he's put in one of his sexy tapes. And I thought the way that it was depicted, like the angles of the film and the sort of the cutting that they used in this sequence was kind of innovative or like fun. But then anyway, later his wife is home and she finds his tapes and puts it in and is like, oh my god, what am I watching? But I thought the use of technology was also kind of textural and charming in this.
Right. I'm not able to find it, but that opening tape reminded me a lot of one of the first really big YouTube videos. It was like one of the most viewed for a long time.
Oh, yeah?
And I think it was titled something like, What Was Your First Time?
Oh,
and it's
okay.
this like blonde woman, maybe like early 20s. She's sitting in like a love seat, like an armchair, with her like sideways with her legs over the over one of the arms, and she's got these like rainbow socks that are like up to her knees, and it opens and I think she's just like,
hey there, my sex people. I have another sex question for you guys. The question is, what is the best sex you have ever had?
Okay, obviously my shoddy memory is just like the name of the game with this episode. It's not a video asking about your first time. The video is titled Best Sex Ever. But because the internet is no longer a place of free speech, it's incredibly hard to find by searching it on YouTube. So you'd probably have a better time searching the name of the uploader, which is Kicesie. 167 million fucking views on this thing. Uploaded all the way back in 2007.
And she goes on to talk about her first time, and I think it was sort of like people were drawn in by the sort of like titillating aspect of it. And all the comments are obviously people talking about their first time.
That's charming.
It is. Yeah, it is. It really is. I wasn't able to find it. It's referenced in the Weezer Pork and Beans music video, which is full of early YouTube memes.
Never seen it.
It's a classic.
Okay, I'll watch that later.
Yeah. As like a YouTube freak in like 2009, 10, whatever it was, seeing that video was extremely vindicating. Because I was like, oh my god, like, nothing on television acknowledges that any of this shit exists. You know, this would have been, like, pre-Tosh.0, stuff like that. So it blew my mind. And I still have a huge soft spot for that video. I'm getting way, way off topic here.
That's okay. All I'm thinking about...
I meant to bring that up to see if you had ever caught wind of that video.
No. I gotta see it now, though. I'll find it somewhere.
Yeah.
I was not well versed in early YouTube, so you're welcome to recount anything to me, and it will be like that fucking one panel comic with the guy in a suit that's entirely ragged with a briefcase sitting across a fire from several children and saying, "But for a brief moment in time, we created a lot of value for our shareholders."
I don't think I've seen that before.
It's a good comic.
See, this is cultural exchange. You'll have to pull that up for me.
Oral tradition. Tell me about the earliest YouTube videos.
Exactly.
No, I was just sitting here thinking about the character designs in this show and how Yura, the main woman's hair, she has like those centipede bangs that look like they're just a bunch of centipede legs. And that's the one thing I really kind of couldn't get over, but I think it also places this show exactly in the time period that it was drawn and animated.
Well, you can also see that, like, in the manga, it's not quite as bad. Well, actually...
It's pretty bad.
Yeah, you might be right. It might be...
She's got centipede leg hair.
Oh, was there... There was another... In 2014, apparently, there was another adaptation. Another animated adaptation. Interesting. Well,
what year is this one from, again?
This is from 2000... filibustering. This anime is from 2002 to 2004.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought it was interesting. You commented on how, like, there's the use of VHS tapes, but also, like, people are looking at maps on their flip phones, and it's this kind of interesting kind of intermediary place in time between this kind of, like, older, more antiquated tech that's still present.
Japan being at the cutting edge, so they're existing a lot closer to each other.
Exactly.
The Galapagos effect or whatever of Japan's technology. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, what else? Anything else to say about the show?
The second season in particular has, like, all of these really crazy needle drops, like all these really ridiculous songs in the background. Totally. There's like this like banjo piece, like...
Right, they're looking at bears in the zoo and all of a sudden it's like...
Yeah.
Yeah. And then he has some fantasies and there's a lot of smooth sax and stuff.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think, I guess that is something worth bringing up, is like, you know, that... I've been trying to kind of articulate it. Something that I think it captures in a way that's accurate, but kind of unfortunately, well, I don't know, uncritical might be too kind of damning a word, is the fact that the protagonist is kind of constantly, idly fantasizing about the other women around him.
Right.
Like, he's clearly just got a high sex drive, and that's kind of getting funneled into a lot of the different aspects of his life, even though he's fucking every single night.
Yeah.
His beautiful, stacked wife.
And he seems very happy to be monogamous with his wife, and yet he can't stop having these, like, pictures of his coworkers pop up in his head dressed in nurses' uniforms and whatnot.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting that, like, amidst all of its kind of focus on more grounded the more grounded aspects of sexuality, and also like the kind of like emotions and dynamics that are kind of on the perimeter of it, that there wasn't really any sort of like acknowledgement of that outside of the fantasies themselves. Like, you know, it's not something that the wife ever really seems to pick up on, or shows any sort of jealousy toward, and like there's not really any sort of like conflicting anything to it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not interested in conflict.
Right.
Period.
Yeah, definitely. But there is that kind of like misalignment of medium as message there, I guess you could say.
Yeah, totally. It's the golden boy paradox, if you will.
Wait, what's the golden boy paradox?
Not really. Actually, that's not a very good invocation, because I think golden boy is perfectly consistent in its intentions of having a good boy who is also horny, profligately horny. Golden boy paradox meaning just that the show needs to have an extremely horny protagonist. It needs to have a lot of opportunities for yourself, sort of the audience insert, to like gaze upon women, and yet it wants its protagonist to be a faithful good boy.
Yes, definitely, absolutely. Gosh, is that an episode?
That's an episode.
I think that's an episode.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. This was short but sweet.
Yep, you could watch the first episode of that show and a little bit of the second one in the time that it took us to record this. And we recommend it. I think, the first episode, maybe the first 2 episodes come pretty highly recommended. Pretty highly recommended. Pretty highly recommended. Pretty